Oh my goodness, the fat man.
Oh my goodness.
Wow.
Aiming for the toilet. Let's go, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh my fucking god.
Not like this. Oh my god.
As much as he'd like. Diablo swings around. Oh, Connor with it.
Oh, he goes down to the knife and then just
Ladies and gentlemen, the long overdue wait is finally here. HPL Season 3 in EU. My name is Hot Sauce, and we're with my boy Blue, baby. How we feeling today?
Feeling fantastic, my man. Super excited to be back for HPL Season number 3 live on Hump Premiere, baby.
That's right. We got a bunch of exciting matchups here for you today, and we're going to get to see those returning champs here a little bit later today as well. But we're kicking off early. Day number 1 of 5 here, obviously. There were 2 returning teams we talked about a little bit before we got going here today. Blue, Oil Rig, Sicario returning from that previous season, but we did those qualifiers off stream last week. We got a lot of teams that are hungry to return and make a statement here in Season 3.
Yeah, there was a offline, speaking of teams, let's take a look at the teams right now. There was an offline tournament qualifier, folks. So 6 of these teams you're going to see here actually qualified out of, I believe, 8 teams. And some of them, 8 sins. The other friendly guys, those friendly guys, Panderic, Team Decoded, and Team Ancestral. 8 sins, for those that aren't familiar, are actually our old EPA team that was in the last league. And man, oh man, did they slam home the qualifiers, Hot.
Yeah, I mean, nobody could top them. I mean, it was just an absolute showcase of skills there. So I'm excited to eventually get them or see them play, excuse me, but we won't see them on stream just yet today. We do have, like I had mentioned earlier, 3 exciting matchups that we will be played on stream here today. And I know that first one is going to be starting out with Oil Rig taking on Panderic.
Oil Rig and Panderic. Man, the Pandas starting off tough the first day. Oil Rig, folks, coming in 2nd place in our last season. Sicario being that 1st place team. Both of them re-qualifying automatically. Panderic, one of our newer teams in the last league, in the first league of HPL, excuse me, and they've been putting in a lot of work, Hot. So I think we should have a pretty good game today. On the other side, though, Hot, Oil Rig is looking really, really stacked up, picking up a new few monsters for the lineup, let's say.
Yeah, you know, we see there on the screen, TFG will be taking on Sicario off stream during that. And then in that second matchup off stream will be 8 Sins versus Decoded. Now, we'll be bringing you on stream the other friendly guys this time, taking on Ancestral. Our final matchup of the day will involve 8 Sins and TFG off stream. And of course, the one on stream will be the number 1 and number 2 place from the previous season. We're going to wrap up that day with Sicario versus Oil Rig. We've got an action-packed day for everybody here in chat, and I want to see that hype in the chat, baby. Who we think's going to win this first game? We got Oil Rig on stream taking on Panderic, and I know Oil Rig got to choose that first map, Bay 5. They've been tearing up on Bay 5 time and time again. As we take a quick look at the picks here and those rosters, Blue.
Man, oh man, I'm looking at both of these sides. This is going to be such a banger. Oh, man. Oil Rig coming in with Bakizi, Cacao, That Ace, Codex, and the new Starter, Rapid, an absolute monster. No subs actually declared right now. And on that other side for the Pandas, going to have Gore, Denny, Deus, Svedos, and Snurlocks with Reef on that substitution side. Now, Hot, I'm looking at these lineups, and Panda's looking good, but man, Oil Rig with Rapid, after how they performed in the last season, is looking absolutely deliciously terrifying.
That's right. Panda, they've been doing a lot of work behind the scenes, putting on their own little tournaments and stuff, having fun with the community. So it's great to see them out there. Oil Rigs, though, I mean, they have been devastating time and time again. I was playing a little bit of arena myself with Cracked and Timmy and some people. I ran into Cacao, and let me tell you, it was not fun. I got my one kill that I could clip and be like, oh my gosh, I killed a pro. But overall, I went home very, very sore after that one and got a little reality check on my own skills. Oil Rig is a phenomenal team with a great lineup. Cacao Bakizi, Codex, Rapid, that ace, you mentioned them. I expect them to be just as dangerous here in Season 3. And being that they are on game number 1 to start things off, I feel like they're going to want to make a statement here to everybody else in the league. So that's what I expect, especially since we're starting out on their map pick of Bay 5.
They're so darn good in Bay 5. It's this wonderful controlled chaos that they just plow through sites when they're on the attacking side, and when they're on the defense, they just maneuver around so smoothly. But Panderic, the Pandas could slam. I mean, Gore, Denny, Deus, Fados, and Surlex all had their pop-off moments during the last few seasons of HPL. And Denny, I mean, when Denny's locked in, he's terrifying. So, Panda, they have their hands full, but I think we got a banger on our hands here, Hot. And as you said, lots and lots of work being put in by both these teams in the offseason. Both of them having a lot to prove today. But Bay 5, Oil Rig, coming in hot on the first game of this HPL Season 3 with Panda picking up that Skybridge pick, which is pretty interesting to me.
Honestly, I've said it all the time. I don't like Skybridge. It's my least favorite map. But honestly, in the last season, we didn't see Skybridge very much. So this could be a one-up here for Panderic. Maybe they've been hitting Skybridge, practicing some strategies. A lot of teams don't pick Skybridge. So it could be that one thing that gives them that slight upper hand against a talented team like Oil Rig. We very well could see them take at least one game in this series. I mean, I'm so excited for season number 3 here. Everything has just been ramped up since that previous season. We're going to have a ton of action here today, and I'm just excited for it, Blue.
I'm super excited. Now, I don't want to get ahead of myself, Hawk, but what do you think on today? If you had to make a prediction, first game of HBL Season 3, how you feeling? How are the stars aligning for you? Are the Pandas going to chew up Oil Rig like some bamboo, or is the oil spill coming in hot, getting a match thrown out, and that gasoline is burning down the forest? I don't know which way it's going to go.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough. It's hard to bet against Oil Rig, and I truly believe that they're going to take Bay 5. It's a map that they just dominate time and time again, that you don't really often see them lose on Bay 5. Now, if Panderic can keep that men of fortitude heading into that second map, though, again, because it's Skybridge, I truly believe that Panderic can take a game away from Oil Rig. We very can see the series 1-1 here. So, obviously Oil Rig did better in that last season, but Panderic's been putting in the work. My man Zvetis is king of the jump shots here lately. So nonetheless, I guarantee you we're going to have exciting action regardless of the outcome.
No, it should be a banger. And, I think that's a really great point. I think Oil Rig on Bay 5, I mean, this has been their staple since the team fight days. I mean, this is their map. They excel on it. They live in that, the rotational advantages you can take. There's a lot of pivoting. It's one of the few maps that we have currently that has that middle area, so you can go through that, that green towards that B site and parkour. You can go left through that sandwich/cut. There's a lot of pivoting, so I think it's going to be a tough match for the Pandas. But I think you're cooking with Skybridge, because I think we maybe saw 1 or 2 Skybridges. Don't quote me on that, chat, but I think we only saw it rear its head once or twice. So it's definitely like this. It's this magic 8-ball. We don't know how it's going to quite roll out, but, I'm rooting for both teams here. I really want to see the Pandas show off the work and the cooperation and the fun that they have in the offseason against, the Oil Rig lineup that has time and time again, from when they were XPA to turning into Oil Rig, been a dominant team in this arena scene.
Yeah, again, it's hard to bet against Oil Rig, much like Sicario, but honestly, there's a ton of talented members throughout each and every one of these teams. And with everybody putting in a ton of work here in that offseason between 2 and 3, I think it's up for grabs for anybody. And honestly, I'm all for that close competitiveness. I'd love to see a bunch of, teams each taking a game here today and really messing with that leaderboard as time goes on. But for me, unfortunately, we don't get to see 8sins on stream today. That's one team I certainly, just because of how well they played in qualifiers,
Right.
not dropping a single match, I'm just kind of chomping at the bit to see what they've got to offer as well. But again, just so much talent here amongst all of these teams. So I'm pretty sure we're in for an action-packed day.
We got three absolute bangers, and as Hot mentioned earlier, we have the grudge match already day one. Number one and number two from last season, Sicario coming in hot against Oil Rig. And I know Oil Rig is going to be feeling really good in that matchup. Now, what's interesting is, Oil Rig only picked up Rapid in the offseason. Oh, only picked up Rapid, one of the best players that exists in Arena right now. Where Sicario has seen a pretty significant shift. And I'm not going to get too much into the players, but, Kiyoshima is one of the returning players, and a few others, Zaki and Lucky, I believe. But both teams are looking so darn stacked right now, Hot. I mean, all these teams, as you said, everyone's got a ton of talent. Everyone's got a ton of good players. Chat, we got so many good games today for day one. We are so blessed. We are so lucky. From me, from Hunt, from Mr. Hot Sauce, we are just so excited to be here, man. This is going to be sick.
That's right. Me and my boy Blue, baby, back at it,
Boy,
of course.
Blue!
Big shout out to Battle State Games for their partnership here as well. But Hunt Premier always bringing the exciting action here. And honestly, I had a great time with our first NA season as well. It was a very close competitive bracket throughout the whole competition there. And so
Right.
a lot of fun seeing the scene growing in the right direction. But honestly, glad to be back in the EU department. This is their third season. They're a little bit more of a veterans, if you will. So ready to get right into the action. They're going to waste no time as we get it popping off here on Bay 5, Blue.
Yep, smokes pluming towards that parkour. We see Snurlax playing that Enforcer kit, running that 100-rounder. I believe he's rocking an HK right now. The good old HK seems to be a mainstay these days, Hot Sauce, with the Enforcer. We still see that big old fat head Vulcan running around and the thick armor, but the weaponry has, kind of shifted from that old M4 meta. It seems like a lot of HKs playing through right here, but a very slow start from Oil Rig.
Yeah, I caught a little bit of Cracked Wisdom's podcast the other day, and it seems like the Vulcan and the shotguns are two things that really seem to be annoying some of these arena players here. So we'll see how they deal with that Enforcer here throughout the day. But a lot of patience being displayed here by both squads. We can see on that mini map still trying to figure out exactly where they want to go, if they can find maybe an early pick, as we see the nade lineups coming in here as well, and just flirting around with that idea. But after the noise being made here, it does look like they're going to shift their attention toward that B site.
I really like this mid push. There's going to be clear connector. What if Snurlax going to pick up one? Snurlax and yes, take out three. Buckeasy manages to finally take out Snurlax, but the damage is already done. Plenty of time for rotation. Look at the size of that magazine. Buckeasy slamming Svados from downtown. Actually, with the M4 coming in hot. Gore still on site though. That PP Mutant in his hands. Great jump by. Gets the info. Doesn't actually take the trade here. Not too much time here, though, Hot. They got to plant this bomb. I think Panderic are in a really great position. No, Buckeasy says, not today, Blue. Slams down Gore, and bomb is going down, Hot.
I mean, Panderic had such a beautiful start. They had the player advantage, and now we're back to a 2v2 off the back of Buckeasy, who's got a triple already looking for more of the sprays coming downfield, but Duxie's not able to find that one. We see him shifting to the left side here. The sprays come out again, and time slowly ticking away, about 33 on the clock as Denny and crew look to make their way onto site. Now, Oil Rig has backed off just a bit, allowing a little space here, maybe looking to bait out that defusal, and it's Codex who finds the pick. They get another, and just like that, Oil Rig somehow take round number one after having their backs against the wall.
That is crazy to me that they've lost three members, and Buckeasy and Codex managed to clutch that round out together. Such a... they used a lot of the time initially. We were under a minute left in the round when they finally made that. I really like the strategy, too, pushing up mid. They have one go through the green container. They had a few go up mid, and they got slammed, but Panderic just didn't hold down those last 15 seconds. And I think you called this from the get-go. Oil Rig, this is their map, baby.
They love Bay 5 and have been executing flawlessly here throughout these last couple seasons. We'll see if they can continue today. It's Snorlax with an early pick. Kakao does find that trade immediately back onto Snorlax. So back to a 4v4 we go, but they've made their site on site with ease. That ace, the big guns coming out, and that can be tough to deal with. It's Panderic now playing a member down, and with that, Oil Rig should be able to work onto the B site here and find the plant with ease.
Yep, there's still that player. Looks like lurking in Harbor for the Pandas. Two players rotating together. Oh, Ace knows. And he's got that AXMC with the 6 shots, with the VSS, probably with the Pab. Deus does manage to take up Akizi. Is Ace going to pop him? 2 rounds down, no man down. Deus in a really awkward position. It's so hard to push into this. But Kakao takes out one, does manage to get traded by Svedas. Codex, though, takes out Deus, and Codex takes out Svedas. Codex. Man, this Oil Rig lineup is so scary on Bay 5.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Bikizi and them do it last round. Now it's Codex with a pop-off round this time as well. And so they gathered a couple early rounds on the attacking side here. And, you know, a lot of times we like to say it's a little bit better to start out on the defense. You can hold the angles and allow the team to push into you. But for Oil Rig, they're just so comfortable on both sides on this map. And they really work that ebb and flow very nicely. We saw a very slow push in round 1. We saw the aggressive push in round 2. They continue to mix up these strategies and keep Panderic guessing.
And they're really focused on B, which I like. You know, A's kind of clogged up. B's got a little bit more latitude, I feel like. And look, Panderic just gave up the site. Not exactly the greatest idea when Oil Rig just walks on the site and plants for free, but he's gonna catch one, doesn't. Oh no! Aim Lab is free! Snorlax, no!
Uh-oh, I'm not sure exactly what happened. Some tactical whiffs coming out, and even though they put a hailstorm of bullets downfield, it seems like they were just able to repel those. I don't know if they had magnetic vests on that sent them the other way, but Ace Rapid continued to pick him up, and now it's just dominoes falling for Panderic as Oil Rig will take another round in dominating fashion.
Man, this, I know we're only 3 rounds hot, and I don't want to get too far ahead of myself, but to me, this is an actual masterclass on how to play Bay 5. I mean, that post-plant peaks, everyone that peaked from Panderic on the site fought 2 or 3 members, and Ace was also playing off the contact with that marksman rifle. Now, they were given the site for free, but man, the post-plant was just so clean. This is some scary stuff.
Yeah, Oil Rigs is doing a good job of being really patient initially as well, and they're avoiding these early nades from Panderic. So I'd like to see maybe Panderic hold on to some of this utility just a little bit longer. You take a look at the mini-map, and you can see Oil Rig again, very patient right now, seeing if they can force Panderic to maybe get a little overzealous on defense, pressure forward, find an early pick, and they can continue to work off the back of that. But everybody been able to put kills on the board here for Oil Rig, and right now they're playing like a cohesive unit.
Looking very clean, and look at the read. I mean, hot. This is such high-level play that they put so much pressure on B the first 3 rounds. First round, go up mid, 2 push B. Now they're manipulating the whole map, and the Pandas, you know, they're trying to figure out where the heck are these Oil Rig boys hiding. I mean, they're such a good read, and I like the patient, methodical approach to pressing onto the site. A, looks like it may be the target. Now we see the bomb actually rotating past Bus towards that middle area. Going to be right by Slanted. Looks like they're moving. Not too sure where they're moving. I think they're maybe trying to get some space towards B. Shots ringing back and forth. All right, they're already through green, looks like. 3 members going to be on that back side of that parkour. No kills going down yet, but they seem so confident with such little time left. Only 40 seconds. Bakizi picking up the first kill of the round.
Fine, Snorlax. We can see Gore at the back of the site here as they look to pressure on the spray. Gore able to find Rapid, and he gets the 2K. Ace and Kakao will find 2 of their own. Back to it through V2, favoring Oil Rig at the moment. We're going to see that plant go down. Now, you can see the rotation coming in on the minimap there from Panderic. But again, they're outnumbered, outgunned at the moment. And unfortunately, it's Denny who's spotted first. Codex finds that one. That ace with the snipe puts Vetus in the dirt, and Oil Rig's looking unstoppable.
5-5-5, 3-2 on that side. Everyone contributing. And Ace running that really unique kit of the VSS with the 20 rounders mixed with that AXMC with that 3. I can't remember the caliber off the top of my head, but that AP bullet, so devastating. I mean, Ace has traded out. And when I say trade, I'm actually using it right here, Chad. He's followed up on kills on his teammates multiple times, and it just seems so deadly. I don't know if he's even gotten a kill with that VSS. I haven't quite seen enough information, but man, 4-0 right now and very convincing. Gore trying to swing the tides, as we could say, moving up into this green position, trying to get info for his team. Denny with that big opening kill.
Yeah, great pick from Denny. And again, they have that player advantage. It didn't work out for them in round 1, though. They have to make sure they're able to capitalize on these situations like this in front of them. We see Oil Rig now backing off, just kind of looking to maintain control of mid here and see if they can catch somebody on a flank and maybe find that pick to equalize the team fight here. But Oil Rig, again, even on this attacking side, has no issue eating up time off the clock. I mean, you got a minute and 10 to work with still, so why not?
Minute and 10 left. Time is ticking, and Oil Rig doesn't really care. I feel relaxed. You know, watching them, they're so relaxed. I feel relaxed over here, Hot. They're not worried about the time. Gore's in a great power position right now. If he can catch Ace without clearing, they're going to actually back up. Wow. Gets out barely. Rapid, though, coming in hot. Ooh. Could actually have a spear.
Yeah, I thought he was going to snap that one.
Yeah, I think he picked it up from his dead teammate. Really good, kind of scary, actually, enforcer with a spear. 3 members down already. 4-5. Deus coming in with the 3-piece, baby, to close out that round. Signs of life coming through for the Pandas. Everything's fine, chat. Here comes the turnaround. But this map is very heavily defensive-sided traditionally here, Hot. So I am getting very concerned that the Pandas really, really need to pick up a few more rounds here. And that's a big, big ask with how smooth Oil Rig's playing right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's nice to see Pandaric grab a round, though. You know, they've been struggling a little bit. They need to put a few rounds on the board before they switch sides here. So it could be that little spark to ignite the fire here for Pandaric. We can see if they can maybe continue to run with a bit of this momentum. But now Oil Rig looking to explode onto the B side. He finds Snorlax with ease, and Cacao popping heads here as they make their way onto the site. Gonna go around. There's one tuck to the left. I don't know if he knows it, and he does it. Gore finds him. You gotta check your angles. The plant will go down, though, and it'll be up to Pandaric for the retake.
Yeah, a rare misstep for Cacao to not check his Connors. I mean, you always check your Connors. Sveda's taking a little bit of damage from Bakisi, little shots back and forth, but time is ticking. This post plant is really hard to retake here. Codex picked out Svedas. Time is ticking. Players are dwindling. Codex takes out. Oh, no. Bakisi takes out Gore. Excuse me. No, Deus did take out another one. One member left. Denny trying to go from that forklift side. 15 seconds left. And Haunt, I don't think he can do it.
Not the ideal situation.
Goodness.
Looking for a little bit of a jump shot, and now there's a firing squad in front of Denny. He's going to fall. That Ace will look to maybe take out some teammates there for fun, but Oil Rig says, hey, I need more people to kill here. So, you know what? Whoever's left standing at the end of the round is not safe.
No, they are not safe indeed. And something I saw Ober's Tom point out in chat is that B is very, very difficult to retake post-plant. And Tom, being one of those Pandas, you know, he sees his brothers in Bamboo trying to fight for their lives against the oil spillers that are Oil Rig. And sometimes the shoes are too slick, and Oil Rig is just making this look so clean here, Haunt. I mean, very, very scary stuff. We knew this was their map pick. Snorlax says, shut up, Blue, takes out Cacao. Unfortunately, Rapid there to take out Gore on this B site. Rapid wiggling like a demon. Snorlax gets snapped on. 3 members, bombs going down here, Haunt, and things are not looking good for the Pandas.
Fettis trying to find something on the pre-fire, but they're really just playing a game of cat and mouse, absolutely toying with the emotions, and Codex finds Fettis as well. First it was Snorlax, then it was Fettis, and things unfortunately not aligning for them.
Nice.
Denny, though, with a nice snap to the dome, will put Codex in the dirt here. And with that, another opportunity for an insane 1v3 clutch. He spots him through the window, and Denny is lighting him up.
Denny, oh man, Rapido though takes out Denny from downtown from that red container outside of the site, and 6-1 and very, very convincingly here, Haunt. And I think I really like Oil's strategy because one of the players we had mentioned before the game was actually Denny. Specifically, his tool of choice is going to be this MCX, and they're just not giving him the opportunity to pop off here, Hot. I mean, I really like. I'm wondering if they understand the defense and part of their plan is to avoid him. I don't want to glean too deep into it because I don't have the information, but really a great job of staying away from the dangerous Denny with that MCX.
Yeah, I mean, you take a look at Codex, and he's really not allowing anybody to play. Already 10 kills in the bag in that double-digit mark, and now we see him, again, you mentioned it earlier, after all that B pressure, opting to go toward a Denny,
Nice.
finding the 2K, though, and this could be the opener they need to breathe their way back into it. Rabbit finds Duxes, though, and Bakizi will get Denny. Snorlax will eventually take out Rapid. Back to a 3v2, though, still favoring Pandaric, but they do have to play for the retake.
Bomb is down, but he's kind of trapped on site. Does manage to actually get off the site. Oh no, the Pandas need to lock him down. Now he's in a power position, running back and forth, but Snorlax says, not today, my friends. Fados takes out that ace, and the second round of the half going over the Pandas. 6-2 going into the half here. We're going to be swapping to defense, and the Pandas are really going to have some Pandaric plans to really push through the Oil defense, because things are not going to get any easier when now, Hot, you got to chase down the Oil Rig boys.
Yeah, I mean, at least they were able to grab a round right before halftime, maybe look to build a bit of that momentum heading forward here, but they're going to need to bring the absolute pandemonium back if they want to bring it back from Oil Rig, and I just don't know if they're going to be able to do it. Again, Oil Rig is just, they're the kings of Bay 5 at the moment, and so we'll see what Pandaric can muster up here heading into the second half, but it's certainly going to be a little bit of an uphill battle.
Definitely an uphill battle. And folks, if you're newer to the way this format works in HPL Season 3, each and every round counts. Even if you don't pick up the series, the round differential is a big, big deal the later you go into the tournament. So Pandaric, even though it's kind of unlikely at this point to really win against Oil Rig on their map of choice as one of the dominant forces, second place in HPL Season 2, dominant in every league before that, dominant in every tournament, they need to pick up as many rounds as possible here, Hawk, because long-term, it's going to be very difficult if these boys come out, only pick up 3 rounds, 4 rounds in the first game. Nice kill from Mr. Ace, though, onto Denny.
He has been a menace on the marksman class out here today. Snipes on snipes. And again, Pandaric find themselves playing at a bit of a disadvantage. Rapid's going to spot one through the smoke. Doesn't connect initially, but Keezy will get the second. They'll combine for 2. And Oil Rig continues to assert their dominance here on Bay 5.
This lineup is looking terrifying. Rapids, I would say one of my favorite players to watch, because this young man is just so damn talented, and to see him added onto the lineup of Oil Rig is just, it's really hard to deal with, Hud. I can't lie. I'm a little nervous about the teams in this league. If this is how they're looking, Ace coming through, Cacao coming through. He's running around with a marksman rifle playing an aim trainer over here, Hot. I mean, how do you shut this guy down? He hasn't gotten an ace, but he is that ace for sure.
I mean, the problem is if you shut Ace down, you still got to deal with Codex, Bakizi, Cacao, or Rapid. The problem is any single member on this team can pop off at any given moment, and they were so close last season in that second place there, and picking up Rapid, looking to go all the way here in season number 3. They're starting off the right foot here on day number 1.
Looking so darn strong here, Hot. I'm rooting for the Pandas. I want to see what they're capable of, but it's really tough. First game coming into the league against Oil Rig on their map of choice. Denny with a cheeky peeky over here. Rapid picking up the first kill of the round of Snorlax. A little bit of silence throughout the map, playing for picks. Rapid in a great position to hold down the site. I can't get over how goofy that Mags looks.
Sometimes one is just never enough. And when you want to put a couple 100 bullets down range, it's the perfect mag for you. And I mean, it's been working out great for him here thus far. They continue to work off the player advantage. Cacao, timing is everything. And Duxie's almost stepping out in front of him. We'll be able to get across, but that ace puts him in the dirt yet again. Cacao will find Svetis, and they continue to light up the Pandas.
He sees him, but it doesn't even matter, Hot. It doesn't matter. Cacao with 2 clean kills. Hits the first kill, lays prone, grabs his drink, opens up the window, lets some fresh air in, takes out the next guy. Match point here, Hot. What's the turnaround? What if you're the Pandas, what do you do? How do you escape this forest?
Yeah, I don't know. The oil riggers, you might as well call them the janitors at this point, because they are the cleanup crew themselves, and they are out here putting in work for Pandaric. It's been a tough game 1, but maybe kind of a bit expected on Bay 5. You still have a great opportunity on Skybridge, but they're not out of it just yet here in this one. It starts 1 round at a time, 1 kill at a time. We'll see what Pandaric could do. Unfortunately, it's Vetus and Snurlax who go down first. Denny will at least find one in the mix. Bakizi, Gore, plaid stripes, and the kill feed is Cacao. Unfortunately, takes out a teammate there.
That seems like the only way to shut him down. Cacao is so bloodthirsty right now, killing teammates, doesn't matter who it is. Panda's in a pretty good position to plant. I mean, he is outside the connector. Oh, man, but Cacao looking so smooth. Deus in the 1v1 now. Cacao! Oh, and he sees the shoulder. Let's go, Deus, with a big clutch for the boys. 1v2, clutches it out. Whew. A deep breath, Panda fans out there. We're live another round. Whew.
Live another round, baby. And honestly, they're playing well. Svetis is normally popping off, but just having a little bit of a struggle here today. Currently 2-9. So hopefully they're able to take a deep breath. You know, you've got teammates. Hopefully they can help you laugh it off a bit, because you can't allow that affect the mental state. You have a round to focus on here now, and Pandaric looks to work their way back in this one. We'll see if they're able to trudge through the trenches, or if Oil Rig will be able to shut it down.
Bakizi's feeling himself, getting hyper aggressive. And now Panda's kind of matching the pacing of Oil Rig at some of those slower rounds, maybe looking for info, maybe they're looking to get some picks, but I don't think it really matters to Oil Rig. They got 1 player on alley looking for that peak. Looks like 4 players going to be towards parkour B and mid. One's finally rotating back to A. They kind of sense a little danger on A. No real information for us here, folks. Let's hear a little bit of what's happening. Not much.
It's not too often that you get to hear the serenity sounds of the ambiance of Tarkov here. A little, maybe some crickets chirping, but this is about as quiet as it gets, and it's just the calm before the storm, because I can assure you there's about to be some beautiful chaos erupting out here in a few moments.
And not 1, but 2 nades in the hands of Gore and Deus. Looks like 1 nade and 1 smoke, maybe? Yep, 1 nade, 1 smoke. Deus probably going for that second smoke, pushing up onto B, but they've already got a forward position. Doesn't check his Connor, and Codex takes out Snurlax for free, but it looks like it's going to be a bait. Pushing onto A with that bomb. Looks like 1 player, probably Cacao, already here. That ace with a rare whiff. Hits the nasty shot onto the big boy, though. Puts him in the dirt, Hot.
My, oh my, he said, somebody stop me, because they are on fire, baby. Bakizi will find Gore as well. And now a game of cat and mouse. Denny in the background. Duxies finds Bakizi. Cacao onto Denny. And back and forth we go. But it's all down to Duxies. Cacao will find it. And the Oil Rig will take map number 1 on their Bay 5.
And a clean game. 12, 11, 11, 10, 9, and kills. The entire team on the same page. All hyper-performing. Unfortunately, only 3 rounds going over to the Pandas. We did expect a pretty tough game going into this game here, folks. But, man, Oil Rig looking so darn clean.
I mean, yeah, you said it perfectly. 12 kills, 11, 11, 10, 9. Everybody on the same page here. Everybody firing on all cylinders. And I actually had a lot of hope in that opening round. We saw Pandaric find the triple. You know, they get the first 3 kills. It's like a 5v2 or a 4v2, and then Oil Rig just turns it around, and they begin to run away with it.
They absolutely ran away with it, and I think there was confidence exuding from their play. It's very rare you see a team that's willing to give up more than half the round timer without moving around. There wasn't really chaos. They weren't moving erratically. It was very controlled, very methodical, very surgical here. Oil Rig look absolutely clean here. Now, going to our second map, though, folks, Skybridge. This is where I'm hoping, Hot Sauce, like you said, the monkey wrench of seeing maybe 1-2 Skybridge games at the most last season. Maybe this is Panda's secret sauce going into the second game.
Yeah, that's what I'm hoping for. You know, it could be a little wrench in the mix. Like I said, we didn't see a ton of Skybridge previously, and I feel like a lot of players don't like it as much as some of the other maps. But maybe that's just my own bias coming into play here. But I mean, Pandaric has still an opportunity to showcase the skills. You know, you can't allow that Bay 5 map to affect you. We talk about the physical aspect of these games, but the mental fortitude, the mental aspect, equally as important here. So you have to be willing to let that previous map, go from your mind. Focus on Skybridge here in front of you. Certainly, they've been executing strategies on this map, so we'll see what kind of game plan they're bringing to game number 2.
Yeah, it's gonna have to be a pretty good game plan because I'm sure Oil Rig on the other side are just as prepared for this. But there's a lot of a lot of ways you can kind of navigate around Skybridge. I think the smokes and the utility are really powerful on this map. So I want to see good smokes coming in on that A side where they block off the headshot side, as well as pass bench towards that E box side, take control of site. But the question that's going through my mind is how is Oil Rig going to play this? I'm kind of predicting this hyper aggressive defense. And that's where I think Skybridge is really unique, is Skybridge allows the players on A to really take forward ground right off rip. They can move up to that bench position. They can move up to that short sandwich position and really aggress even on the defensive side. And that's where I'm a little nervous for the Pandas because with how clean all of the killers, not one, not two, 12, 11, 11, 10, 9, everyone on Oil Rig was slamming it down. But on the flip side, Svedos having a little bit of struggle getting to find his footing in that game. I mean, he was getting so many aggressive monsters chasing him down on B. So hopefully a little bit more in his element, a little bit more warmed up. And there's a lot of fraggers on Pandaric too. They just need to figure out how to approach these hyper aggressive players that are on Oil Rig.
Yeah, and luckily it is their map pick. Unfortunately, they will be starting out on that attacking side. So for me, it's how well can you start out this game? You can't allow Pandaric to end up at a 6-2 half again, right? It's got to be much closer at that halfway point if you do want to look to take a game away from Oil Rig. I mean, they're veterans of the scene. They came to play. They've picked up Rapid, and the stars seem to be aligning it for them here today. They've certainly put in a ton of work during the offseason. So again, just because I like to see the close competitions, I'm hoping Pandaric can take at least one of these games away here on Skybridge. But after that first performance on Bay 5 and how well each and every individual was playing for Oil Rig, I'm a little bit worried. I'm getting a little sweaty over here.
It's definitely sweaty. And as you pointed out, Skybridge is going to have the Pandas attacking, and that A side, you really could take forward ground here, Hall. And I think with how confident and how clean Oil Rig have been playing, they're going to be pushing up, man. They're going to be taking so much space from Skybridge. I mean, they could nade the hole coming right off rip and put pressure if they want to, using their only one nade. And they can really take over the entire A site. And B is not an easy site to take. I mean, you need to be a little cheeky with timing. The smokes only plume so much. You can't really cut off lanes. So I'm really hoping Pandas have that secret sauce. And look, I've heard through the grapevine that they've really been putting in work on it. I've heard a lot of scrims going on, a lot of strategies, a lot of planning. And now that they have their NA alliance with previously Team Aspect, who's now has joined the Pandas, maybe there's some camaraderie going on and some communication going on between the pond, between these two sides, fixing each other's challenges, working through the strategy, sharing these great ideas. And Skybridge really could be a fun map. But I am concerned. I'm a hopeful, but I'm also, picking up Rapid, and Rapid was the bottom frag of the team. It terrifies me for how scary Oil Rig is.
I think one thing I really liked about Oil Rig as well is on the attacking side, they weren't afraid to just sit there for 35, 45 seconds. I mean, they were really working the ebb and flow nicely. We saw a couple very slow rounds to start. Then we saw a couple explosive rounds onto the B site in a row. And then we saw them work back toward the A site. And it seemed like they really kind of kept Pandaric guessing as to what they were going to do, more specifically on the attacking side. So Oil Rig looking like the team to beat at the moment. Obviously, we haven't got to see Sicario back in action yet, but certainly a great way to start off day number 1.
And a very scary way. I think they sent a message. Yeah, everyone knows, as you said, Bay 5 is Oil Rig's home. I mean, they love Bay 5. They always have loved Bay 5. But man, they're sending a message to everyone. And something you pointed out is so on point, that the slow, methodical style, the aggressive style, the reads of the defense positioning where they forced 3 heavy rounds onto B and then pivoted to A. And you could see Panderic reacting like, oh man, they're going to take B again. And Oil Rig just read them like a book and position around that A site, playing for picks. That's what scares me, Hot, is the ability to read. And they started up on defense. They're going to be starting on defense again. And man, it's just, excuse me, they're going to be starting on defense for the first time. So we will see how they play it out from a more reactionary, responsive position, as opposed to the one kind of moving the chess piece and being able to control the flow of the map. So I'm really curious to see what the Pandas have cooked up, because there are great smokes, there are great utility usages, but Scarborough is a difficult map. And as you've pointed out many times, you're not a fan of it. I'm not a big fan of it, honestly, either. It's a little bit of a stinker for me, but that's okay. You know, no judgment, no judgment here. But man, Panderic have to really manipulate the, you know, if I could use a raw analogy, last game it seemed like Oil Rig was playing chess, Panda was playing checkers. It's going to have to reverse very quickly. They're really going to have to manipulate the defense, and the reading of Oil Rig right now just seems so keen. I mean, we saw it on attack. We didn't get too much defense, but their ability to read and glean how the other team's going to play is what really concerns me going into this next map.
Yeah, you know, and even though I do talk a lot of crap about Skybridge, it's just because I'm bad on that map, if I'm being
Same.
honest. Aesthetically pleasing to the eye. I do enjoy the map. I do enjoy the way it looks. But I feel like we don't see as much action around the B side as opposed to that A side as well. So I wouldn't maybe mind seeing a few changes to the map to see if maybe there was a different way to connect around the mid area there for A and B. But yeah, I don't really know much. I just look pretty and shout at the microphone. So we'll see.
Rats on top, baby.
That's right. But I'm hoping for Panderic. They've got a lot of great guys. They've done a lot of great stuff for the community, and so I'd like to see him be able to take at least one of these games away. And I think by picking a map that some of these teams don't often play on, it could be that little bit of an upper hand they need to maybe get their own little bit of a checkmate situation going on here. So hopefully, I think the important thing for them is to open up these first couple rounds playing well. They can't afford to go down 2-0, 3-0 again. So I want to see them hopefully come out swinging and get a nice start on their side.
Yeah, and they really can. I mean, I've heard good things about them putting in work, but now you're fighting, you're coming in against one of the top dogs in the first game. So and not only is it important for this match here, Hawk, but 9-3, they're already, I don't want to get too deep into the math, but -6 +6, this is going to be very important for how these standings play out. We only have 5 days this season. It's going to go very quickly between this weekend and next weekend. So you really got to try, even if you don't pull the dub, that's okay. You got to get as many rounds as possible, because you don't want to be pummeled into the ground such that from day one, you're already struggling to survive in the 8-team standings. That's going to be happening. So a lot of pressure on Pandas, but I do have faith. I really do have faith. And Denny was one of the players who Oil Rig did a fantastic job of not giving the opportunity to pop off, because Denny is disgusting with that MCX. I mean, he really, as we saw the few times, he just slams people when he gets the chance, but Oil Rig aren't given the opportunity. So what do you do? What do you think? What's the secret sauce going into this game?
I mean, honestly, we did see a couple situations from more than one player from Panderic where the enemies weren't even looking at him, and they're just downfield, but not hitting the shot. So we got to rein that in just a little bit. Make sure we are hitting those shots. They're important. And you spoke about that round differential just a little bit ago. We look back to the last season where Sicario had 79 round differential and a 21 difference there from their place to second place. I think it was 79 to 50 actually. So I mean, they were able to get 29 plus rounds on a team like Oil Rig. So Oil Rig wants to make sure that doesn't happen this time. They're trying to pad their own round differential heading forward. There is so much talent littered throughout the entirety of this league. And now with formerly EPA 8 Sins, we talked about their performance in the qualifiers. They were 7-0 with a 43 round differential. And the next closest people were the other friendly guys who were still half of that at 6-1 with only 21 round difference. So those rounds, you said it, it's only 5 days. They can add up quickly. And if a team can put themselves out on that right foot on day 1 and day 2, it makes they can kind of go into cruise control and just play the game they want to play from then on out.
Yeah, and that's what's really concerning because day one, yeah, sure, it's only day one, but these rounds, as you said, they go quickly. And Oil Rig, with how good they looked on that map, I mean, I'm sure Panderic is talking right now, trying to figure out how to approach it, but beyond just this game, they have to pick up as many rounds as possible. It was a tough map going on to Bay 5. You're fighting Oil Rig on home territory where there's oil everywhere and they got the slick shoes. It's so difficult to maneuver when you're just sliding around everywhere. But now, Skybridge, you can be cheeky and VIP. There's a lot of good smokes for A. There's a lot, and traditionally and historically, I would say we've seen B be successful when it's a more slow, methodical, manipulative approach. When they just kind of rush onto B, it's really difficult to take. But when you're using the utility right, you're using timing, you're putting some fakes on where you have 1, 2, 3 people push onto A, bombs waiting for B, and either that B main or that heaven then rushes down. There's gonna be a lot of need for masking the true motives and the true intentions. Because I think if you're just going raw 50-50s here, and for folks, if you don't know what a 50-50 is, it just means a fight where 2 people are fighting, all things being equal. If you're just going for those 50-50s against Oil Rig, I don't think you're going to take this game. You need to use your brain. You need to outplay them. And the question is, can you, going into the second map?
Yeah, I think, and utility is going to be huge on that attacking side. Right. If you can, maybe smoke off toward headshot or E-box, look to take control from, pushing up from KFC sandwich into VIP toward Rat. A lot of times we see, Pember's kind of hunking down there near Rat, maybe toss the frag grenade that direction and look to do it very quickly so you can take control of that site. So I think utility, these smoke lines are going to be absolutely huge on a map like Skybridge, especially if you want to find a way to work your way toward B. We know the B site can be a little bit tougher on that side. So I expect to see a little more action around that A site, but I think I think utility is going to be a big difference maker here for either one of these teams.
Yeah, and as you said, I mean, I think the utility on A is fantastic, but the big monkey wrench in that is Oil Rig is more than likely going to play forward positions. I don't know how likely it's going to be that they're just sitting back on site. I think we will see a lot of hyper-aggressive defense, which is what Panderic needs to be ready for. And if the Pandas are ready for that, they can pick up an opening kill or two. Let's say a player on the attacking side or the defensive side is pushing up the bench. Another one's up towards that sandwich short. If they can cut them off, isolate them, win, maybe trade out after 1 or 2 kills, use the 2 smokes to take the site. They need to stop that forward positioning and use the utility, as you said. The utility will be, I think, the crux of this game. That's kind of how Skybridge goes, too, which is very interesting, where it's one of those maps where no utility, it makes sites so difficult to take, but with good utility, it makes it so you could really cook up some good strats. Now going into the second game of the day, baby! Let's go, Pandas!
Let's go. Time to get down and see what it do. And again, Oil Rigs, I feel like they're almost patient on offense and aggressive on defense. It's worked out for them thus far, but already in toward the VIP action. We can see Denny and Snurlax looking to methodically make their way forward. We'll hear some shots being exchanged for the time being, and there is a little bit of a 1v2 over toward that B site, maybe looking to bite over a bit of an early rotation, but it's Rapid to find the first pick on the Gore. And again, Oil Rig continues to set themselves up in this advantage. We see Svetis here near KFC, lurking in the corner, just waiting for an opportunity or for a teammate to get into position here as well. But Oil Rig, maybe trying to bait out some of them shots.
Baiting out shots, but oh no. We talked about hyper-aggression before this game. Bakizi, they know, but it doesn't really matter. Day is taken out by Bakizi. 3 members against 5. Bomb down. Pressure's on. And we were talking about the aggression here, Hot. The aggressive positioning out of this team. Sure, they're not too far, but now you see that one player push up the sandwich. Rapido, Cacao takes out one. Doesn't check his counters. Rapido actually loses that fight. I don't know if that was a little bit of whippage or a little bit tanking, but that's okay. Ace does manage to trade him out very quickly from downtown. Codex with the disgusting 300 blackout MCX with that AP CBJ mag, just slamming it down. And a team ace going into that first round.
And almost a flawless round as well. Oil Rig only dropping a single member in that fight. So again, now you start to worry a little bit. Hopefully it was just a first round fluke, but it doesn't appear to be so with the way the Oil Rigs have been playing today. So Panderic needs to find a way to put some rounds on the board early. We talked about not allowing Oil Rig to go up by too much here in the first half, and already Oil Rig starting off on that strong foot. Codex made over the top here as well, and won't find its mark just yet, but we do see him being patient here for the time being. And after an explosive first round, we see things slow down just a bit here, Blue.
Slowing down indeed, and Rapid in the rats on top rat spot on that A site. Good smoke coming out. And, you mentioned the utility for the attacking side, but I really like this defensive smoke. But we see that player tippy-toeing through that VIP. I like the backwards positioning on Panderic, but what I don't like is how aggressive Oil Rig is taking advantage of it. I mean, they've taken control of Rat. Codex at that bench position we talked about before the game. And this is a really powerful position. I mean, Codex with that MCX can kill any member of the team. Danny with a big, big opening kill here, Hawk. Very, very clean. Nice kill on the Codex. Is it enough, though? Cacao does manage to take him down in that VIP. Bakizi likely calling that they're coming to B, though. Going to be sitting in that B3 position on site. Shots ringing out. It seems like they know he's here, but Snurlax going to be pre-firing. Oh, man, Snurlax with that SR3M. SB6 slams him down. Ace does manage to take out one. Snurlax takes out Cacao. Svedos takes out Rapid. 3v1 situation. They know where Ace is. Ace did kill one. Bombs getting planted. Signs of life emerging, and the Panas are ready to play, Hot.
And this is exactly what we want to see. Panderic able to answer back, and now they'll get the exact intel here on that Ace as he fires a couple shots downfield, looks to rotate over, will be spotted here. The spray low, and he's going to find Snurlax. From a 3v1 to a 2v1, we've seen Oil Rig with some crazy clutches, but Duxie says, not today, baby. Puts him in the dirt for a free nap underground, and with that, Panderic will begin to reel it back, all tied up 1-1.
Man, oh man. And we spoke about this before the game, Hot Sauce. You're not going to win the brutality fights against Oil Rig. You need to outplay them. And that was a great, great pivot. They read the defense. They managed to have that player push up through VIP, does kill one, and then get traded out immediately. But it put enough pressure on the A site that those 2-3 forward position players were kind of a little behind on the rotation. And bam, they slammed onto B. Bakizi does get pre-fired by Snurlax. It seems like as they got on the site, they did see his positioning. So Snurlax doing a great job of this. So 3 picking it up. Oh man, Rapid going a little crazy. Danny taking shots to the dome, but doesn't go down. And Rapid says, go to sleep, Danny.
Yeah, I mean, the playground it is dance floor, and the dance floor is your face at that point. My man pulling out all the moves over here. Duxie spots one on the jump over. Rapid spots him as well. The pre-fire comes out, but not able to hit the mark just yet. They'll continue to put some bullets downfield here, and now they're going to back off a bit, trying to decide what exactly they want to do. We can see on the minimap a couple around KFC. Rapid comes in, but it's Duxies with a beautiful 2K. The spray transfer is there, and now Panderic looking good here in these opening rounds.
Whew. Take it. Look, the smokes you were talking about, Hawk, coming in clean. Bomb is on site, going to be getting planted. I'm not sure if they actually have the nade, and 2 members are down. Bomb is planted. Panda's looking great on Skybridge. I love this. I don't have anything but good things to say. Panda looking clean. Ace looks like he's throwing some kind of utility. Looks like the flashbang's coming out. Does manage to take out one. Takes out 2. Svedos. Bucky's. Does manage to take him down, but Gore getting gory. Baking Bakizi into the ground. And man, oh man, the Pandas taking the lead, baby. 2-1 already on their map pick. I love this, Hot. I'm pumped now. Let's go, Pandas. No bias here, folks. Just want to see a great game, and the Pandas are showing life, baby. I love it.
As my boy Blue would say, they playing with the violence, baby. They playing with the violence here, and that's what Panderic needs. They've taken the lead for the first time here today, and now they need to run with it. They need to put as many on the board as they can because Oil Rig is just a dangerous squad with 5 raid bosses on the roster here. Panderic, though, going to slow things down just a little bit. You take a look at the mini-map, though, and Oil Rigs are sending 2 on a long lurking flank here from B.
And Buckeasy already taken out one. I might have been, if I'm not mistaken, Buckeasy is one of those players pushing up on that flank. Yep. Takes a look at the body. He's like, yep, he's dead. Yep, I did that. Wait, no, I didn't. Buckeasy did that. Jokes aside, though, folks, really aggressive positioning coming out of Oil Rig. Buckeasy, ooh, taking a lot of damage, but does get out with his life here, Hot. Very, very aggressive, as we predicted, but Panda doing a great job of kind of thwarting the total aggression that we expected.
Yeah, unfortunately, because of that flank there from Oil Rigs, they're really tucked into a tough position here, and we can see how much space they've taken on the A side as well, but Rapid here near that rat spot has to be careful. The pincer play coming in. Rapid will find one. Denny, though, quick to eventually get that trade. The player advantage still favoring Oil Rig at the moment here as we see Denny back there in VIP. The rest kind of toward that KFC area, but that long flank now is eventually coming into play. You can see Codex in the background slowly inching forward, and this could be absolutely huge here for the Oil Rigs.
Whew. Taken out too, but bombs getting planted. I love this from the Pandas, but the flank from Cacao, man, the sauce. He's saucing him up with the sauce. Svedos gets taken out by Codex. They do get the plan here, Hot, but just the aggression and the confidence of this Oil Rig team to take that B push, take over Heaven, take over B main, and continue to push. I like the fact that Buckeasy took damage, rotated back to B, but you had that second player playing the flank, which maybe they didn't predict, goes all the way around past that escalator, up KFC stairs, takes out two, and a clean round from the Oil Rig.
Yeah, you almost need someone kind of watching that flank, or maybe even just an individual over there for that early presence to, maybe make them think that you're considering B, but we didn't really see that from Panderic. They were playing back. It allowed Oil Rig to push all the way up B. We saw Buckeasy find that early pick, but now it looks like they're looking for an explosive round toward B. There's only one member from Oil Rig on this site, so they could have some success over here as Buckeasy steps out into a firing squad and says, oh, wait a second. Back inside we go. Hope snap to the dome of Snurlex, and he continues to pop the heads of Panderic.
Yeah, the Pandas are popping, as you said. One goes down, two not enough for Codex, but that's okay. The pressure's on, and they're all together. I mean, this is such a horrible position for the Pandas, and they're just running them down. Oh, this is what I'm worried about with this team. They're the defensive team, and they're running them down.
I mean, if this continues, we're going to have to put the Panda on the endangered species list once more, because that was an absolute slaughterhouse from Oil Rig. But I mean, we saw Panderic with a nice start, and ultimately they haven't allowed Oil Rig that 6-2 that we saw in the first half, right? So they just need to continue to put a couple rounds on the board before they switch halves here. Hopefully they can get to that magic 4 number, but it seems like Oil Rigs has found a little crack in the code, so to speak, and a way to kind of pick apart Panderic on this on their attacking side.
Whew. I like this aggression coming out of this team right now. Buckeasy alone on the site. One's rotating towards that B connector very quickly, but the pressure's on. I think they already spotted him too. Again, it seems to be... No, Svedos is clearing. Okay, maybe they don't know where he is. Maybe just good free fire coming out of Svedos, trying to read where Buckeasy's playing, but unfortunately, a little bit too much time given here. One player on blue ramp, two going to be inside of that U-turn. Oh, man. And 3 members just flop over. The Pandas looking to chew down what they can, but Deus in no position to win this round, and a clean 5-0 alive, picking up the 4th round, and very, very, very aggressively and distinct.
Yeah, I mean, a flawless round is absolutely huge, especially when they're starting out with only 1 member on that B site. And so Buckeasy's just been an absolute juggernaut over there. He's able to lock down the site. He gets the early intel. He falls into good positioning, plays the angles, and just continues to make smart decisions. The game and situational awareness from Oil Rig right now is absolutely top-notch. So we'll see if Panderic can begin to ring it back in. If not, they could potentially be looking at another 6-2 half, which unfortunately would be devastating.
Whew. I mean, they came out looking so darn good in the first 3 rounds, but oh, nice opening kill onto Cacao. I mean, they did look so clean, but Oil Rig just turned up the aggression. I think that's really the difference here that I'm seeing, Hot, is Oil Rig don't really care that they lost 2 rounds. They just play their game. They push up, they take forward ground. Rapid trying to play the wiggle game, but you can't wiggle your way away from Deus. 3 members left on the defense. Let's see them smokes come out here hot. I want to see respect given. Take control of the site. Don't go for these goofy fights. And there's one pluming that might be defensive, though. There's the first smoke coming out for the attackers. Wait for it to plume before you push, boys. Take your time. They need this round here hot. Like you said, every round is critical. And I love the pivot. Now, can they cut up the rotation? Though so much shots go back and forth. Codex does kill the one player who's holding A still, but bombs rotating out. The question now is, do they? Yeah, they have control of sight. They're going to have to rotate the tunnel and through B connector. Codex, no schlump here. He's going to read this play, I bet. Oh, he's not. I was wrong. Check your Connors.
Check your Connors. And I mean, this is great from Panderic, though. They pushed all the way up into that position before that rotation even came into the play. They said, hey, we have control of the B site. We've got control of the rotation, so it's safe to come this way, and that's exactly what we see. But Keezy shows great awareness, had an idea that someone could be there, but unfortunately doesn't check far enough and will be spotted. That ace, though, from behind has an opportunity, but Snurlax will find the headshot here, and now it all comes down to Keezy. Can he make it look easy, baby? As he pressures onto the side, he's got to get through 4 members, and he's only got about 20 seconds left to do it as well. So it seems like the odds are stacked against him.
Even the chef himself can't cook this hard here. No knock on Keezy, just an impossible position here, Hot. There's no time. Even if he kills all 4, there's just such a great play coming out of Panderic. I love the pivot. I love the confidence. They take 2 out, and such a good play. I mean, really, Hot. That was such a fantastic rotation by them to put pressure, know that all 3 players were there. They forced the smokes, and time again, the Panda is starting to glean how Oil Rig are playing this hyper-aggressive defense, and they actually really outplayed them there. A really great read from the shot caller, whoever called for the pivot.
Yeah, I mean, they go at risk from another 6-2 to now look at a potential 4-4 before halftime here. And so Panderic really doing what they need to do here to look to take a game away from Oil Rig, but Rapid is right back at it, baby. Living life in the fast lane. It'll surely make you lose your mind, but not for the Oil Rigs as they continue to dominate here on Skybridge.
Whew, man. All these players are just so crazy, but the aggression and the confidence, because, you know, I keep saying aggression here, Hot. I hear myself saying aggression too much, and what I'm really saying is confidence. I mean, Rapid is just feeling himself. Bakizi, Codex, Cacao, that is, they're taking space, they're taking names, they're chewing bubble gum, they're kicking booties, and they're feeling themselves. They really, despite how close the game is, they're playing so clean. Oh, look at that peek, though. Look at the flick from Rapid. Gonna get double team, but doesn't matter. Rapid manages to win the 1v1 with Denny. 2 members left for the Pandas. And unless a miracle happens here, Hot, I don't think there's enough sauce in the hot gun to take out the 5 members in the 2v5. I don't want to knock the Pandas. I don't want to say they can't do it, but you got 5 monsters alive, and they're all pretty much healthy.
I mean, if they grew mustaches, I think maybe they could do it. But yeah, a 5v2 without a mustache is a very tough situation to be in. Snurlax, though, has an idea on some intel, maybe heard some of the audio cues here as well. And so we'll begin to pressure forward. Now, they're going to hear Snurlax running above as well. And so most likely going to be, oh, except for the Vulcan. That's the only one devastating thing is you can't hear as well. Gore, Cacao, both finding picks as Codex will eventually find Snurlax. And with that, Oil Rig will grab another round.
5-3, and you know what, as you pointed out, much better going into this. And traditionally, Skybridge is pretty defensive sided because the attackers really have to control the flow of the map with the utility, as you pointed out before the game. So Pandas are in a good position here, Hot. I'm feeling good. If I'm a Panda, I'm feeling pretty good about the way this forest is growing out. You know, the bamboo, it hasn't been 80 years yet. It hasn't fully grown, but it's getting there, baby. It's getting there.
It's getting there slowly but surely. We always say it, 1 kill at a time, 1 round at a time can lead to 1 game at a time. And that is the case here for Panderic as we've swapped sides. They are at a bit of a disadvantage. They've got 2 rounds to overcome just to tie it up here if they look to close things out. And right now, it looks like they're opting to go with that 3-2 split. Oil Rig headed toward the A site, though. All right. Slowing things down just a bit. A little bit of patience here from Svetis and crew as we see Oil Rig. They've time and time again shown great patience on the attacking side of things, and that's exactly what we see here. Denny steps out, spots one, and now will opt to break out the nade here as well. And so they have spotted the oil riggers, trying to pressure into the site here. Unfortunately, they've got some smokes to pressure through. They're going to go ahead and stampede on through, but Cacao finds not one, but two, and the double there. Looking to plant the devices. Gore will find Bakizi. Denny able to find a pick of their own on the Rapid, and now Panderic looking to come back in this. They're going to deny the plant here and find the pick on the Codex as well. Back to a 2v2 as Panderic causing what? Wait for it yet again. That's right. Pandemonium, baby. And now they just need two more. Hey, welcome back, Blue.
Oh, shoot. I sit down to Pandemonium, baby. Let's go. The Pandas chopping on through the oil rig. Man, oh man, 25 seconds left on the clock. Tick-tock, no bomb, no round. And the Pandas pick up a fourth round, 1 round differential from tying things up here, Hot. I am so pumped. I cannot stress enough, folks, how awesome it is to see Panderic put in the work, go through challenging leagues, and kick some serious butt today, because this is what happens when you survive the EU HPL leagues. You persevere, you press through the tough losses, and to push Oil Rig like they are, I mean, they're not in the lead here, Hawk, but it's just so awesome to see. I am so hyped for the Pandas.
Yeah, I mean, they were popping off. I actually thought they had denied the plant last round, but the plant did go down, so I stand corrected. But nonetheless, they were able to capture that round, and now they're just one away from tying it up. We talked about this map being a little bit more defensive, so if they can tie it up, they're certainly going to see that momentum, that confidence shift to the favor of Panderic here. But right now, we take a look at Cacao from the KFC trying to set up a nade. Unfortunately, that ace is going to fall to Denny here as well. Now, they are going to get an early plant, but again, on that mini map, we do see a big flank coming in for Panderic here as well. Slowly but surely, Cacao into the smoke here. Being patient, waiting for it to dissipate. Last time we saw Panderic just opt to pressure on through, and that's what they do again. Unfortunately, they don't check the corner. Cacao finds one. Codex takes out his teammate as Bakizi gets another. And now that two-man flank coming in from behind, but Rapid is waiting. And just like that, baby, pumping heads and getting bread for the 2K.
And Rapid is just so clean with it. I mean, Rapid picking up those 2 kills, but Hot, pretty much every single round, Rapid has the ability to pick up someone else's gun. He does, and it's such a smart play. SP6, you know, he's going from that sauce, which I think is, what, 33 or less, maybe even less penetration, to an SP6 with 60 flesh damage, 48 pen, if I remember correctly off the top of my head, with that 9x39, blasting bullets so rapidly. Man, this team's looking clean.
He said, brrr, break out the choppers, baby. Choppers on deck. And Codex ready to flex as he finds Duxie in an opening pick here as well. And Oil Rig now finding their stride once more. They stumbled a bit over those middle rounds, but it seems like they found their way here again. And there's that ace on that marksman. I think he spotted him looking to swing out the flick for the jump over, and that just missed by the hair on his chinny chin chin.
Oh, man, but make no mistake, they're going to huff. And they're going to put, never mind, Panda said, shut up, Blue. Takes out Bakizi. No blowing down the doors just yet. The 3 little pigs are safe, but can they withstand? Now, are they reading this little flank? I think they might hear Sterlex rotating back, and that's a great, I love that from Sterlex. He hears them above them, and rather than pushing through, he rotates back, respects his opponent, and that's exactly what you need to do against a team like Oil Rig. Don't disrespect him. Play for power positions, but don't disrespect him, and that's exactly what he does. Now, the challenge is, though, he rotated a little too much, and now the B-Blast is coming on through, Hot.
Yeah, Oil Rig said, you better throw some respect on our name, baby. And with that, Rapid pressing forward on this Enforcer class. He's been a menace out here today as well. And the pre-fire, the snap to the dome sends Snorlax home. Rapid is hitting the shots. He'll peek back out. Can't quite connect with that one. Pops a couple hip fires here as well and buys a little time as the plant does go down. Cacao. Now the battle of the Enforcers, and Svetis will fall. Rapid stands tall, and Codex will collect another kill. Oil Rig is on an absolute tear.
Picking up that 3-round differential. And man, the plays from Rapid, slams down one, puts down pressure on both, and then he has a teammate on site that holds his cross. So he's baiting them both in, both trying to fight him, and then he just wins that 1v1. We saw his opponent trying to ADS. I can't remember off the top of my head who he was, but you see Rapid just confident with the hip fire, takes it home, and man, Oil Rig really turning it up to another degree here.
Yeah, you know, they were at risk there for a moment, it felt like. Panderic was certainly coming back, but Oil Rig just buckled down. They addressed the game plan. They've been able to adapt and now looking to overcome as well. We'll hear an exchange of bullets being thrown in both directions. No real damage being done just yet, and Or will continue to look around on this flank. Has to be careful. There is one above here rotating back toward them as well, and I'm sure he's going to hear that audio cue, but you got to be careful in the rat spot because there's one way to flush out a rat, and that's with a nade, baby.
Absolutely. Oh, man. Rats on top except for grenades. Oh, and they actually did get the plant. I thought he killed the planter. 2 members down for Pandas. So much beefiness. Rapid didn't even take much damage. I don't know what happened there, Hot. I'm gonna throw a question mark over that one, and that ace sends home the ace shot down. 1-tap mystery man. 8-4 match point for Oil Rig, and it's, you know, the Pandas, they've shown such good signs of life, such good strategies, but the Oil Riggers are just so powerful right now.
Yeah, and honestly, there was probably 1 or 2 rounds that could have gone either way, but unfortunately,
Right.
Panderic has had a few issues with some of those whiffs here today, and so unfortunately, sometimes you just got to take a deep breath and reset. Luckily, you know, there's 5 solid days of the HPL Season 3 action, so if you stumble a little bit in day 1, there's always room to make it up, but every round isn't crucial. We talked about those round differentials, and Codex already chopping them down. Finds the 2K. Gore will pick up on Cacao, and right back and forth we go.
Back and forth, and I love the aggression, and you know, I'm listening to you talk, and I want to see how much I love the aggression until Codex closes the book on 2 of them so quickly. Sure, 1 falls, but smokes are pluming. Gore's feeling himself. I like this from Gore. Gore with the pre-fire, though. Rapid didn't know he was there. He misses the shots, and then Ace blasts Snorlax chest off the planet, and Oil Rig closing out the game 9-4 for our first series of the day here, Hot. And again, most of the team popping off 15, 13, 11, 10, and 6. And this map does not favor the marksman, and Ace still picking up crucial kills for his team. Rapid MVP.
They get 6 rounds in the first one, 5 in this one for a +11 just through this first series, and it'll make things a little bit interesting when we see that number 1 and number 2 winners from the previous season go head-to-head a little bit later today, Blue. But already one exciting series done and dusted, and we've got a couple more for them on the day here.
Couple more on the day, and you know, Oil Rig looks so strong, Hot. You know, we expected this going into the series, but you know, I don't have a hat on, but hats off to Panderic. I mean, y'all should be extremely proud for the performance, the pivots, the reads, the confidence. You know, some things can be fixed, some things can't. And here I see a confident group of lads that really put their all in today. You fought Bakisi and the boys on their most dominant map, probably the most dominant team on one map that we've seen in Arena across the series of tournaments and the history of Arena so far. And yet on their map picked really great reads and a lot of confidence, you know, and as you said, there were close rounds here, Hot. And, you know, those are things, the mechanical challenges, that's things you can fix out of game. But the confidence is something that takes a long time to garner. And I love the confidence coming out of Panda today. Really, really great job.
Yeah, absolutely. And honestly, for me, I think the thing I really like about Oil Rig is they're not afraid to be overly aggressive on defense, and they're not afraid to wait for like the eternity on offense. They will literally just sit there until the last 20, 30 seconds. And so I think it kind of keeps the other team guessing and really kind of throws a wrench in the mix. So I like their ability to adapt and switch up from round to round and really change that play style. So again, you couldn't ask for a better series to start off the day, but I know we got a couple more coming up here in just a few moments. So with that being said, guys, we do need to take a short break to get these players loaded into the lobby, but don't go too far because when we come back, we've got more Tarkov Arena action. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the HPL season number 3. It's Hot Sauce and your boy Blue bringing you all the action here today. One exciting series done and dusted. We got the other friendly guys taking on Ancestral here in just a few moments. How we feeling about this second matchup, Blue?
Before we get to that second matchup, chat, can we just talk about how awesome Hot Sauce's Dia de los Muertos shirt is? Like, I'm the normal this shirt, man, bro. I gotta give it up to you, bro. That shirt is fire. But focusing back.
I just want to say though, we didn't plan this. I mean, they almost match, right? Like we didn't
It
actually
is
call each
kinda
other up
wild.
and be like twinsies, but you know, you are equally as handsome, my friend. So I can't take all the sunlight over here.
Oh, jeez. You're going to make me blush, even though I'm already blushing. But focusing in for a second here, folks. Looking at the teams and the matchup coming up here, Oil. Those other friendly guys coming up against Ancestral. If we could get a look at the lineup here for, the matches here today, folks. The ones with the green dots are going to be the ones that are going to be broadcasted today. Going to be having TFG going up against Sicario. I believe Hot Sauce Sicario won pretty hefty today, if I'm not mistaken, for the first game off. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think it was 9-5 in the first one and then 9-0 on the second one. So Sicario, back to Sicario things, it would appear.
Yep. I mean, they were number 1 in the last season for a reason, and looks like they're continuing down that path. Oil Rig, same thing, folks. If you're just tuning in, Oil Rig picking up a 9-3 and I believe 9-4 victory on the second map. So Oil Rig and Sicario continuing that pattern. Now focusing in. Unfortunately, we're not going to get to see 8 Sins going up against Dakota. That's going to be our offline match. But we are going to see those other friendly guys going up against Ancestral. Ancestral, one of the teams that was in the previous league, but the other friendly guy is going to be a newer team coming in here. And these lineups are looking pretty spicy here, Mr. Hot Sauce.
Yeah, for the other friendly guys, we've got Undead, SNX hiding, Mr. Krabs, and those, of course, your substitute players, Brand 1 and Propus there. And, of course, they've opted to go with Bolt for their map pick to start things off here, Blue.
Yeah, and Bowl, I really love Bowl. It's a very fluid map at times and very chaotic at other times. And a lot of utility usage is going to be kind of like that Skybridge, where utility is the name of the game here. You could play slow, you could play fast, but those smokes plume and they can cover over the generator. They can cut over that headshot area and really take control of A. And the same thing on that B side. You could take control of the tunnel side as well as that, underhang. I don't know the call out quite yet, but that underhang that cuts between the B site and towards that B plat going along the helicopter. Now for the second map here, Ancestral going to be having a lineup of Selfish, Kofinas, Yesmas, J4, and Geistras with Ocean GG. Excuse me with
Ocean.
the pronunciation. Ocean. What
I
he
thought
said.
I thought it was Ocean, but I was corrected. I believe it's Oshan.
Ashin. Ooh, I like that. Ancestral, you guys get the dub for the names. I love the names, but I digress. Bay 5 going to be the Ancestral pick, so we're going to get back to the chaos here, and kind of a little bit of a parallel from our first game here, where Bowl, again, Hot Sauce, I think this is a map that's really heavily driven by utility. And when you think of utility, you think of preparation. I have not had the pleasure of watching the other friendly guys yet, but based on our standings in the qualifiers, the offline qualifiers that unfortunately we didn't get to watch here, folks, they were our second place team and pretty convincingly here. Ancestral, one of the returning things from HPL season 2, and they've got a lot of proof here too with a lot of great players. I mean, everyone across the board here could pop off hot. So I think we've got 2 more bangers on our hands here.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, they were able to take three games out of the 7 in their qualifiers. They were able to just sneak in there in that 6th position. The other friendly guys were 6-1, only losing to 8 Sins. So on paper, it looks like it might favor the other friendly guys slightly. But as we know, and as they say, any given Sunday, once that action starts popping off and you get hit in the mouth, that paper gets thrown out the window.
Yeah, and it's such a good way to put it. Everyone's a tough guy till you get punched in the face.
That's right.
It's going to be very interesting. Now, that's a great point you put out, though, Hot, that 6-1 versus squeaking by in that 6th place. That's going to be, a lot of onus. And obviously, if they fought, there's a good chance. Well, actually, as you said, 8 Sins being the only team to take out the other friendly guys. So Ancestral already taking a loss in the qualifiers to them, going to have a lot to prove to themselves as well as us. But there's so much gaming to go. There's so much in the standings. And all these players are very good. I mean, Yashma, Selfish, Kavinus, all these players on Ancestral have the ability to pop off. Now, I won't lie, I'm not as familiar with the other friendly guys, but I don't know everything. I don't know everybody. That's okay. So I'm really excited to see what this team brings today, especially with Bowl, because Bowl is like Skybridge to me, Hot. Utility is king. Strategy is king. It's about manipulating the movement of the other team. So I want to see some real great cookage. Now, Hot, I don't recall, is going to be are the other friendly guys going to be starting on attack here?
Let me just take a quick look here. I got the sheet pulled up. So it looks like starting out on Bowl, the other friendly guys will be attacking first, and Setru will start out on defense there. So, and honestly, I think it's going to be important for both of these teams to win their own map pick. Now, for the other friendly guys, Mr. Krabs, Undead, those are certainly two names that I recognize. The other three members I'm not as familiar with, but performing so well in the qualifiers makes me think that this is another one of these stacked teams out here.
Yeah, very stacked teams. I mean, only taking an L to the good old 8 Sins, previously EPA, previously. No, I'm only kidding. But this team, has been through so many iterations, and they're still dominant going into the qualifiers. So to take an L from them really isn't that concerning to me going into this match. And as you said, Mr. Krabs is a name I know, absolutely monstrous player from the EU region. Really, really clutch, really smart, great personality, handsome. Well, we could go on, but, both these lineups, there's so much gaming to be had here, Hall. And that's what I love about today's matchups is there's so many different, power team versus weaker team. And then, these teams that are from the qualifiers that are both looking to prove themselves today. And there's a lot to prove today. I mean, as we've seen, Sicario and Oil Rig coming out swinging on the day already, picking up a bunch of rounds. So these teams, the pressure's already on here, Hall. The pressure is on to really take, as you said, the map pick and take as many rounds as possible on this day one.
Yeah, day one's huge. It gives you an opportunity to kind of separate yourself from the pack. And obviously, we're going to end up at the end of the day here with Oil Rig versus Sicario. Now, I think Oil Rig got plus 11 in their first round differential. I think Sicario got plus 13. So it's an opportunity for one of those two teams to close the gap on themselves. But for Ancestral, they're looking to bounce back after that rough go last season. For the other friendly guys, they're now looking to make a new statement on the scene here and even toppled the friendly guys, the original, the OG friendly guys in those qualifiers. So I'm really excited to see what they've got to offer here on the scene as it continues to grow. We continue to find, more teams entering these. And so, again, I'm just happy to be buckled in and along for the exciting ride.
And it is an exciting ride indeed. And the irony, I mean, I can't get over that the friendly guys, they're new comrades, they're new lads that they led to victory, unfortunately took a victory from them. I mean, poetic justice right there. But I digress. Going into this game, the Ancestral, as you said, barely squeaking through in the qualifiers. So, going up if we're looking at the placements from the qualifiers, folks, we can't bring that up for you, but second place versus sixth place, which is, just on that line of not making it. So Ancestral's going to be feeling the pressure here, Hot. So I want to see how good, OFG is going to look on this attacking side. And I'm confident in them. I really am, because I know how skilled and prepared TFG is, so OFG should be pretty prepared as well. I'm sure they're working together. I'm sure there's some camaraderie, and having 10 brains is way better than having 5, I would say. So, and we know who's in the background. No spoilers, but we know who's in the background of those teams with all of his wisdom. So I'm excited to see how this plays out.
Yeah, honestly, and they could be scrimming each other as well. So,
Right.
it's like, have you heard of those friendly guys? Yeah, but have you seen the other friendly guys? Those guys are on fire, bro. And so, they got the wisdom yapping back there and leading them maybe in the right direction. But interesting enough, those friendly guys, they ended up 4th in the qualifier with a plus 7 round differential, and they were beat out by Panderic, who had a -1 round differential, but they had the same records, which must mean that Pandaric beat them in their showing. So
Right.
it just goes to show you as time goes on, a lot of these teams are getting closer and closer in skill. And so I love to see this competition just growing.
The competition just growing, and I want to, I'm curious to see what kind of strategies they cooked up, because traditionally, I was gonna say Bay 5 Bowl is one of those maps that's very slow most of the time, very methodical kind of play, where similar to Skybridge, there's a lot of time given up in rounds for these smokes to plume. There's multiple great grenades that you could see coming out of the attacking side. And the ability for the defense to really aggress is much more limited than a map like Skybridge. You don't have that forward advance like you do on Skybridge. So it really puts the pressure on the defense, but it also forces the attackers to really take control. It's not as aggressive for the defense, but you really have to take control of the sites. And there's such good smokes on this map. Again, headshot and generator lane could be cut off on the A side. On the B side, you have that underhang and the tunnel that could be completely shut off with smokes. Really isolate one player. You push up apartments, you get on that second floor, and they're going to be ramped. They're going to be on site. They're going to be at van a little bit closer to 90, or they're going to be up in apartments with you. And that's it. Like, you really are isolating 3-4 clearings before you could take control of B. So a little bit of bias here coming from me, Hawk, but I think B is a better site that's much, much underutilized by these teams, because the smokes are so powerful. Like, you really could take such control, and you could be so darn aggressive and just blast through the apartments, blast past the van, and force the quick fights, trade out quickly, and plant that bomb within 30 seconds here on this bowl. A is traditional, but I'm not a big fan, honestly. I'm a big fan of B.
Okay, well, you heard it here first. We got some more wisdom. We don't need crack for all the wisdom. We got Blue here today to dish out a bit of his own. He said he's gonna But I agree. I think A is a little more traditional, a little more comfortable for teams. The lineups over there may be a little more well known. But I think when something becomes traditional or comfortable, is all the more reason to swap it up and make that other site the more traditional site for you. Whereas teams often set up with 3 or 4 toward that A site on defense, and they only leave 1 or 2 toward B because it isn't hit as much. But I guess as they say, time will tell. But for those of you hanging out in chat, or maybe you're just joining us as well, we're into our second series of the day. And maybe you're not participating in the games today, but you still have a chance to win some arena keys. We're going to be doing a giveaway here in just a little bit after this first series and in between the next one as well. So make sure you guys stick around, because you do need to be in chat to claim that prize.
Do need to be in chat. Be ready. In between our first and second game, it is coming. Now, Hot, put you on the spot again. Predictions. I put you on the spot last time. What do you think going into this next series? How you feeling? The other friendly guy's going to come in swinging and put down the ancestral, long-standing Titans from the past?
Yeah,
Or is-
I hate to make I hate to make people dislike me all more than they already do. Because the guys in Ancestral are insanely talented, and I certainly don't want to take anything away from them. But I just got a feeling, and I don't know what it. I got a feeling, but that the other friendly guys. Yes, thank you, baby. That the other friendly guys are going to be able to take this one. I think that Bowl certainly favors them a bit, just on what I've seen behind the scenes, and they're always seem to be practicing and playing Bowl. And so I'm going to have to lean toward the other friendly guys on this one, especially since they took out those friendly guys as well.
Yeah, that's kind of scary, I don't want to call one team the main team, the other team, but when you take out the OGs, if we could say that, it's kind of scary for the rest of the teams. And as you said, Ancestry, did kind of struggle to find their footing, and you're fighting OFG on their map pick. So I agree. I think going into this one, OFG definitely have a little bit of pressure already on them, because they've already beaten Ancestral. And I don't know the maps they played off the top of my head. But knowing that you came into this and this team already beat you in the qualifier, it does put a lot of pressure onto them. Sure, you are putting OFG on the attacking side, where, they have to kind of calculate and maneuver through your map. But Bowl is the kind of map that I think, if the attackers are well prepared, it's heavily attacker-sided. So I agree. You know, and again, folks, we're not trying to knock anybody. It's all for fun. We're just making some goofy predictions. And here we go. Those are the friendly guys moving on down towards A. Actually, I spoke too soon. Looks like the pivot.
Hey, you know, they like to keep the opponents and us guessing. So anytime you can bamboozle the casters already, you're off to a good start here. As you see the other friendly guys just displaying a bit of patience here. It seemed to work out for Oil Rig in their opening on the attacking side. So Mr. Krabs tucked back here as well. We can see Ancestral on the other side beginning to linger their way out. I thought maybe he was going to step into the cross here, but so far no real action happened. We do hear some nades ringing out and a little bit of damage being done, but no deaths just yet.
And this is a great position coming. Oh, Krabs doesn't pick up the kill, but does get the info. Manages to aggress and actually close it out on Geistras. Smash does pick up Undead. 1-1 taken out so far. 4-4 even on the score line. Krabs, that helmet coming through. We see that head ringing, pushing on the site. Bomb is down, but we see those smokes plumed already. Oh, but the smoke wasn't exactly on point. And Yeshmas takes out not one, but two from TOFG. Bomb down in a really bad position here, Hot. Hiding takes out Yeshmas, but J4 takes out Mr. Krabs on the flank. Now we got a 1v3 with Hiding. Shots, a little bit of shakiness in the aim.
Trying to dip,
And he's
duck,
hurting.
dodge, and dive to get out of there as he's found a pick, but a ton of damage has been done, and Selfish, excuse me, will find that pick. But, you know, I should have, before I made my prediction, I should have started with, if there's one thing I'm good at, it's being wrong. And that's what Ancestral is looking to prove here today. Prove me wrong, as they got a nice opening round to start things off.
Man, good round coming out of them. I like the initial play from TOFG, playing a little bit more back, playing for picks. But whatever happened on A happened very quickly, and this smokes, you know, Hot. We talk about utility. Unfortunately, utility wasn't properly positioned, and that's one of the tricky things. Sometimes these smokes like to, you know, gloss along the grass and don't always end up exactly where you need. So we saw Yeshmas take advantage of that peak on that right side and take out not one, but two players. Now Yeshmas, once again, through his POV, going to have that 5.5A1 scout here, folks. Very traditional M4, super clean, very good recoil on this 5.56 by 45 weapon. And it's a pounder. I mean, the M4 is so clean on back-to-back kills. Very, very scary weapon. Now the smoke coming through again. Hopefully it actually blocks it out. But Yeshmas again, playing. I can't talk. Pushing through the smoke, and he takes out one. Selfish with a nice nade.
I mean, he was playing and praying for the kill. Able to find a couple undead. We'll get Yesmas here, though, to look to reel it back just a bit. The player advantage still favoring Ancestral at the moment. We do see that device being planted, though, over toward the site here. And so with that, it'll be up to Ancestral to find this retake. Kofanas and crew beginning to rotate around. And right now, it's up to them to find a way to pressure on toward this site here and find the pick. So we're going to cut over to the POV on board here with Hiding as they put some shots downfield, but not able to hit the mark just yet. Undead does spot one. The spray comes out a bit low, and with that, Gastras will be able to back off for a moment, but Undead finds Kofinos, and now we're back to a 3v3.
Ooh, 3v3 shots right now, back and forth. Only 15 seconds left on the clock, though. They got to get crazy, but they're getting crazy, and Geistras blowing a gasket on the enemies. Oh, and Mr. Krabs coming through with the 1v2, closing out the round, tying out the scoreline. We got a game on our hands here, Hot.
Woo, Mr. Krab, I pinch, he said, as he coming in, serving up the Krabby Patties, baby, because my man got a big old fatty for a dub right there. And with that, the other friendly guys making sure the game doesn't get out of hand early, able to tie it up here quickly. A nice quick response here in round number 2. And now we'll get to see who takes the lead here after round number 3. 3 kills on the board for Undead and Mr. Krabs. 4 for Yesmas, though.
Oof. Man, oh man. And A, being that traditionally favored site, you know, we see that defensive smoke, great defensive smoke coming out on that curtains. Mr. Krabs, though, really leading his team to victory right now, picking up a big kill on J4. Mr. Krabs sitting right above his enemy. They might know he's there. Krabs should be able to kill him for free. Oh, no, a little too aggressive. And Kofinas hears him moving and slams him into the dirt. 2 members dropping from TOFG already.
2 down for the other friendly guys here as Ancestral will again be working with that player advantage. SNX bouncing around a bit, bobbing his head to the music out here, looking to deal out some death, but it's Yesmas who finds hiding through the smoke. And with that, Ancestral, no joke, they came to play today. Yesmas is going to find SNX here as well. Undead does get that trade back, but it's going to be all down to Undead yet again here now in a 3v1. The spray comes out from behind, and eventually Gastress will be the cleanup crew.
Man, and such a good play from Geistris in this round to not die to Mr. Krabs, who was above him, manages to get out of that awful position, and they close out the round pretty convincingly, too. Mr. Krabs did get the opening pick, but it wasn't enough. You know, he was looking for his first dollar, and he found it, but it wasn't enough to close out the round here.
Give me my dollar, he said. 2 to 1.
This is me first dollar.
Me first, and maybe me last if I'm not careful. Ancestral up by 1 here, and this time on that mini-map, we do see the majority of the action beginning to linger toward that B site. We know it's a personal favorite of Blues here, so we'll see if they can work a little bit of that blue magic as they need to reel it back and look to tie things up here in round number 4.
You know, how the A side, Geistris, nice opening pick on the hiding. But see, you know, we called it before the game. The player on the ramp, the smoke's coming out. Isolating site, isolating ramp, baby. We called it. And just like that, bomb's going to be going down. Both players on B taken out. A is so traditionally favored here, Halt, that I think it's kind of predictable how people play. But B, you know, you can really bring the Blitzkrieg to B and really surprise all the enemies with how you kind of run around. We saw the smokes come down to the underhang. Not sure where the second smoke went. Might have been towards tunnel, but really great job. And time is ticking now. Only 30 seconds to defuse.
And the other friendly guys with the Blitzkrieg blow up, but it's Kovina. Yesmas, plaid stripes in the kill feed as Yesmas unfortunately takes out a teammate as well, but Selfish up top finding SNX now into a 1v1 here, but Krabs has the advantage, just has to play through the defusal, but he peaks a bit too soon, and Selfish will come up with a huge clutch here for Ancestral.
Oh, man, that's a massive, massive blow to the momentum of TUFG right there. And Hot, you called it perfectly. Mr. Krabs, he didn't have to peak that. He could have played around the bomb, forced more timeout. He was feeling himself. You know, he was feeling a little crusty, but unfortunately the crab on the other side was just too strong. Plankton shot him down with a laser beam, and bam, Bikini Bottom is violent today.
He said, just feeling a bit too crusty on those shots. Couldn't connect. We'll have another opportunity and a few more as time goes on here, but the other friendly guys, I mean, they made a statement in the qualifiers, but it's Ancestral who's looking to put their own stamp on game number 1. And again, this is the other friendly guys map pick here as well. Obviously, Ancestral gets to start off on defense, which I feel like is a little bit more favored here on Bowl. But again, I'm very good at being wrong, so that doesn't mean that my opinion is right.
Well, hold on, I really think it plays to the play style of the players.
Yeah.
If you're more of a pushing, powerful position player, you like pushing around on attack. But if you're a little slow, a little methodical, you might be attack favored, you might be defense favored. But I think this was a little bit of a blunder here. I think that round should have really gone over to TUFG. Krabs is in a great position and just, you know, feeling himself a little bit too much in that round. But plenty of games left, plenty of rounds left, rather. Plenty of gaming left. No one's dropped yet here, Hot. Oh.
Ooh. Well, they say one caster's curse is another caster blessing, and Ancestral will find hiding there. SNX, crosshair looks good. One on the other side of the smoke. The spray coming out, but unfortunately knows can't connect to the dome of Gastress. He'll dodge some bullets. And with that, we see some shots being exchanged here. They look to pressure onto the site, and it does look like the plant is over there. And so with that, they have an opportunity. Nose will eventually find Selfish. Undead SNX and Nose. They begin to fall like dominoes, and TOFG looking to work their way back in it.
Nose may have used 92 shots to kill 2 people, but hey, never run out of ammo, never really threatened. That 100-rounder paying dividends here, and a second crucial round coming over for TOFG. And I think you got a very good point, Hunt. I think with how the pacing of this game is going, it's looking very defensive sided right now. So I think TOFG, if they could pick up 3, maybe 4 rounds going into the half, they'll be in a very, very comfortable position going against the Ancestral Planktons trying to take out their Krabby Patties.
Yeah, he said, hey, my mag might look a little bit funny, but it's got 70 more rounds than yours. So talk to me after we exchange a couple of these bullets back your direction. But J4 up in great positioning for this B push here. He's going to spot one,
Ooh.
instantly drops SNX, and he never saw it coming.
Yeah, didn't really check the van as a very common defensive position, and just a little disrespectful there. Doesn't check his Connors, doesn't check his van, and gets slammed for it.
Blam, bam, thank you, man. But he said, here's your chance to do your dance. Welcome to the Space Jam, baby. Bringing up the old news. J4 tucked behind the smoke here, being patient. And again, the other friendly guys, they were wanting to go to this B site, but because of that early pick from J4, it really has slowed them down and stifled this push. Kofinas, I think, has spotted the device up top on that member there as well. And so we begin to see a little bit of a rotation, but Ancestral still being patient, kind of keeping 2 over there toward that A site.
Yeah, I like the patience coming out of both teams. The B had a little bit of a blunder, lost one member, and they kind of pumped the brakes, trying to read the defense, trying to play for picks. But I think this is really good for both teams, both showing a lot of patience, a lot of prowess in... Ooh, Kofinas, big kill on the nose. He said no 100-rounder this round, bud.
Yeah, his teammate said, I'm not your bud, pal. And with that, yes, my
No!
one on the jump over. Undead goes down. Mr. Krabs will find Selfish. And with that, back to a 4v1. Yesmas has been on an absolute tear here today as Kofinas will find the final one. But Yesmas finds double-digit kills through the first 6 rounds.
Yeshmash is popping off, and Yeshmash, Kofinas, and J4. J4 with that huge opening kill. That, you know, he's got 2 kills in this game right now, but a lot of the time, not every kill is impactful. That was an impact frag. He completely stopped the B push. He rotated back to safety. He didn't give up his life. Really great play coming out of Ancestral, and a really great defensive round overall. A little bit of disrespect coming out of TOFG, too. I mean, they kind of jumped on the site, didn't really look towards headshot. Yeshma's been there every round, and Yeshma's just tossed some back shots and took him out. Now, a little bit of aggressive push. They already pushed out curtains. Kofinas takes out one. Yeshmas does manage to drop to SNX. Krabs takes out Geistras. Kofinas takes out 2 with that aggressive push towards that ambulance position. Looks like Bomb Undead's going to be rotating. J4 backing up the site, likely calling that he hears a lot of movement going towards him. Can J4 pull it off again here? SNX really hurt, and Selfish with a big kill on the Mr. Krabs, probably on that flank. SNX does flick, but his chest is one shot. If he gets hit once, he's gonna flop her. J4 has a very... Oh, shoot, a nade at J4 says, not today, baby. Don't you be trying to nade me, Undead Essence. I mean, Undead. And he's sitting in the corner. He's going to check his Connor. He checked his Connor. We're good, folks. SNX does manage to drop him, but Bomb's in a horrible position here for a 1v2, Hot.
Undead Essence taking strays, and he's not even in the match over here. But you're absolutely right. The device is in a very funky spot here, so SNX has to be careful about how he wants to attack this, and we'll be able to pick it up. We see Ancestral just playing very far off. They have the numbers, so they're willing to give up a little bit. And
man.
But Selfish still able to find the headshot here on the SNX. And I stand corrected, man. Ancestral is looking chef's kiss out here today.
Yeah, Ancestral really dominant in his defensive positioning. And, you know, you called it before the game. You traditionally find that this game... or this map is defense-sided, and Ancestral's really doing a great job. Big opening picks. I like the aggression coming out of Kofinas. Picks up 2 and doesn't manage to die. Just great stuff coming out of Ancestral here on reading TOFG. On the flip side, though, Hot, I think there's been a little bit of too much feeling yourself coming out of TOFG. We saw 2 rounds here where there was a little bit of a little bit too much feeling yourself that could have gone the way of TOFG. We could be looking at a 4-3 right now, but Ancestral said not today, my friends.
Yeah, hindsight is 20/20, unfortunately, so they're going to have to pick up the puzzle pieces and look to see if they can come back through this one here. Currently down 3 rounds as we get ready to swap sides here, and We'll see if the other friendly guys can take the final round here of that first half. Kofinas and Ancestral honestly has put on some really good flank plays, but Mr. Krabs is going to find Kofinas lurking on this one. They're going to start off with that player advantage. The plan is going to go down with ease as well, and this round is looking favorable at the moment for the other friendly guys.
Time is ticking already. 5v4. Smoke still plumed over here on this generator lane. Nose probably waiting with that 100-rounder. Yep, there he is, sitting in that shark position. Shots ring out from Yeshmas. I think they have 3 players pushing up this tower lane right now. Yeah, if Nose goes crazy here, it's going to be a Nose go. Now the Beat Boy takes it out, takes out 2, takes out 3. Hiding does manage to take one of those out there, Hop, but 1v3 situation for J4, and it's kind of looking doomed. And Nose says, Nose go, baby. Picks up the 3rd round, 5-3 going into the half.
Nose just knowing things out there, man. He was well prepared. A beautiful triple on the round and will gain their first MVP here in map number 1. So we saw things starting to get a little bit out of hand, but the other friendly guys were able to reel it back. And honestly, realistically, we should be looking at a 4v4 here from that round that we talked about, Mr. Krabs, on that ego peak that unfortunately didn't go their way. So we'll see if now that we swap sides, if the other friendly guys will have a little more success on the defense, or if Ancestral will be able to take the other friendly guys' map pick away from them.
Yeah, that would be pretty scary stuff to go onto enemy territory and claim it as your base. Is Ancestral's goal right here. Selfish looks like he's going to be throwing that headshot smoke right off rip, but they're going to be pushing towards this B site. They must have heard Mr. Blue before the game, because man, oh man, tell me he's going to smoke out the underhang here. Selfish looking to the sky. I do like the pressure put from that smoke on A. Kind of fakes it a little bit. The nade comes out. Mr. Krabs in a really good position in this U-turn position. One player coming through U-turn. Yeshmas does manage to take out Mr. Krabs. Unfortunately, hiding in Nose. Take out 2. Take out 3. Selfish. Gonna need to be really selfish. Doesn't get the back shots. Oh no, aim lab is free, bro. You can't miss that. Selfish, not a player known for whiffing. And man, oh man, in a great position, but without taking out that player. Now there's a crossfire on him. He's going to have to fight not 1, but 2 enemies here, Haw. And he doesn't win the fight!
Undead. Insane shots over there, and now the device down again in an awkward position, especially for a 4v1. We've seen J4 with some nice picks throughout this game, but certainly at a bit of a disadvantage. We'll spot one in the background. Nose, the second swing is there, but Nose goes again, and it's Nose to find the final one. The other friendly guys looking to bring this one back, now just 1 away from tying it up.
And that was a very, very distinctive TOFG round. I mean, sure, Selfish could have picked up the 1 player on that A site, could have been alive in a 2v3 situation, but as you point out, the bomb in a horrible position. Hiding and Krabs still there, Nose still there, and a really dominant first round. And you know, if they keep this pacing, I do like the fact that Ancestral's focusing on B, but they gotta take control a little bit more efficiently. They have to clear out Krabs in that U-turn position. Now there is 1 player on site. Doesn't look like anyone on 2FG is going to be playing too forward on this van side, but nevertheless, there are going to be aware that this team is pushing on the B. Sorry, I was trying to figure out what he was looking at there for a second. Tries to name Mr. Grabs in the U-turn, but doesn't actually pick it up here, Hot.
Lineup Larry looking to rain him down. Unfortunately, that one doesn't connect. And hiding some more bullets in the competition. Undead will get a piece of the action here as well. And that's 2 nice headshots from the other friendly guys to give themselves that 2-player advantage. Yes, Moss has been the juggernaut, though. 12-8 already on the board, but so looking for the first one here in this round. Selfish being patient at the moment. Spots 1 on the swing by. Spots a second and collects the head of SNX.
And a big kill. Selfish not giving him up this time around. Yeshmas going to be... Ooh, never mind. Mr. Krabs says, not today, Yeshmas. Takes him out. 4v2 situation. Bomb is rotating. They're in a pretty good position. If he gets on the site here, he should plant for free. Probably... Oh, Selfish! Takes out Nose. He says, no one to the Nose. And hiding with the TK, evening out the score line today. And Selfish from downtown. J4 with the final kill. And in a hyper comeback in that round in the 2v4 from the Ancestral team. Oh, man, what a round to pick up there, Hot.
Yeah, I mean, that's now 2 rounds that the other friendly guys should have taken that they don't. And unfortunately, those TKs are something that can haunt you and the mental. So hopefully they're able to let that one go out of the back of their mind, because Ancestral is getting close to closing out this first map. And again, this is the other friendly guys map pick here. So backs against the wall here. We're going to see if they can find a way to trudge through the trenches and battle back here in this one. But Ancestral playing very nice today. Selfish 10, Yes Miss 12.
And looking clean. Ancestral really looking clean. Some of these rounds go back and forth, but as Mr. Hawk pointed out, 50-50 in the hindsight. Doesn't matter when you lost the round already. And Hiding picks up the first kill this round on Geistras. Great picks coming out all around. Hiding with these opening picks back-to-back rounds. Looking clean, looking good. And you know, the B push is good here, Hawk. Maybe I need to eat my words, because it's just not working. I mean, TOFG looking so strong on the B defense. If they're just not breaking the phalanx that is coming out of TOFG right now. Bomb still up, but only 3 members left, and time is ticking.
Well, we saw the other friendly guys in that last round with a huge player advantage, and then the TK and everything kind of fell apart for them. So Hiding is doing just that. Hiding at the ramp, but it's Selfish with a quick flick of the wrist to the dome. Send Hiding 6 feet. Dirt nap coming heads up, baby. Undead, though, finds a way to get one back onto Kafina, so they're able to maintain this player advantage. And Undead has spotted one more. There's the pre-fire and a beautiful step out to collect Selfish, and now it's all dead, or all done to Mr. J4.
Undead looking pretty alive in those last few kills, and J4 once again in this 1v4. I love that from Mr. Krabs. Rather than taking the fight, he backs up, puts pressure. Oh, there's no time. Even if he kills, it's impossible right now for him to win based on the positioning of these players. You know, I want to say save your gun, but I'm in the wrong game, so just take the dub. Maybe maybe win the round. Maybe get a kill. Undead feeling himself. Oh, nice hip fire coming out of J4. Unfortunately, just for ego points, not for round points, and a big round. Only 2 round differential, now down to a marginal 1 round. And something Cracked and I have said many times in the past, you know, that 2 round differential, Hot, is like kind of the breaking point for a lot of teams. And neither team has really, you know, pushed past that crevice and taken that 3rd round advantage. So really great job for both teams. But TOFG, they need to lock in a little bit of micro errors, as you said. Watch the TKs, play a little bit more respectful, and, you know, they can take a few more of these rounds to shut this game out. But if they disrespect the H-Mouse, he's just going to slam them all home. Same thing with Selfish.
Yeah, they're certainly having standout performances here in this one. Undead has finally made their way into the double-digit mark as well. Mr. Krabs not far behind as we see the lineups coming in. He's going to hold off for a bit. Didn't like the way the wind was blowing on that one, so we'll put the nade away for just a moment here. Shots being exchanged for the time being. Yes, Mouse does take just a bit of damage, but not a ton here, as we're on board with Mr. Krabs, who is remaining patient. Has a little help here from Undead. Gastras is eventually going to find Hiding here, and right now it seems Ancestral is pretty spread out across the map, but that device is headed over toward the B side at the moment. Oof. SNX finds Selfish there as well. Mr. Krabs on the spray, and he's able to connect with J4 here as well. And just like that, moments looking a little bit grim. They're able to reel it back. SNX will find Kofinas as well. The plant, or the device, is over there lurking around. Now, we do see Gastras beginning to rotate away and maybe look to head toward the A site here. And that's exactly what's going to happen. So we do see Yesmas, Gastras now heading toward that A site. There is one tucked on site here waiting patiently. Here comes the pre-fire, but it's Yesmas who finds SNX.
What a disgusting kill there. Gets the bomb down. Yeshamas. 2v2 situation here. All the players have, you know, 3 of the 4 taking some damage here. Nose still kind of damaged, but they know he's trapped on site right now and doing a great job of not over peeking here. Geistras playing his life, waiting for them to run into the demon that is, ooh, that's a cheeky little peek. I think this is a little, a little bit too much aggression though here, Hot. I want to see, I mean, I guess he's wasting time, but they could have blinked him at any time. I guess they didn't, so it's working, but now they got to cross the line of Yeshmas. Geistras takes out one. Geistras takes out both. And a clean round coming out of Ancestral here to put us back to a 2-round differential. Back and forth, blows for blows, but Ancestral looking good on defense, looking good on offense here, Hot.
Yeah, and I think Geistrus was just kind of pre-fire peeking, hoping that he could bait them forward and maybe they wouldn't pay any mind to Yesmas, who was lurking over the side there. But Geistrus says, hey, I don't need any help, baby. I could do it all by myself. And with that, Ancestral's now just one away from match point as well. So we'll see if TOFG can begin to reel it back or if Ancestral will be able to go to match point first.
Not much utility being used quite yet. The silence is deafening here. Okay, there's the nades. 3 players going to be moving up towards that generator. Yeshima sitting against Shark. Geistra is going to be peeking towards that generator position. And the timing there, SNX unfortunately moves out. The smoke's pluming. I think they know he's on site. Is he going to pick up one? Oh, he sees the outline, the silhouette coming through. Doesn't manage to put him down, but Kofinas, I can't tell based on the smoke if he's next to him or on the other side of curtains here. I think he's right next to him here, Hot. I think the back shots are about to come through. And Mr. Krabs again with the TKs. Boys, lock it in.
Man, they're looking like me out here at the moment. I'll take any kill I can get sometimes. But Kofinas says, I'll grab one more onto Undead, who's now dead. And Mr. Krabs will look for a consolation prize. Able to find Gastris here now on a 1v4. Cards stacked against them, and with that, J4 will find another pick. Ancestral looking to topple the other friendly guys here on their map pick, and they said, you know what, qualifiers didn't mean anything. We just had to get here, and now that we're here, we're going to show you what we're made of.
Man, these long-standing demons, the ancient demons, you know, the long-standing titans, looking to show why they've been alive for thousands of years. Match point, up 3 rounds. The pressure's on here. TOFG, qualifiers looking clean, but you know what? On their map pick, Ancestral looking to take it home here, Hot, and in a pretty convincing manner. Game's not over yet, but Ancestral just feeling themselves. Yeshmas and Selfish leading this team to victory. But again, kind of similar to the Oil Rig lineup, 13, 11, 8, 8, 8. All 5 players firing on all cylinders. Close rounds, doesn't matter. They close them out here, Hot, and they're winning. Can they close it out, though, is my question.
Oh, they're going to have 3 opportunities to do so, so it certainly looks like the cards are stacked in their favor at the moment, but you can't count anybody out until it's over. Unfortunately, hiding is going to be the first to fall here, and J4 on a tear. Krabs, though, able to find a pick of their own to bring it back to a 4v4. And this round just getting a little bit closer and certainly more exciting. More shots ringing out. SNX is able to find Yesmas here. And so TOFG not ready to go silently into the night as the device will be planted, though. And Ancestral, like sharks in the water, they smell blood. They're looking to close things out. And Krabso finds J4.
Man, the 2 pop knows Selfish really hurt. Needs to put down the pressure. Really, really hurt here, but he's got a fairly good position. If he wins the fight there, unfortunately, knows with that 100-rounder, sauces him up with the soused. The SOST, not the strongest ammo. When you got 100 bullets, it doesn't really matter. Big round for TOFG, but they need 2 more to push us into OT. Could be potentially the first OT of the HPL EU Season 3 here, folks. But I'm not going to get ahead of myself. Ancestral looking so clean on the day that TOFG really just got to have 2 super clean rounds, maybe get an opening pick or 2, and just play slow and watch the TKs here, Hot. If I see one more TK, I swear to goodness.
Tell him, Blue. Tell him.
Stop shooting your friends. You're friendly.
Friends don't kill friends now. Friends don't keep
I'm not diabetic.
Yes, boss. With the line nade up. I'll learn to speak one day with a nade lineup there. as he goes for the second one as well. Maybe looking to clear out a bit of that Jin. The nade just a bit shy here. Now lurking on the other side. Knows the jump over, and he's able to get back, but Gastrus eventually will hunt him down. And back to a 4v4 we go. It looks like the plant maybe going down here on the A site, so that rotation is going to come important here. It looks like they're going to play for the retake, but Undead from downtown, baby. Good for 2.
Man, now after that nade, I'm starting to think of might be Undead Essence because he is a demon with those nades. Such a massive nade, though. I mean, they had such a good position. Yeshmaz took some shots from his friend. Didn't quite die, went to plant, but man, the double nade with a V40 is so good these days. And Geistrus says, not today, my friend. Such a clean pre-fire. J4!
Oh.
The
And now it's all
2v1 again, TOFG. See, me and Hawk can't even contain ourselves. You guys don't even know what we just said. Holy cow.
I mean, all these times it's looking good for TOFG. The double nade, and they get the advantage. They have an opportunity to look a little bit closer to tying it up, but now it comes down to just SNX. J4 on the site. Gastrus lurking in the shadows here to the left as well, and it seems like SNX has a little bit of that situational awareness, knows that this is most likely the case here as well. Did he spot the leg? No. He steps out. The spray is there. He presses forward, but it's J4 and Ancestral to take the map away from the other friendly guys.
Wow. What a game here, folks. Coming in clean, Ancestral, 6th place in the qualifiers, squeaks on by. TOFG, 2nd place in the qualifiers. But guess what, baby? Hawtaw said it before the game, any given Friday, and and we went crazy. I mean, Ancestral coming in clean. What a game. What a game, Hawt.
Bro. Insane for Ancestral as well. Like we said, it ended 7th in HPL season number 2 with a negative 27 round differential. Had struggled a bit, barely squeaked in on the qualifiers in that final 6th position. But I mean, they put in the work. They came to play here today, and taking the other friendly guys' map pick away from them. Now we get to head to their map pick on Bay 5. And if they could start out this season number 3 with 2 wins on the day, it could be absolutely huge for Ancestral.
Whew. I mean, what a way to win, too. There were so many close rounds, Hawt. Like that last round, I mean, talk about clutching it out for the boys. I mean, that was a clutch if I've ever seen one. J4 with a disgusting kill. Oh, man, I can't believe they won that round. And that's how I felt a lot of these rounds. Ancestral ripped the advantage out of the enemy's hands. They weren't friendly about it. And they are the Ancestral Demons for a reason. Coming in clean, 9-6 on the day in the first map. And not their map pick, Hawt.
Yeah.
Now, if we could take a look real quick at the upcoming map, I believe our second map is going to be Bay 5 coming through. And Ancestral, this is going to be going through. Thank you, Mr. Connor. Ancestral coming through on OFG's map, man. I mean, Selfish, Kafinas, Yasmus, J4, and Geistros really held their own against Undead, SNX, Hiding, Mr. Krabs, and Nose. There were some great clutch moments coming out of both teams, but man, I mean, they won so many rounds that objectively you would think watching they shouldn't have won.
Yeah, there's 2 specific ones that come to play as well, or really 3. We saw a couple of the team kill rounds, that one with Mr. Krabs, and then that double nade there at the end as well. And so honestly, I think the only way to match that type of excitement that we saw there in that first game is to go ahead and do a giveaway here, Blue, and we're gonna have to come up with a magical word of the day. What do you think it should be for our first giveaway?
Oh man, that's too much pressure. The word of the day, exclamation tiger. I'm feeling the friendly guy name. Let's go with exclamation tiger here. Shout out the friendly guys. Coming up with 2 teams in this league. I wanted rats. I should have said rats on top, but I missed my opportunity.
We got one later. We still got one giveaway, so there's plenty of time for the rats on top, baby.
Rats on top, baby. So, chat, if you want to win an arena copy, let's go with exclamation tiger. Simple, easy in chat. Gonna be coming through with a full clean copy of arena. But man, oh man, I mean, this second map should be a banger, hot. I mean, that was a banger, dare I say, as exciting, if not more, than the Oil Rig Panda game because it was just so back and forth. And I was on the edge of my seat, like, who's going to win this round this time? They're up 4 people, but they're probably not going to win.
Yeah, I mean, it's already warming up over here in my state, but I'm getting sweaty after all this hot action. And honestly, again, a huge shout out to Battle State Games and Hunt Premier for allowing me to come on here and yell at the mic. A huge thanks to Philbo for continuing to do great things here for the scene and behind the scenes. And of course, we've got some phenomenal people working behind the scenes today. They don't often get enough credit, guys. We get to look pretty, we get to yell at the mic, but they're back there doing the hard work, rounding up the players, observing, hitting the buttons. So again, shout out to Boosh for Dag, Preppy for the observers, and then Klish, Turbo Bear, Shadow Reaper, Step Sherpa, Cynthia, Skeppy, everybody doing the hard work behind the scenes. We greatly appreciate you.
Couldn't do it without them, folks. You know, we're just the yappers. We, like you said, we just get to yell at the mic, but we don't get to make the magic happen in the back. And don't forget Captain Connor, you know, our production master in the background. So thank you all once again. Now, chat, exclamation Tiger in chat if you want to win that copy. That being said, Hot, going into Bay 5. Back to the controlled chaos. I'm feeling Ancestral right now. They're feeling themselves. There were some rounds they ripped from the jaws of destiny. And if we're going to their map now, I believe they're going to be attacking, OFG's got their hands full for sure on that defense. Even if they are in the advantageous spot, they got their hands full. And the momentum has swung, my friend.
I feel it. And I almost want to pick Ancestral as well, but I feel like it would do both teams justice if I don't pick a team at all, because whatever team I've picked today goes on to lose. So I don't want all these hate emails later like, quit picking us. We lost because of you, Saul. So I'm just going to maybe sit quietly back here for this one with my hands up. Like, wasn't my fault, dude. I'm sorry.
It's not his fault, chat. That's not a caster curse. It's going to the next scene on Bay 5. Bay 5, we saw how disgusting Oil Rig's perseverance and patience looked. I mean, they gave up more than half the round timer, and you really felt them. I used this word before, and I'm going to use it again. They were exuding confidence. I mean, it was just oozing off them, the patient prowess to play the patient game. I think Ancestral is in the same position now. They're feeling so good after winning that one. They came in tough on the qualifiers. They squeaked through, and now they take out second place in the qualifiers. They got to be feeling good here, Hot. I don't want to give the win away. I don't want to repeat the caster curse, but Ancestral really has the momentum going into this one. They beat their enemy on their map, not on their map pick, and now they're going to their map pick. And Bay 5 is a really, really deadly map. And, we've seen Yeshmas and how good he was, and Kafinas and Selfish just popping off. J4 with those clutch kills. It's going to be a lot to answer coming over from OFG. But it is a heavily defensive-sided map. So OFG starting out strong on that failing side. They may have that shiny armor. If they work together, there were so many close rounds they could have closed out. And I think that's the name of the game for me right now, Hot, is OFG, if they want to win this one, they have to close out the close rounds, especially where they're at the advantageous position. They have to close it out.
Yeah, you certainly feel like the momentum has kind of shifted in the favor of Ancestral heading into Bay 5, it being their map pick as well. And so, for the other friendly guys, they just have to take a deep breath. Yeah, map 1 didn't go our way, but, if they can beat us on our map, certainly we can beat them on their map as well. And so luckily for both of these teams, much like Bowl, Bay 5, another map that everybody is incredibly familiar with. It's not like it's only been out for a few months. So all of these teams have practiced these two maps religiously. So, even though it's Ancestral's map pick, I got to assume that the other friendly guys are equally as comfortable on Bay 5 as well. So again, I think you're right. It's going to be important for them to open up early in these opening rounds, and then also make sure you're winning those rounds where you have that 2-player advantage, where you should be closing out.
And it's a great point, Hot, because they were up the advantage, and multiple times, it might have been 3, dare I say 4 rounds where a TK swung the tide. You're up 2 members. I don't know if it was a communication breakdown or maybe a little bit too much aggression. Maybe they were just feeling themselves. But as we get into game 2, oh man, TOFG coming in hot. Nose takes out 2 to open up this game. Maybe 3 kills already. Undead takes out 1. Nose takes out 2. J4 already bleeding. Selfish feeling himself. Shellfish takes out SNX, but still a lot to do here. 3 members already on the backside of this B site. And lots of time still here. 1:20 left here, folks. But man, oh man.
I mean, we wanted TOFG to open up nicely. They certainly do come out swinging here and find some big picks. They've got that 2-player advantage. Now, this is where it's important for them to close out these rounds where they have that advantage. It's something that they struggled with on Bull, and so hopefully they can reel it in here on Bay 5. We see the split amongst the crew at the moment. Ancestral slowly beginning to crab walk their way onto the site here. We saw Undead jumping over, just looking for a bit of that intel, but I like the patience here from Ancestral. We saw this from Oil Rig, and it worked out for them as well. Selfish, able to find Undead.
And that was a disgusting kill you called. Oh, man, Selfish picks up his 3rd kill of the round. He's feeling himself. And, man, Hot, maybe we do have the Castle Curse. We said you can't lose when you have the number advantage. They were up 4-2. But they didn't control the site. They weren't playing together, and they're taking isolated fights. This is not similar to the Oil. Oh, my goodness. Shut this man down. 4 kills. How many people are going to pixel peek him and lose in this one round?
Don't put that on me, Ricky Bobby. I took no sides this time as Hiding finds Selfish, but it's J4, and Ancestral continues to win the rounds they shouldn't. Backs against the wall, they continue to stand tall, and Selfish, a huge quadra to open up the map number 2.
That is crazy. Oh, man, TOFG, that is such a blow. Again, how many rounds could they be up? And you know, Hot, the thing I see here, I see a little bit too much disrespect. They were peeking one by one. He never got double swung. He had all isolated fights, and Selfish is the kind of player that can win those. We saw that last game. We're seeing it repeated now. Don't disrespect your opponents. I mean, you have to respect a player like Selfish. Let him take sight. Let him push on. Hit him with the 2-3 player swing, but don't take the isolated fight. He won every one. And you think after the second one, they would have gotten the message not to do it.
Oh, Selfish said, hey, I'm selfish. I want all the kills, and I'm going to take 4 of the 5. We'll see if they can continue that momentum. They're going to step out in the crosshair of SNX, who's able to collect the head, and enough said as he continues to see red splattered against the wall. Mr. Krabs looking for an opportunity of his own. Hiding. Jump shot. The fadeaway. Not good just yet. The flash will come in, but doesn't hit the mark. And with that, we see pressure beginning to mount toward that A side. Ancestral has a long lurking flank over here at B, though, that potentially could pay off.
Whew, man, and they finally take out Selfish the next round, but ooh, Hiding. Now they know his location, goes for the jump shot. Is putting a decent amount of pressure, even though they are on the back of site. Looks like the bomb's actually rotating out. Good read coming out of Ancestral. 1 player down, 3 players. Likely they hear the footsteps. 2 players on alley 1. He's actually moving up towards that mid cut, looking to cut them off, going from into green. Selfish, he needs to be very careful. And Kofinas says, no hiding from me, bud. Takes him out, and now there's only 1 player isolated in this position. 1 player does drop. J4 does manage to trade out SNX right away. The last player on A doesn't get, the last player on B doesn't get any kills. Didn't nose. There were too many. Bombs down. And once again, TOFG from man up. Bomb is down, and they're down a member again. I'm going to scream.
And scream we shall. They've got us on the edge of our seat. Ancestral, the technical underdogs of the day, but certainly not looking like it. Snooping in the Undead, snaps to the head. Gastrus the first to fall, but J4 lurking behind the box will get a 2-piece chicken dinner, and Ancestral continues to pad rounds on the board.
Man, and taking 2 that first round was such a blow, and this second round was just such a great pivot out of them. They saw Selfish died. They heard 3 on A. They rotated right off, and unfortunately that player, I can't remember the name. They believe it was hiding inside that mid sandwich position. Doesn't pick up anybody. And you know what, Hawk? Sometimes getting a kill isn't as important as living. And I think that's the lesson of the day for TOFG is You don't need to get the kills. You need to win the round. Your score line doesn't matter if you lose the round. And Selfish, feeling himself, takes him out like a shellfish and puts SNX into the dirt with those V40s. Notoriously difficult to use here, Hawk, but man, Ancestral just blasting through the defense of TOFG right now. Hiding says, shut up, Blue, takes out J4, evening out the score line.
Yeah, the man's been channeling his inner Kobe here as he rains down from a distance to find that first pick. But TOFG able to reel it in a bit back to a 4v4 and displaying a bit of patience here. But Ancestral has done a phenomenal job at keeping TOFG guessing at exactly where they want to go. They haven't been able to nail down these rotations just yet either. And so we see Undead lurking through mid. Mr. Krabs is going to find a big pick onto Selfish here. They've got that player advantage, but it's come back to haunt them in the past. They need to solidify the dub, and Nose will go forth with that kill, and now the two-player advantage once more. We see that device pressing in, hiding, lurking in the shadows. We'll find one. Kofinis the trade, and the plant should go down.
Plant should go down. Oh, and Mr. Krabs takes the long way, but he doesn't plant the bomb right away. Oh, no, a little bit of a blunder coming out of Kofinis if he got the bomb down, but I can't blame it because they maybe didn't have the information that no one was there. Maybe he's looking to make a play. Kofinis being a little cheeky here. Mr. Krabs rotated around alley. He's going to kind of navigate through the plays, but, you know, they could pincer him so easily right now, Hot. I'm very scared for Kofinis' life. No one's shooting him in the back quite yet. Shoots shots down, rotating towards that B position. Player going to be holding from those big doors, the big red doors.
I mean, my man just legged it on in here, but Nose on that Enforcer class had no issues taking out Kofinis. So the other friendly guys, at risk of letting things get out of hand, will find a way to begin to reel it back. They'll take their first round of the first half, and we'll see if they can put a couple more on the board.
Whew, and they avoided that 3-round differential where really things start to feel very punishing each and every round. You know, it become grueling and slow. Big round coming out of TOFG. Now, can they continue the success? Nose also taking a no negative Rapids book, picking up his opponent or his friend's weaponry. I couldn't see which body he looted, but great job picking up the spear with that Enforcer kit. Just so deadly, so tanky. And really a great job closing out the round. But they need to repeat it here. A big blitz coming onto this A site. Shots ringing out from Mr. Krabs. They know he's on the back of site. No one's quite dropped yet. 3 players sitting back on Ancestral. It looks like they're taking control of Alley very decisively. They have information on him being on Rat. Geistress takes out Hiding. Player in Rat gets slammed down. Geistress takes out 2. One thing's going to be on the backside of that A-mean door, but he's not going to have a position. He's going to have to push through that smoke, be hyper-aggressive. He's going to wait for his friends. I think it's a good call here, considering he wasn't in a position to take those isolated fights. And now, 40 seconds left to defuse. Kofinis and Selfish, though, slam down 2 more and Undead in the 1v5.
1v5, ace on the cards. Not the ideal situation. The jump shot doesn't connect, and now they got to figure out exactly what they want to do. Spots one, the flick to the dome, and a beautiful shot here from Undead. The situational awareness to know there's one lurking from behind. He hits the 180. The jump shot there again, looking to pressure in. One in the back alley. It's Kofinas who will strike true. Ancestral will take their 3rd round.
Whew, man, good try, good attempt, takes out 2, but really just such a brutal position. 1v5 situation. Time is ticking. Even if he killed that player on alley, I believe there was about 22, 23 seconds, which means 18 seconds or less to defuse. Just such an impossible position there, Hot, and a good closeout from Ancestral. And 3-1 on attacking side on a traditionally defensive-sided map here. I see why they picked this map here, Hot.
Yeah, certainly a favorite map of theirs, and right now they came with a game plan. They're executing it near flawlessly here, so we'll see if TOFG can find a way to throw a wrench in the mix. Gastris, though, headed straight to this back alley. We'll spot Krabs here on the corner. A couple shots ring out as well, and it looks like they are looking to pressure toward the A site. The pre-fire doesn't connect this time, but the second time it does, and Gastris will continue to find these early picks.
Guy's just really feeling himself. This Enforcer kit just putting in work. He's bleeding everywhere. Maybe get a chance to band-aid himself up real quick. Do you have that player in that silver hallway, though? 3 players are down for UFC. SNX does manage to take out Selfish. Bomb is down now here, Hot. Hiding managed to take out Kofinis. 3 members dropping from a 4v3 down to a 1v3 for Yeshmas. If anyone could do it, though, baby, it's the Nevermind. Nose knows exactly where you're gonna go, and he says no goes to the nose, because no peeking with that nose, Pinocchio's.
Hey, my man's trying to drop some bars over here, spitting fire as the device will be activated. And No's saying, no way, Jose. A beautiful round here for the other friendly guys. We talked about not wanting to find that 3-round deficit. So they've been able to keep it close thus far, but they still need to find a way to put a couple rounds in a row. They can't afford the back and forth that favors Ancestral at the moment. Selfish up on top with 7 here to start things off. And so, again, Ancestral coming out a little bit of that dark horse here today and surprising a lot of us, but I'm absolutely loving it.
Yeah, great plays all around, great clutches. I mean, the amount of rounds that they took that they shouldn't have taken is just outrageous to me. I mean, they really have done a great job clutching things out. Geistrus. How many opening picks and clutch frags is this dude going to get in 3 rounds back to back to back? The star right now for the opening frags with that bomb. Geistrus again says, you're finally dead. Stay dead, undead. I'd stop coming back to life. Go to the grave and die fully.
I mean, in 3 rounds, Gastrus had 0 kills, and now he's already at 5, but Hiding does find Selfish here, and with that, we'll look to even the odds just a bit, but Gastrus here waiting, perfect timing, the patience pays off. Yes, Mess will combine for another one on the other side of things, and now it's all down to Hiding again, who unfortunately will run into a firing squad that is Yes, Mess and Ancestral. Continue that 2-point cushion as they look to remain in the driver's seat.
Whew, back and forth indeed, but as you said, man, they're sitting in the driver's seat and they're on cruise control. Hot, I think you're spot on with what you said about Bay 5. This is a defensive sided map. Yeah, Oil Rig looked crazy, but that's Oil Rig. I mean, to see 2 teams today on the day looking so clean on this attacking side, it's awesome to see, but I don't think it's going to get any easier for TOFG when Ancestral get on defense.
Yeah, I have to agree, unfortunately. So hopefully they can find a way to get a couple more of these rounds. We see the nade coming out from Krabs here as well. Unfortunately, it doesn't connect. With that, they'll slow things down just a bit, but it does appear that this device does want to head toward the A site.
Lots of damage. We know he's there, but can he pick up the frag? Geistrus again! Undead finally takes out the monster that Geistrus is right now in that Enforcer kit. Yeshimas, though, takes out SNX, puts the man advantage 3-3. Bomb looks like it's pivoting towards that middle position. The rotating out, great read. Hiding, going to be hiding in that wrap position, but it's not going to make much of a difference. One player going to be on that parkour, back of the site, actually on B, excuse me. Third player going to be in that alley, rotating out. 3 players going to be blasting on to B. Hiding like, hey, where'd you guys go?
Well, you can hear the bullets. They said, hey, we're over here, dropping the device down on your B site. With that, the plant does go down. And to be up to TOFG for the retake. Yes, Moss in rare form finds a TK onto Kofinas, and Hiding will retrade back. Yes, Moss, J4 knows, all getting a piece of the action. Plant Stripes in the kill feed, and the other friendly guys will look to close the gap a little bit more. Now, 1 away from tying it up.
Wow. So close to such a good position with the bomb, but that TK really put a lot of pressure. I think after Yeshmas got that TK there too, Hot, you could see he was a little hesitant to shoot. He looked to the right, saw his teammate, and then there was another guy on his left that he just really didn't even fight. Great job from TOFG to pick up this round, and Ancestral still in a great position, but that, there's so many rounds. This has been a great series so far, Hot. I mean, the back and forth, clutch rounds, TKs, all of it together makes this smorgasbord of beautiful back and forth battling that we've loved to see in Arena.
I mean, all of these games today have been exciting. You couldn't ask for a better day 1 to kick off HPL Season 3 EU, and the action continues here into round number 8. We'll see if the other friendly guys can find a way to tie it up. Right now, Ancestral has opted to slow things down a bit here in this final attacking round and see if maybe they can catch the other friendly guys off guard.
A little bit of patience here, a little bit of silence. And, I don't mind these slower rounds. I really don't mind it. Selfish in such a good position to play for rotations, play off of picks. Sure, hell's a very common spot to hold, but he's not going too crazy. He's just playing for info. Shots ringing out back and forth, and Yeshma sends Undead back to the grave once again. 5-4 for Ancestral. Bomb nowhere in a position to capitalize on, though. Plenty of round left for TOFG to hold the defense down. Smoke's coming out now, finally, from J4.
Oof. Krabs able to find that pick on Gastris, who's been a menace hiding. We'll get J4 here as well. Kofinas looking to find that trade back onto Krabs, who's now going to linger out a bit. Tucked into the cubby here as well. Kofinas looking to swing that angle. Maybe has an idea that he shifted to the left, but maybe thinks he backed off here. Is going to begin to run away, and he looks to see if Krabs can catch him from behind. The sprays come out towards Selfish here as well. Knows will find it. The rotation coming in from Ancestral through mid toward B here. TOFG has kind of rotated away from the B site, but they begin to bring some back now.
And Yeshmas, if Yeshmas can pick up this kill, this round is easily winnable for Ancestral. B is such a hard place to retake, and he does manage to pick it up. They're going to know he's somewhere around mid. Yeshmas just needs to play his life. He's doing a great job of rotating into green. I love this from Yeshmas. Doesn't risk his life. Rotates into a power position through green onto the backside of parkour. And just like that, 35 seconds left. Sure, they have the man advantage, but the time is not in their hands right now. Hot time is ticking.
Time slowly ticking.
Oh!
The jump ball, and Yesmas will find him on the long jump. Kofinas gets one back, and now Krabs finds Yesmas back to a 1v1. Time ticking away, and the spray all day. Kofinas will wrap it up. Ancestral ends the half with another winning half, 5-3 this time, as they look to power forward, and they have an opportunity to take both of these games today, again, which would be a phenomenal start for them after their outcome in the last season.
Yeah, and as you pointed out so wisely, 6th place in the qualifier, just squeaking by. TUFG in that 2nd place, looking completely dominant besides losing to 8 Sins. And now, when it comes to match day, any given Friday, here we are. Ancestral clutching multiple rounds they shouldn't have won again. 2v4 situation, and they win it again. I mean, Ancestral just so clutch on the day. So clutch on the day, Hot. I mean, it's awesome to see, and now they become the defense, which is so much more brutal to deal with.
Yeah, you know, it's going to be tough for them to hopefully find a way back into it, but you can't ever count them out. Like we mentioned earlier, there's a plethora of talent littered across all these teams. And speaking of talent, it's up to Kofinas and knows to find these early picks. TOFG, that player advantage, it hasn't worked out for them in the past, but knows will help out SNX here. So the help comes in. They find an additional pick. Timing is everything. He looks away, snap back, dances around. He's got the moves like Jagger, and he's able to stay up for just a bit.
And Bomb now planet ticking away. The timer, SNX, disgusting kill on the Yeshmas. I love that lean pixel peek crouch sideways, lean slam dunk, and a big 4th round. I mean, you know, I don't want to get ahead of myself here, Hot, but that was a crazy attacking round coming out, and this map is starting to look a little bit attacker-sided in my mind. I don't know if I'm getting ahead of myself here, but both teams looking like when they could really just rush through, take good fights, isolate the fights with smokes and utility, and both teams just looking really good on this attacking side, kind of parallel to the oil rig game that we saw earlier.
Yeah, you know, and it's crazy. You know, some maps they appear to be defensive, but you like you talked about earlier, it's kind of depending on the team and the individual's play style as well.
Right.
And so when they can work that ebb and flow of that aggressiveness, learn to slow things down at times, and that's what we see here from TOFG now, just kind of slowly walking forward, looking to minimize those audio cues until point of first contact, at which point they explode. So we'll see if it pays out. If it does, they'll find a way to tie this up after being down by a few.
Down by a few indeed, and man, just I'm so happy to have banger games. J4 with the opening frag of the round, putting a lot of pressure. Bomb actually going to be on that B side. I'm not sure where they know. Oh no, hiding. Does manage to find the player in rat. Doesn't kill him, but he knows where he's at. Geistress. I feel like I keep saying that name all darn map with these big kills. 5v3 situation already. Hiding manages to know that it's his teammate. Didn't see another TK. I got a little nervous there for a second. And they have total control of this map right now. But Phoenix with another big kill. Shots ringing out back and forth. Bomb is down. Nose manages to balance it out, though.
Yeah, able to find a nice pick there. Still in a 4v2, though. And even though Nose has 12 kills, you look at Ancestral and everybody right around that 7 mark, from 6 to 8. So, again, just consistently playing very well as a team. And speaking of the devil, Selfish, Gastrus combined for 2. And the other friendly guys, they're looking to tie it up. They haven't been able to gain that lead. And now with Ancestral extending it by 2 again, they continue to be in that driver's seat. And so, again, just great decision making here, really, from Ancestral.
Yeah, I mean, the clutch factor, the decision making, the confidence. And, you know, Geistrus definitely the player of the game for me right now. Just so many. It's not about the total frags for me. It's about the impact frags. And, man, Hot, he is just slamming it home when he needs to right now. Such a massive, massive showing from Geistrus here with 9 kills. And, you know, again, 9, 8, 8, 8, and 6. The whole team showing up in this one. It's so difficult to deal with right now for this TOFG lineup. Not a big fan of this smoke here. It looks like he's blocking off the site. It kind of favors the attackers, not going to lie. I'm not going to get ahead of myself here with Cafinas' smoke, but I think he just let them plan for free here. Guys just does manage to pick up one more, though.
Spray comes out. The device did go down, as you had mentioned. That smoke, maybe not what they were initially intending, but with that, we see him begin to shift forward here. They still have the numbers advantage. Now the run and gun. Selfish from behind here on the flank will pick Nose off. And just like that, Mr. Krabs will fall as well. And Selfish out here serving up the crab legs, hiding from the back, has an opportunity, but it's already been diffused. There's not enough time, and Ancestral now just one away from match point.
Whew. And they cross that 3 line right there, Hot. The dangerous 3-round differential. Momentum in their favor. Big kills going back and forth. Man. I'm dumbfounded right now. Like, I don't even know how this is gonna go. So many rounds that could have gone either way, but Ancestral, Geistrus just going so clean. Selfish coming through, but again, the whole lineup going crazy here. Nose doing his best, but Selfish knows where he's going, and Selfish takes out SNX2. Krabs does trade him out, but 2 members down, and 12 fragger Nose is not going to get a chance to go Pinocchios on these boys. No peeking through today.
No peeking through today. We'll see some more nades raining down for the time being, as Yesmas tucked into sight here, just remaining patient for the time being, courtesy of the X-ray vision. We can see that device back there still kind of lingering toward mid, and it does appear they're going to shift over toward that B site. We can see how spread out Ancestral is, but they're really holding great angles here to set themselves up. So it's up to TOFG to really step in these angles, hope to win that gun battle, and eventually find that plan. And unfortunately, again, the cards just are stacked against them at the moment.
Hats off to Ancestral for just persevering and pushing through and hiding. Nice kill, evening out the scoreline here. 3-3. Bomb rotating back towards B, and Yeshma says no mas to Undead, hiding in that connector position.
Oof. Hiding, take a bit of damage. J4 finds Mr. Krabs. Hiding rings out some shots, but will back off a bit. Ancestral allowing the teammates to rotate into a better position here. Hiding on the peak, the spray, but it's Kofinas again. Ancestral up to match point. 4 opportunities to close this out, and the other friendly guys, after a phenomenal performance in the qualifiers, have struggled just a little bit here today. We mentioned that there are a lot of these rounds that could go either way, but it's just been some minor mistakes that Ancestral has really capitalized almost every time. And on top of that, you sprinkle in, a few of those team kills that we saw, and that's, I think, been a big difference maker here, or a factor for TOFG and Ancestral.
And so many clutch rounds, like you said, the back and forth, the both teams showing up today, but the clutch factor on Ancestral just so darn clutch today. Nose really gonna have to go crazy in this round. He's got 12 kills right now. Knows where the player is on back. It's like Kofinas takes out 1. Undead managed to take out J4. Even scoreline right now. Kofinas takes out 1. Geistrus drops to SNX, but Selfish finally takes out Nose. 3v2 situation. Bomb is down for the attackers. Undead takes out 1, but then finally drops to Selfish. 2v1 situation for the Ancestral boys. Game on the line here, Hawk. Can Can SNX clutch it out for the boys?
For the boys, baby. Not quite Saturday just yet, but still hoping that SNX can close it out for the boys. Methodically beginning to make their way forward. Has to be careful. We can see that prone on the other side. And of course, the device down in a bit of a funky spot. We do see Ancestral over here kind of locking it down, but I mean, SNX has an opportunity to isolate these two 1v1s potentially, and it seems like he might have a little bit of an idea as to where Kofinas is. The crosshair placement looked good, but Kofinas on the peak finds the pick, and Ancestral with a huge upset here today.
Wow. I mean, all I could say about these last two games is wow. The amount of TKs, the amount of clutch factor, back and forth, up, down, left, right. Ancestral says, shut up, Blue. Doesn't matter. We won both maps, their map, our map, 2-0 on the day. Feeling good with the round differential, feeling clean on the day here, Hot. How do you not feel good coming out of this as Ancestral? You know, you squeaked by in the qualifiers and you slammed it home on the Friday that matters, man. Wow. What a game.
Yeah, I mean, you take a look at the last season, they ended with a negative 27 differential and already going up +8 here in day one. So if you're Ancestral, you have to feel good. It just goes to show that all of that work that you've been putting in during that offseason now paying off, coming to fruition. So I love to see that for this Ancestral squad, and I can't wait to see what they've got in store for us going forward.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a good showing to... that's why these HPL leagues are so fun for me, Hot, because you get to see the development of these players season to season, the team season to season, and when these cohesive units manage to stay together, work through their challenges, understand why they lost a game, put in the work, put in the practice. I mean, the amount of rounds, how many clutch rounds were there, Hot? I mean, they clutched 7 or 8 rounds. That it's just like, you can't say it's luck at that point. They really have some clutch players that know how to close out a game, close out a bad round, and just the entire team showed up today. You know, TUFG had a great performance on Bowl. They had some good rounds. You know, unfortunately, some DKs kind of plaguing them throughout. And unfortunately, just Ancestral showed up today and they slammed it home. I mean, they took this victory, Hot. They took this victory. They clutched it out, baby. They clutched it out. That's all I can say.
Yeah, well, speaking of winners, our giveaway winner in chat, Straya_made, has won that wonderful arena key courtesy of a Hunt Premier. So if you are in chat, please speak up. Make sure you get a hold of one of the wonderful crew members here as well. And that's why it's also important to be a part of the Discord, guys. So congratulations again to Straya_made on your winning of that arena key. But with that being said, Blue, again, 2 exciting series done. We do need to take a moment to get these players loaded into the lobby, but I can assure you, you do not want to go anywhere. When we come back from this break, we have the 2 former juggernauts of Season 2 coming back to go head-to-head. Sicario taking on the Oil Rigs right after this. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the HPL season number 3. And this is the matchup we've all been waiting for to wrap up the day. Still in the booth, your favorite mustache caster. I'm Hot Sauce, and my boy Blue, baby. Tell him what it do.
Sheesh. Man, Hot. We've had 2 exceptional series, but folks, things only get spicier from here because we are watching the #1 team and the #2 team from last series, excuse me, from last league, battling in a grudge match. Sicario going up against Oil Rig in this game, and man, we got 2 bangers in this head-to-head here, Hall. I mean, both teams look so stacked up on both sides.
Yeah, over here for Sicario, we're going to start off with that lineup. And yes, Kiyoshima, I'll just put it out there for chat already. The one from Counter-Strike is here. Lucky, Zaki, Furlex, and Goes. On that substitute spot there is Intas. And of course, if you take a look, their map pick is going to be on Bowl to kick things off.
Yeah, kicking things off indeed. And, you know, that lineup with Goes now, Nemenas moving over to that 8 Sins team. Goes definitely one of the scariest players that was on EPA last swipe. Super clutch, very aggressive, just an absolute demon. But as we saw earlier, Hot, Oil Rig coming in with Bakizi, Cacao, that is Codex, and Mr. Rapido. And all 5 of them were performing so darn well today. And I love this map pick for it. Fort is such a wild card for me because it's just such a brutal map. I mean, there's so many avenues you can rotate. There's so many different plays you can make. You could be a utility-based team. You could be a rushing team. You could be a defensive-based team. There's so many ways that map can go. And sure, it's our newer map. So, you know, you expect a little bit of latitude, longitude, play around in the XYZ within that map. But, you know, I really don't have a favorite looking at these teams. I mean, Sicario picking up Goes and Order picking up Rapid. Both these teams looking disgustingly stacked. Both looking to decimate. And this could go either way for me, Mr. Hot Sauce, because I'm scared for both teams, if that makes sense.
Yeah, honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if we see it at a 1-1 on today. I think Sicario, through their first game, has padded up a +4, +14, excuse me, differential. Oil Rig, I think, sitting at +11. So just 3 rounds separating these 2 teams. Now, this is an opportunity for Oil Rig to really close that gap or give themselves a standout position to take the lead. For Sicario, they could extend that lead and really put a gap between them and the rest of the teams, which is something that they were able to do early and continue to do throughout season number 2. So a really big testament here for both of these teams today.
And, you know, Oil Rig and Sicario, as you said, both coming out swinging in the opening games on the day. Bowl, one of those maps that, you know, it really can go as we saw. I mean, today, that, you know, the story of the day for me today is I am so confused about which map is which sided because we saw Bay 5 become attack sided today. We saw Bowl, you know, with the flip upside down, left, right. And with Bowl coming in Sicario, I think the way Bay 5 is to Oil Rig, I would say, is to Sicario to Bull. I mean, they are so darn good on this map. Traditionally, historically, they have been kicking some tush on this map. But Ford is a very interesting pick coming out of Oil Rig. And again, it's somewhat picked, but there's so many ways you could play that map out, Hot. So I think both teams have their handful today. I think both teams are feeling really confident coming off a 2-0 win in both their series earlier. We saw one earlier today, folks. Oil Rig popping off against the Pandas, but man, no one's coming in as in the lead today for me, Hot. I mean, both teams are striving to win this game because they both ended 1 and 2 in last season for a reason. The easy games they closed out, but these hard games they both played their hearts out in. So it's hard for me to pick a favorite here.
Yeah, I mean, especially in day number 1, it's an absolute toss-up for both of these juggernauts of a squad here. And I, too, love the Fort pickup from Oil Rig. So Fort, honestly, is probably one of my favorite maps currently out there in the pool. But Honestly, Sicario Oil Rig, you couldn't ask for a better way to end the day here for HPL season number 3, which means we're going to need you in chat to turn all the way up to 11 for this one, baby, because they are about to bring some action-packed games for you here. Sicario, again, taking on Oil Rigs, and I'm with you on this, Blue. I can't pick a winner to come out of this because there's just so much talent on both sides here.
Yeah, I mean, Goes is a player I'm very familiar with, and when I think of EPA, Goes was this wild card factor where he could just drop 20, 15, 20, 25 kills, clutch out multiple rounds. I mean, such a run and gun yet patient player that he really knows how to outplay his opponents. But make no mistake, you could say the same thing about all 9 other players on both of these teams. So it's focusing in on Bull, though, utility, we saw in the first game how important that utility was. We saw on B side, the tunnel and that overhang being shut off by those smokes. On the A side, the traditional generator and headshot smokes. But those headshot smokes are a little tricky. We saw Yeshmas taking advantage of that from Ancestral when the smokes were perfectly plumed. And these teams are going to be very, very aggressive, I think. Defense or offense, I think we're going to see a lot of aggression coming out of both these teams, particularly Oil Rig, but Sicario are no schlumps. I mean, #1 in the last season, and they won for a reason. They clutched it out when it mattered. They picked up big rounds and they needed to. And any game that they should have won, they absolutely slammed home. So picking up Goes is not going to hurt them. Neimanos, the player who was shifted over to 8 Sids, is also a fantastic player, one of those big brains in EU. So it is a loss in some sense of that game sense and that IGLing, but Goes is such a good player that it's going to be hard to contend with. But on the other side, Rapid is the pickup for Oil Rig, so picking up 2 monsters on both sides. How do I pick a favorite here, Hot? I really can't.
Yeah, you can. I think because the talent is so good here for both squads, I think the important thing for both of these squads is going to be how can we limit those minor mistakes? You've got to limit the mistakes here because either one of these teams is going to capitalize on every opportunity in front of them or every mistake that you make in front of them. So it's about limiting those minor mistakes. We saw some team kills in that previous series that really hurt the other friendly guys for rounds that they should have won. So it's just about limiting things like that, knowing those nade lineups, hoping that timing works out in your favor, finding those early picks, whether it's from nades or just from great plays. And so, if you're able to do that early, get that team advantage, begin to pad those rounds in your favor, then we could see one team maybe slightly run away with it. But I wouldn't be surprised if we get an overtime in one of these.
That's kind of what I'm hoping for, if I could be a little bit biased. That's the only thing I'm going to say is I'm thinking there's some OTs coming because Sicario and Oil Rig they're going to claw at each other each and every round. I mean, traditionally, that seems to be my word of the day. Traditionally, Bay Bowl, Sicario is so good on this map because it really is one of those brain maps where if you outplay your opponents, you can really manipulate and shift the defense. You put some smokes on A, you kill a player, then you rotate and pivot towards that B side. If there's only one player on B, even if they're really good, there's only so many places you could play from. You play from the top, you play from the ramp, you play from that U-turn, maybe from the back of tunnel. But there's not so many places you could play if, and here's my caveat, if the smokes and the utility is used properly. If the utility is misused here, I think the team that misuses the utility is going to take the L on this map. But I don't expect that from Sicario. Sicario is going to be our attacking team. Traditionally, by the way, friends, I'm going to stop saying traditionally because I say it one more time, I'm going to jump out my window in game. Historically, I'm going to stop saying that too. No, I mean, all jokes aside, though, the Sicario know this map in and out. Their utility usage is absolutely stellar, and all the players are killers. So I think Oil Rig really, really needs to lock in the defense and really respect Sicario. And if they play slow and methodical and they respond, I don't want to see reactions. I don't want to see people running back and forth. If they respond, I think it's a very scary game for both teams.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we talked about paper and things that go out the window during game day. I think Sicario may be slightly favored on paper, but Oil Rig looked very good in their first show, and we got to see them on stream. So, I think if the crew can play well together like they have been, they're on fire today. So hopefully, those flames haven't cooled down through that series that they had to wait. it's just, again, it's so tough to tell. I wouldn't be surprised if maybe they each take their map, but again, I'm a little bit biased, so I love watching and casting these games. So fingers crossed. I'm just at a minimum hoping for at least one overtime here.
Yeah, and it could be. I expect this to be the closest matchup of the day so far because no one's really favored. I mean, you have five monsters staring down five monsters. Both teams decisively winning their series on the day. I believe you said plus 11 and plus 14 on the day. I mean, we're talking about the first series of the day here, call it. Like, we're not talking about on the day they're plus 11. The first series, they're both up over 10 rounds, which is crazy to even, wrap your head around for the first day with how much talent, something you keep highlighting is how much talent across all eight of these teams there is. This is not the schlump lobbies. You're not going to roll in like it's ranked and bully five randoms. I mean, these are five demons on both sides and they're both prepared. They both working with coaches. They're both working together, or excuse me, working internally to win. And both of them have been winning for a long time and been in the top of standings for a long time. So I really want to see Sicario whip up something unique with the attack because Oil Rig is not going to be bulldozed by some basic attack. There's going to be a lot of manipulation needed in terms of whether it's utility, maybe based on opening picks, rotating off, or just an overall aggression on things that aren't traditional. B is not traditionally slammed, and we saw Ancestral trying it. It didn't go so well, but that's okay. I mean, I think B is still the better option than A at times. But again, it comes down to who's playing what on the day. Are they, if Oil Rig is pushing up towards that van side and hyper aggressing on B plat, are they going to cut off the rotation to B? Or are they just going to give the site up? Or maybe on the flip side, they're playing back on A, the smokes plume, and they just run on the site for free. Or is it going to be the opposite? Are they just going to aggress, be in their face, push through curtains, try to get a pick or two like Kafinas and Gaishas were on that A site and just slam it home? I really don't know what to say. It's very rare I don't have an opinion on something, and I'm kind of stammering thinking about where this is going to go.
Yeah, I think some standout things for me is last time I casted Lucky on Bull, he went 27 kills with 27 headshots. That's one thing I'm looking out for. Zacky's been a menace on the MP7, but on Fort specifically, we've seen Zacky, I think, with an Ash 12 dominate as well. So those are some things I'm looking out for. But I think, I couldn't have said it better myself when you said earlier, these are five juggernauts looking at five juggernauts. I mean, we've got 10 really standout individuals here playing for their team. And so I think Sicario may be that slightly scarier team on Bull, but I think the same thing could be said for Oil Rig about Fort as well. And so, again, I'm just excited to see both of these juggernauts go head to head here. And, it was the 1 and 2 of season 2. So for them to go and fight here in day one and be so close and round differential, this is now an opportunity for one of these teams to set themselves apart from the other.
And, one matchup I'm looking forward to in this game is actually the two former teammates in Rapid going against Goes. I'm wondering what kind of intel both of them are bringing to their teams and how the other plays and how to approach that player, because it really is significant when you have a history with a homie and what they're going to do, how they're going to play it. But Rapid just keeps excelling and excelling and excelling. I mean, we see Rapid has now adopted that new kind of dancing style of movement that's really, really difficult to track. I haven't seen Goes. I'm not saying he hasn't been playing. I haven't seen Goes and what he's got to offer, so I'm really excited to see him on the other side as well. And I don't mean to just focus in on those players, but it's very significant when you have two juggernaut teams, as you said, with two players that kind of know each other inside and out, that may be heavily influencing how these teams play out. So, man, this should be an absolute banger here, Chad. I hope you guys are excited as we are on the casting deck, because it's going to be a spicy one.
Spicy indeed. And just for hanging out with us, guys, we're going to be giving away another arena code here at the halfway point between these first matches. So make sure you stick around and hang out in chat. We want to see you keeping it hype in chat as well. These two teams certainly deserve it because the action has been packed here for day number 1 of HPL season number 3 EU. And again, a huge shout out to Battle State Games here as well. And of course, everybody behind the scenes from the front to the back who make our jobs up here in the casting booth a bit easier. So we certainly appreciate each and every one of you. And of course, everybody hanging out with us in chat here today. But I mean, again, I'm excited for what the rest of these days have to offer. We've had a banger opener here in day one. We've got 4 additional days with a plethora of other talented casters to showcase the talent here amongst these mini teams. So, you guys, if you haven't done yet, make sure you click that follow button. It's a nice, free, and easy way to support a wonderful cause over here at Hunt Premier.
Yeah, and big shout out again to BSG, as Mr. Hall said. Thank you, Philbo, for the opportunity. Mr. Connor in the background, all the camera folk, all the observers. For some reason, my Discord is, of course, blacking out as I'm trying to open up the tab. I can't name the names, but so many people in the background making this happen, folks. Now, for everyone out in chat, I'm talking to Mr. Hot Sauce. What do you guys think? Who is coming in as the favorite? You guys rooting for Sicario, the Headhunters, or are we looking for the oil spill, to take over the day? Throw that match down and just light the flames up and watch it burn, baby, because that's kind of how the games went earlier. They thrive in the chaos. We didn't get to see Sicario, but
not yet, not yet. But we do love the beautiful chaos, and I think if I'm staring at it, I think Sicario may be that slight favorite for 2 reasons. They were the champions last year, and they have 14 as opposed to 11 on their round differential for their first game. So it seems like they've performed just a little bit better to start things off. But again, when you have 2 teams this talented going against each other, you might as well just take this paper and toss it out the window, because the oil rigs looked very good in their opener, and we saw what we don't often see. Normally there's a standout player or 2, but for oil rigs, everybody right around the same kills, only 1 or 2 kills separating each member. So it's just showing that they are working like that well-oiled machine that's firing on all cylinders here today. So I think if they can continue that momentum that they built in their first series and allow it to spill over in this third and final series, then they could certainly take a game away. Well, if they can take both of these away, talk about one of the biggest upsets that we may have seen here in HPL.
Yeah, I think you're right that the 1-1 is kind of, if I had to take a guess, 1-1 on this day, based on their map picks, is going to be the way that it goes. But you're right, like both teams have this ability to just rip the victory away from their opponent. They really have the skill, they have the attitude and the patience. I mean, the calm, cool, collected prowess that we saw coming out of Oil Rig in that game, where they let like a minute and a half pass and then they just waltz onto site. I mean, it's really scary stuff when you don't see any panic in the aim, in the movement, in the positioning. They just kind of free flowed. They did what they needed to do and they took it home. Again, we didn't get to watch Sicario, but Goes is going to be the player I'm looking out for, because Goes had so many great moments when he was with EPA, now on 8 Sins, or now known as 8 Sins. And there were some massive, massive moments during like large tournaments, Mr. Hot, where Goes just went ballistic. Like every other player, he does have his off days, but to me, that's the wild card. Goes has this just insane ability to slam everyone home back to back to back. But take away the name Goes and put any of the other 10 players in there. So it's like,
yeah,
man, I'm just so excited to see this. I can't believe we are so lucky that on day 1, folks, we get to see number 1 and number 2 battling it out already. And they both shown why they were number 1 and number 2, plus 14 for Sicario, plus 11 for Oil Rig. No one's coming in as a favorite, and it should be an absolute brawly, bloody bath here, folks.
Yeah, I think one of my favorite things about these 2 teams is that you take a look at these 10 names on the roster and you say, yeah, any single one of these guys could come up in a crazy clutch situation. Any single one of these players can find that 1v3 clutch or anything. So you look at Kiyoshima, Lucky, Zaki, Furlex, and Goes on the side of Sicario, and yeah, it's like, how do you beat this team? But then you look across that Oil Rig and you're like, oh, Bakizi, Kakao, that Ace, Codex, and Rapid. Okay, that's how you can beat him. So, I mean, I think you're absolutely right. We're in for a very violent bloodbath, a knock them down, drag them out, no holds bar, fight to the death where, it's basically the Thunderdome. 2 teams enter, 1 team leaves. And I got to tell you, Blue, I am all for it.
Yeah, I'm all for it indeed, too. And, folks, just a little delay going on in the background. So we're going to take a quick few-minute break to give us a little bit of pause, let that lobby load up. We'll cut off the yapping here for a second, let you guys Go use the restroom real quick. Go get some snacky poos. Don't go away because this, to me, is the game and the series of the day.
All right, everybody, welcome back from the short break here for HPL season number 3 in the EU. And man, I don't even know what I'm going to do after the stream here. I'm just filled with excitement from all the action that we've got to witness here today. I know we've got this final series coming up between Sicario and the Oil Rig as we work to get those players loaded into the lobby. Blue, I know we got to talk a little bit about how good both of these teams are and how it's really hard to pick a favorite for the series at the moment. But nonetheless, I'm pretty sure they're going to bring us, again, one heck of a war, so to speak.
No, it should be an absolute banger. And despite the technical difficulties going on here, folks, all these teams are just as vicious in game and out of game. If we could actually get a look back at that player lineup with the maps going on in the background, maybe we could talk a little bit about the players that y'all can expect to see on the day. Now, looking over at Sicario, Kiyoshima, Lucky, Zaki, Furlex, and Goes. I mean, Kiyoshima has had such a wild trajectory in this league so far where, you know, he started out, you could see he was finding his footing when he first came in. And by the end of the last season, I mean, he was one of the best, most dominant players on the team. And that's alongside Lucky, who was just, as you said, 27 kills on a bowl game with 27 headshots. Just an absolute monster. Furlex, one of the most dominant players in main game as well as arena scene in the EU scene. Zaki, also another monster. And now picking up Goes, another tournament favorite. Won many main game tournaments. Absolute legendary player. I believe he was professional in another game. I can't recall, but, you know, just an absolute demon going. Fortnite. Just an absolute demon here. So, you know, looking at the Sicario lineup, there's no schlumps on this side, but Oil Rig, whew, that lineup is also looking scary.
Yeah, no slumps on the side of Oil Rig either. We've got to see Bakizi, Cacao, that Ace, Codex, and Rapid all pop off already here today. And honestly, we've gotten to see an array of different weapons, but I think that's why I really like watching Sicario, especially. Zaki is always just doing something that isn't maybe typically the known meta, so to speak. And so another player that's really, really fun to watch. Furlex, much like Cacao, we've seen do very well in even those base game tournaments that we've had here. So there's just so much talent, you know, at the risk of sounding like a broken record, there's just so much talent littered across all of these squads, but specifically these two as well. And so I know that's why we're going to have a banger of a matchup here once we get through these little difficulties that we're working through. But nonetheless, again, I'm excited that this is how we get to wrap up the day, because these are just, like we'd mentioned before, the number 1, the number 2 teams from that previous season. 3-round differential only separating these two teams through week 1, and they already get to go head-to-head.
And they're going head-to-head, and nothing's going to be easy here. I mean, Sicario loves Bowl. Oil Rig, I understand why Oil Rig picked Fort, because it kind of has the similar flow to Bay 5, where there's a lot of lateral plays you could make. You could play up mid and go towards that bedroom side, towards that B side. You can rotate wide past that spiral up towards tower and past cannons. There's so many different ways you could pivot. A lot of teams tend to play the A side and push the A side on Fort. I don't know why everyone loves A. Maybe it's easier to take, maybe it's not, but a lot of the time players traditionally go towards that A side. There we go with that word again. And there's so many ways the defense could play it out, though. There's that headshot. There's 4 different boxes on site. They can push up into the kitchen area. You got D1, D2. And then you got your player who can rotate through that middle area, down past the bedroom, drop down into marked, and go through that back cut through. I forget the call out on the top of my head, but down past marked, and that position can also cut off the players going towards A. So the defense as well as the offense have so many different ways they can pivot on Fort. And I think that's where Oil Rig really excels. They love the ability to kind of manipulate the map and move freely and just rotate it when they find it appropriate, because there's just so many ways you could play it out. When you look at Bulls cut down the middle, you got A, you got B, you're pushing on one. No matter how much you want to rotate, how much utility you use, there's only 2 sites, and there's only really substantially 2 ways to get to it. You know, the sites are not there's only one way to enter onto the site on A from Gen or from Curtains, or excuse me, two ways. B has a little bit more. You could drop down from that top side of apartments. You can go past the ramp into U-turn and cut into the back of it between tunnel and U-turn. And then you also have that B plat side. And a lot of people don't kind of go towards that split B plat side because it just there's so many defensive positions you could play where you can peek a really deadly angle and take out a lot of players. So that's why you don't really see too many people on bowl go towards that open area because again, it's open. There's multiple boxes. There's a ramp. You could play from sight. Pretty hard stuff. So I would say traditionally you're gonna see, gosh darn it, you're gonna see U-turn and top of ramp and top of apartments by that ramp side being the most common attacks. That being said, Hot, I think if anyone's going to figure out a sneaky way to play this, it's going to be Sicario or Oil Rig.
Yeah, honestly, again, for me, I love Zaki's ability to work with the MP7 or to even use the Ash 12 on Ford at times. So for me, we haven't got to see Oil Rig on bowl yet. So that maybe that's something that could favor Sicario. Now, we haven't got to see Fort at all yet today as well. So I almost just have this feeling that, maybe both of these teams are going to take their own map pick respectively, but we can talk about what's on paper all we want. We can talk about the statistics all we want. But the fact is, like you said earlier, there are 10 of the best players out here between these two teams. And realistically, it could go either way. It's just who's going to show up and who's going to want it more here today.
Yeah, and the desire is a big part of it, like you said, Hall, and the preparation. I mean, when I think of preparation, neither of these teams are lacking. When it comes to strategy, neither of these teams are lacking. I mean, I loved the way that Oil Rig played out Bay 5, where they just took their sweet ass time moving along the lanes, doing what they need to do, picking up picks. But Sicario is also a very patient prowess team where a methodical game style also favors them. And they have so many fraggers on both sides. I mean, like you said, Lucky on Bowl dropping 27 kills, 27 headshots. And that was from both sides. So that's scary on both sides where, okay, sure, you can use your strategies all you want here, Oil Rig, but Lucky's still there, probably waiting with that M4, just going to slam you down into the ground. Furlex also waiting there, goes, pick a name and they're all going to be slamming it down. So I'm not sure what the approach on the day is going to be, Hot. I'm not sure how to really take an advantage on Bull for Oil Rig. Sicario is going to be attacking Oil Rig on that defense, but I don't know what the play is here for either team right now.
Yeah, and honestly, I feel like another benefit to Sicario is we haven't seen them on stream yet, but they, maybe had that luxury to go back if they weren't able to watch it in live or real time, but to go back and see how Oil Rig played Bay 5 and Skybridge, because Oil Rig on the attacking side was often very patient. But on that defensive side, they were almost overly aggressive, and it paid off for them. So, was that something that Sicario was paying attention to? Is that something that they're going to hope to play off here in their series? Are they going to kind of expect Oil Rig to be a little more aggressive on the defense and vice versa? And so it's something that maybe they could have had that little bit of extra VOD review to prepare themselves for this final match. And, honestly, not enough players often take advantage of that. VOD review is absolutely huge for not only, seeing what your own team did wrong or places you could have performed better, but at dissecting the strategies of your opponents as well, and maybe giving yourself that little bit of an upper hand, so to speak.
No, that's a great point. And it's day one. So we had that little bit of 2-hour lapse between the first series and the third series. So they had plenty of time to go back and watch. And sure, maybe the maps are different here. We saw Bay 5 and we saw Skybridge, not the maps appearing here, but the play style, the aggression, the forward positioning, sure, change the map, but the approach is not going to differ too much. I mean, sure, you will have different strategies, but if you're a hyper aggressive team, it's going to show. If you're a passive team, it's going to show. If you're a utility team, it's going to show. So I think that's an excellent point that Sicario, if they did some digging, they would see, Rapid, Codex, Cacao just going absolutely ballistic running around the map. And then you have Mr. Ace with that freaking sniper just one-tapping people. And what I love about the Lapua with Ace is he was never over-peaking on his own position. He was almost always playing contact of his friends. So his friend would push onto Bay 5, onto B. They would take the fight, and then he would peek out. He wasn't just ego peeking. And that's what's terrifying is not only does he have that op with him, so to speak. You know, that Lapua, that crazy 338 caliber AP one-tap weapon. But he's also got a VSS with 20 rounders with it of probably PAB 9 or SB6. I believe it's going to be PAB 9 based on the point allocation of what he's going to need to get the AXMC. But you know, such a scary combo. And he was only sniping. Like, wait until these close quarters with that VSS slamming home. So you're right. There's so much to glean. Maybe they're going to get ready for Ace having that op. Who knows? Going into these next two games.
Yeah, you know, I wouldn't even mind seeing one of those new AA-12s, the anti-aircraft gun, as I like to call it, but the new shotty that's out there as well. So I know the shotty with Flechette has been something that's been able to kind of mess with the mental of some opponents. It's been something that's frustrating people. I mentioned earlier, I got the pleasure of watching Cracked Wisdom's podcast the other day, and Barbaric and Undead Essence were on there, and that was one thing they mentioned. Is there something that makes you rage about Arena? And they were both very adamant on Vulcans being number one. And then Barbaric had mentioned that the shotgun with Flechette is just something that can maybe get under his skin a little bit. So it's fun to hear some of these players talk about that mental aspect of the game and things that potentially could frustrate your opponents, because we said it earlier, you know, the mental aspect is equally as important as the physical one. So these teams have been showing great mental fortitude throughout the day. Dexterity certainly comes into play when you've been playing for 3 to 5 hours as well. And so all of these factors, I think, going to come into play during this final series here.
Yeah, there's so much to talk about and so much to filter through. But at the end of the day, it was, as we saw with Ancestral versus TOFG, even when you're up an advantage, you know, these teams that are really good can snatch rounds from your hands. And we probably saw 6, maybe 7 rounds clutch back. And the same thing in Oil Rigs games where correct me if I'm wrong, if you recall, but like one of the first or second rounds, they were down to 2 members and those members picked up all 5 kills, you know? So that's what's really awesome about this upcoming series is even if you're up a man, you're winning the round, you play it perfectly, it's not over till that round is over, baby. I mean, there's no lights out against these teams. There's no shutting them out. They will always be a threat. There's always something deadly waiting around the corner. And time again, to come back from a 2v4, a 2v5, the clutch factor, the deadly factor, it's just so awesome to see. And I think we're going to get a plethora of that here coming up here soon, folks. And if you're wondering why we're yapping, by the way, folks, we're having some challenges in the background, a little bit of technical difficulties, as is tradition in one of the games in Arena. So just trying to work through it, trying to work with our team in the background. They're doing their best to get us up to speed right now. So thank you for your patience. We really, really appreciate it. Chat, what do you guys out there think? Who are you rooting for? Sicario versus Oil Rig coming into this next one. Me personally, Mr. Hot, I really don't have a favorite. I'm excited. You know, I'm excited, but I can't pick a favorite. I really can't, because when I look through the list of players, I can't say this team is more distinct or better than the other one.
Yeah, and honestly, I want both of them to win a game. I want this to be as close and as competitive as possible for all of these teams throughout that league. So, you know, I hope we get to that final day and we don't know who's going to win because the round differentials are so close. So hopefully, you know, both of these teams can find a way to take their map. But you're right. You know, we saw it was the very opening round, the first round of the day. It was Pandaric who came out, found 3 immediate picks, and we're like, okay, Pandaric came to play, but it was, I think, Codex and maybe that Ace or something. It was 2 of them that just dropped that 5-piece, brought Oil Rig right back into it, and then it was almost like they never looked back. They found their stride, and they just kept on running with it. And so I think that's an important note for both of these teams because their opponents are so talented here in this final match. You know, you can't afford to give them an inch because they're going to take a mile.
Right. And that's the scary thing with these teams, but also the awesome thing. I mean, us from the viewing, it must feel really bad from the player perspective to be up 5 members versus 2 and lose it. But man, oh man, from the bench over here in the safety of my little hermit shell, it feels so good to watch. It feels so good to watch, cast, enjoy, and you know, all in all, it's hard for me. Even though Sicario picked up first, like it's hard for me to say that they have the advantage here. I mean, maybe like you said, they have a slight advantage in terms of round differential, but both teams, man, it's it's just going to be so good to finally get into the game and watch them kind of take control, because all the other teams in the background right now, Hot. Yeah, sure, there's a little bit of a delay, but all the other teams in the background, I think, are biting their nails, waiting to see how this plays out, because they know their fate is kind of in the hands of these two teams right now. You know, even the newer teams that are coming into the league, they know what monsters the Oil Rig and the Sicario lineup is. The two qualified teams from the last league, the only two teams who didn't have to go through the qualifiers, they're pushing through, they're ready to battle, and ultimately, we're going to see some awesome strategies. And yeah, it should be some kind of banger indeed. Now, folks, just hearing in the background right now, we are still having some difficulties. So I think we're going to hop over to another couple-minute break until we figure out a solution here. Please, we appreciate your patience. Yeah, stay right there. We appreciate your patience. We don't enjoy this as much as you don't.
I actually think we're going to jump into map number 2 of TFG versus 8 Sins. So I believe guys, it's not an issue on our end. I think one of the players was having a technical issue. So it does look like we're going to jump into the TFG versus 8 Sins. Now, I saw somewhere in chat, someone said something about TFG beating 8 Sins 9-2. So I don't know if that was the outcome of the first map, but it just goes to show you how talented these teams are. 8 Sins didn't drop a single game in qualifiers. The friendly guys were 4th, and if they put on a dominating fashion and beat 8 Sins 9-2, I mean, that's insane. And that goes back to the any given Sunday. Anything can happen when these teams are going head to head.
Wow. 9-2. That's crazy. I mean, if I'm not mistaken, as you said, they were undefeated in the qualifiers. So to pick up 9-2 against them, man, these friendly guys are not looking so friendly once again. And this is, again, one of these teams that I love watching because they are one of the evolving teams of they are bred for the HPL because they have gone through the trials of the first 2 seasons. Now in the 3rd season, to be taken out 8 Sins 9-2 like that is just so wild to see. Now, I believe we're going to be going into the second map here, folks, as Mr. Hot says. Next map should be starting soon. So again, we appreciate all your patience. We are going to be pivoting to that lineup. I'm not sure if it's possible that we could get the lineups on screen. It might not be something that's prepared, friends, but I'm going to go over here to my little sheet and just give me 1 second here, folks. So for 8 Sins, going to be looking at Blitzer Girl, Pablo, Nemenos, Fox, Kaner, and Train as one of the. Excuse me, I missed Mr. Walker.
I was gonna
Blitzer
say,
Girl. Yeah. Excuse
Walker.
me, Walker. Excuse me, my bad. Walker, Blitzer Girl, Pablo, Nemenos, and Fox going to be the starting lineup with Kaner and Train as those substitute players going up against those friendly guys. Going to be Call Me Joe, Stripey, Alex, Maddox, and Scotty with Smoke and Sigma Wolf 69 on that substitution area. Man, that's kind of crazy to really wrap my head around. Like, as it's hitting the 8 Sins, the dominant qualifying team then loses 9-2. As you said, any given Friday, baby. Any given Friday.
You know, and honestly, we talked about Blitzer Girl earlier, so I'm excited that we get an opportunity to see her on stream. Another one of those just incredibly talented players here amongst the scene. And I keep telling myself, and I'm doing myself a bit of injustice because I got to see Blitzer Girl play in the base game, and I keep meaning to go over and steal her settings. I really liked her visual settings, and I haven't been able to do it yet, but I'm excited for this one. And again, those friendly guys finding a big upset here in map number 1. So, you know, we've said it before, we'll say it again. It just goes to showcase how much talent is littered across every single one of these teams here in HPL season number 3.
Yeah, it's so much talent, and to win a very decisive. I mean, 9-2, folks. A big tale in the EU HPL leagues is the round differential. That's going to be +7 rounds versus -7 rounds. Feeling good over there going into the second map pick. Now, Mr. Hot, I'm trying to pull up in my magical spreadsheet. Do you know which map 2 we're going to be going to? I'm trying to find it up. I'm having a little bit of issues loading right now.
Let me see. I think I have it up. Yeah, let's see. So 8 Sins TFG. Map number 2 would be Skybridge, which would be the pick of TFG. So TFG did win that map 9-2 on 8 Sins map pick as well. So
Wow.
honestly, the confidence has to be exuberating out there on the battlefield for them, and they've got to feel that momentum kind of in their corner at the moment. But I mean, anything's possible on Skybridge. We did get blessed with a Skybridge earlier, and even though I'm not the biggest fan of the map, I don't mind it when I'm not playing it. So if it's them out there playing it, I'm perfectly happy with getting to watch and cast.
Yeah, I mean, it should be a banger too. I can't. It's hard for me to wrap my head around that this is now their map pick that we're going to too. And I something you put out earlier, Skybridge is kind of like this, this magic 8-ball map that you don't see too much of. So it really is a great advantageous position for the teams that are well prepared for it. I'm expecting a lot of good things coming out of TFG on this map because most people aren't going to be nearly as prepared as they are. The Skybridge mains are Skybridge mains for a reason. They don't like good maps. No, I'm only kidding. They like maps that, it's a little bit more of a peculiar choice where you can really take an advantage. And I think it really catches your enemy off guard, Hot. I mean, it really is a great way to put your enemy on the back foot. And when you're coming in off winning their map pick, it's such a tough position for 8sins because I know EPA, formerly 8sins, formerly known as EPA, they are fantastic on Bull. They really are. So to see 9-2 and then switching maps, switching gears, Blitzer Girl and the boys are going to have to go absolutely ballistic because it's going to be a tough ask to take it from the TFG lineup.
Yeah, I mean, and already at a -7 round differential in game number 1, so you've got some room to make up there as well. You can't afford, another 9-2, so to speak, because then you're really, putting yourself kind of in a hole and creating an uphill battle for yourself. So we'll see if 8sins is able to bounce back here in just a moment as we get these players loaded into the lobby. But, it's just funny because we talked about how the other friendly guys had toppled the friendly guys in qualifiers, but Ancestral was able to upset them. Now we see the friendly guys upsetting 8sins. And so it just goes to show you that it is anybody's game. It's just who's showing up to play that day and, how are the stars aligned? Are the Tarkov gods blessing them that day? Because we all know that Tarkov giveth and Tarkov taketh.
Yeah, and sometimes Raptor RNG Jesus shows up and takes what he wants. So it's hard to predict on the day. And I'm thinking about these lineups here, and Blitzer is, I believe she traditionally plays B site on this Skybridge, and I think she's the big wild card for me. Where they could push on to B. I'm predicting a lot of B pushes. Maybe like a little bit late pushes on B, but Blitzer is so freaking scary on B. I mean, she'll pick up 2 or 3 consistently every time. We saw Bakizi in that same position on B, and he got a lot of help. In some rounds, he got taken out. Other rounds, he took out 2 or 3, created enough of a delay that no one could get onto the site. And then flip side with A, we saw with both teams that played on it earlier where the smokes really controlled A site, whether it was the defensive smoke going into VIP that was cutting off that line of sight, with that player close and rat that then maybe got V40'd from the sky. And then they were able to drop the double plume towards headshot and towards E-box, cut those lanes off and take control. I mean, I think Oil Rig and Panderic both had multiple moments where they smoked off A site and got the bomb down. Whether they won the round after that or not is a different question. But, the utility can really kind of pivot how this map's played out. But then on the flips, like kind of tagging on to that, we saw aggression from both teams where they pushed through Heaven or B main and put a lot of pressure on the players on A. So Skybridge is definitely unique in that sense where if you get a little bit aggressive on defense, it can go a long, long way.
Yeah, and Skybridge is another one of those, much like you talked about Bull, where the utility is, I think, a little bit more important than some of the other maps. There are some of those lanes to really kind of smoke out and allow you to progress forward. And we think, we saw that in that opener from Oil Rig and Panderic as well. And so we could see a little bit more of that here with 8sins and TFG, but it'll be up to 8sins to battle back. That's a tough start there. A 9-2, obviously not what they were hoping for. So they got a chance to kind of recollect themselves and maybe come out here and seek a little vengeance, so to speak.
Yeah, and look, just because they picked the map, we saw how that went today with Ancestral. It doesn't really mean too much if you're playing better on the day and can clutch out the important rounds. And I think defense really favors the way that this 8sins lineup will play. When I think of a team like Oil Rig, they're much more aggressive. They're much more forward. Where I think 8sins is going to kind of play that back line positioning, and sometimes that could be really challenging to deal with on Skybridge because you don't know exactly where they're going to peak from. I mean, you have your traditional peaks from Headshot, from Philbo, from E-box, and from that corner in the jump up. I forget the name of it off the top of my head, but there's like 4 traditional positions, but there's so many different angles you can kind of play from the back of sight, especially if you're matching the defensive utility with the offensive utility, specifically the smokes. So if the 2 smokes come in from the offensive side, there are defensive smokes that cut off the same lines of scrimmage, but the other way, so I think that's where 8 Sins will feel just fine going into Skybridge. And again, I'm expecting Blitzer to just hold down B like an absolute maniac, and the rest of the boys to be on A. And, sure, they'll play to pivot, but I think this map actually kind of favors their play style. I don't want to say it favors them, but the actual traditional play style of 8 Sims fits right in for Skybridge.
Yeah, well, we'll see. I know that the Friendly Guys it's a map that they've practiced a ton. I see them on this map all the time as well, and so certainly very, very comfortable there. But again, I feel like because these maps have been out and there's not a ton of different maps just yet because Arena is still fairly new, that most of these teams should be comfortable on, if not all, most of the maps at this point. You would only be doing yourself an injustice to not be practicing every single map. So I think with the talent between these 2 teams, they're probably both comfortable here, but obviously it is the Friendly Guys map pick, so you feel like they maybe feel just a little bit more comfortable. But nonetheless, they were able to take that first one 9-2, so they're in that driver's seat now. And if they can find a way to get another big win against 8 Sins, I mean, that round differential would put them above Sicario or Oil Rig in my mind, so they could come out, at the top of the leaderboard after day number 1.
That would be that would be a crazy way for the day to play out. TOFG taking a 0-2 against the Ancestral, and then TFG on the flip side flipping 8 Sins upside down and taking both maps. I mean, that would be some crazy stuff. But that's the bangers we have here on HPL EU Season 3. And folks, again, we appreciate your patience so much. We understand the challenges going on in the background. As Mr. Hot said, one of the players was having an issue in the background for our first series. So we are switching to the second series, getting that lobby going for you. We want to get as much action-packed action as we can. Action as we can. But sometimes these things happen, so we really do appreciate your patience. And once again, thank you to BSG, to Hunt, Mr. Philbo, Connor, and all the folks in the background. Klish, Preppy, Boosh. I'm trying to remember the names off the top of my head. My Discord's not loading. And all the other people in the background. We really appreciate your efforts. And yeah, looking forward to this. Now, chat, we haven't asked you yet. What do you guys think? TFG versus 8 Sins on Skybridge. Going to be TFG's map. TFG took 9-2 on that bowl against 8 Sins on their map. What are you guys thinking out there? Any predictions out there? Hold, I don't want to put you on the spot again, so I'm going to skip the question.
I just don't want to hurt anybody. You know what I mean? So that's why I'm not giving a prediction, because I don't want the blame to come back on me. I get blamed enough by everybody out there, right? So this is my day off right now, okay? So, but yeah, I guess while we have a little bit of time, we will shout out those people behind the scenes, like you mentioned. It was Connor, Boosh, Preppy, and then on the crew team there, Klish, Turbo Bear, Shadow Reaper, Step Sherpa, Cynthia, and Skeppy, guys. They are working very diligently behind the scenes, and I can assure you, it is not easy to wrangle. You think we're all adults, but it's not easy to wrangle up a bunch of adult kids and get everybody in these lobbies, keep everything running smoothly, topple and tackle the technical difficulties that are thrown your way. But this team has been working diligently behind the scenes, and they continuously overcome these obstacles. And so we certainly appreciate all their hard work behind the scenes. And again, of course, all of you hanging out with chat with us. It wouldn't be possible without you guys as well. So
Right.
We certainly appreciate you. I guess, maybe we could start that other giveaway while we've got some downtime as well.
Yeah. So I had the grace to pick out the first keyword here, Mr. Hot Sauce. So I have an idea where we're gonna go, but I'm gonna leave the floor to you, sir. Where are you? Chat, get ready.
Already know, baby. I mean, we can shorten it up to just exclamation point rats, but we know it's rats on top, baby. Exclamation point rats, guys, in chat. If you want to get in on the giveaway, we'll give plenty of time to enter in that. We'll let this game play out, but exclamation point rats for an opportunity to get yourself an arena code, again, courtesy of the Hunt Premier and Philbo, everybody behind the scenes here, bringing all this fun and excitement to you. And you don't always have to participate. You can just hang out. You can still win some prizes.
Win some prizes, win some games. You know, I already have 2 arena accounts, but I wouldn't mind a third here, Hot. You know, who knows what kind of name I could come up with and troll what kind of troll picks.
Ooh.
Speaking of picks, Mr. Hot, any particular favorites this season of Arena? You know, I know they introduced, as you were saying, the anti-aircraft gun and a few other weapons that we see kind of mainstay now. Any particular favorites for you?
I mean, I in most games I tend to like sniping, but I haven't got to try out the new one. Is it the TRG? I think Cracked was hitting me with some info earlier. I know that there's basically it's like the new AXMC.
Ooh, really?
But yeah, and so it's something that I haven't had a chance to try out, but it is called the TRG. It uses the same bullet damage, but a little bit better ergo and general performance. So it's a little more fit for the pro scene.
That's kind of sick. And that being said, folks, going into our last game of the day, going to be 8 Sins going up against TFG. TFG taking the first map on Bowl, 8 Sins map, 9-2, but it doesn't matter. Foxy feeling himself, getting a little sly. Walker walking over Maddox. 3 members left for this lineup. Bomb's going to be moving towards this B site quickly. Call me Joe. He's going to want to pick up as many kills as we can. Scotty does know, apparently. That song lied. Nemo and Fox getting slammed by Scotty. Scotty does know. Scotty does know.
The other team said, beam me up, Scotty, but he beamed him down straight into the ground. That 6 feet dirt nap coming back, but it's all down to Stripey and Scotty. Stripey takes an early exit from Blitzer Girl, and now the 3v1 advantage here for 8 Sins. They're looking to start off on the right foot here on Skybridge and get a little bit of that revenge here against TFG. Scotty all alone, the bomb down here in an awkward spot as well. And with that peak, Pablo finds Scotty. 8 Sins up on top to kick things off.
Holy cow. And, you know, Hot, I love this. I'm so happy 8 Sins wins the first round, because if we see a flip-flop of these maps and they pull out the dub on this, I'm going to be so happy for them. And more importantly, happy for them. I got a little bias. I love when a team picks a map, loses, then switches, and then wins their opponent's map, because it really just shows whatever you think you're the best on. There's so many ways to pivot through the prowess here that, man, I just love it. That being said, I'm not going to get too ahead of myself. 1-0 so far, and Foxy, once again, getting a little aggressive. Nemo going to be pushing up to that sandwich position. Not going to be watching his side, though. Nemo might actually get blasted with the back shots. Maddox runs him over from the side, unfortunately, and that's going to be the first kill of the round here, Hot.
Not the back shots, but call me Joe, says Walker. You're mine. Head collected. And with that, Stripey doesn't spot one running across. Maybe here's the audio. We can see some nades raining down, going to prone, spots the legs, and the spray is good for one. It's Stripey, the tiger, who takes out the fox. He said, I'm the king of the jungle, baby. Alex on the Pablo as well, and TFG, almost a flawless round as Stripey only falls to his teammate.
Man, and a team ace coming through, too. Very clean round, and you know, I like the aggressive positioning coming out of Nemo, but unfortunately not checking his Connors, just kind of looking at the wall, maybe trying to hold this gun. I'm trying to wrap my head around the play there, Hod, but I'm sure there was some secret sauce I'm not aware of. That being said, though, TFG matches the scoreline right away.
That's what we want. We love that back and forth, this game of tug of war, so to speak, and we'll see which team is able to weather this storm a little bit better. Early nades coming out here from Alex as well. And look at the space being taken again by Nemenos. But this time watching the side as Maddox, he will get a little bit of his own revenge here. And now it's an early pick for 8 Sins to give them the player advantage.
Oh, Nemo. Great kill. Almost looks like Joe blasted his teammate. Joe does manage to trade out Nemo right away, but 3 members already down for TFG. Oh, Foxy Cleopatra slams down Scotty. Maybe Scotty doesn't know that this is the Fox's arena, and Blitzer coming in from the back. And 3 decisive rounds. 8 Sins, then TFG, then 8 Sins, and very, very decisive here, Hot, on the first 3 rounds of this map.
Yeah, just back and forth. Each team kind of exploding out in their rounds respectively. So if the cards are played right, it's now going to be up to TFG to rein it back in and have a dominating round of their own. Everybody's on that kill board, though, so everybody's gotten a piece of the action here early. Nobody seems to be cold or stifled, so it's all hot, hot heat and ready to go, baby.
ready to go. And chat real quick, make sure you exclamation rats in the chat if you'd like to see rats on top and win an arena key for yourself, maybe for a friend, maybe for a loved one. Exclamation rats. I haven't seen a lot of rats in chat. Don't be shy. We know how you play. You don't have to hide it from us. Hard is your leader. Blitzer
Love
with
it.
a nice opening kill though.
Yeah, good opening pick on Scotty and continuing to have early success here for 8sins. Maddox looking to check the flank for the time being, but nobody coming in just yet. We can see that bomb on the mini-map, though. They're still lingering toward that A site. So a lot of noise being made here at B by TFG, maybe looking to bite out an early rotation, but 8sins remaining cool, calm, and collected, staying true to the objective as they hold down that A site.
Joe about to be in a little bit of a battle. Stripey takes out Nemenas, I believe from the side, actually. Nemo, unfortunately, getting traded from the side, or getting taken out from the side, excuse me, once again. Foxy, though, feeling himself from that VIP. Walker dropping a Stripey. Even scoreline right now, but the time is now ticking. Bomb is playing. One player going to be on sandwich, two going to be on site. Lots of pressure back and forth. Foxy looking to bait with some noise, using his audio to put pressure. Alex trying to hold for his team. Stripey doing his best to hold off. Pablo gets taken out. Unfortunately, Blitzer going to be the mid-reload. Foxy, last man standing. Last Fox standing, and it's not going to be good enough. Alex takes him out, and we got a 2-2 game on our hands.
Back and forth we go. This is what we wanted. The war of attrition between these two squads, and Stripey with a 4K on that round. I mean, we know he's a tiger, but he might upgrade to a lion. He's the king of the jungle at the moment, baby.
Yeah, and he was looking really good there. Nemo in the middle of the site looked like he was a little isolated when he was peeking. And you know, it happened in the first round. It happened in that fourth round where, the second and then the fourth round where he was just a little bit of an island on himself. Maybe a little bit of comms, maybe a little bit of nerves. So if they lock it in a little bit more with this defense, I think 8sins is in a pretty good position to pick up, a few more rounds in this half. But TFG looking clean.
Looking clean so far. Maddox is going to find this early pick onto Nemenas, and Maddox and Nemo have had their own little battle here at the start of every single round thus far, and it's really gone back and forth for both of these members. But we do see that rotation shifting toward the A site here for 8sins. Looking to lock down VIP, smoking the way. Walker's going to pick up on Maddox, and right back to a 4v4 we go.
Oh, man, but Joe's right there. The shots back and forth. Pablo, Foxy, Cleopatra takes out two, though. Oh, my goodness. The Fox feeling sly, sneaking through the woods, making deals in the background, and takes out 3 on this round. 2 on this round. Pablo with a massive, massive kill. Walker got killed, and he immediately traded out Walker's killer and got the bomb down. Foxy then picks up the last 2. And this is probably as back and forth as we've seen today here, God. I mean, domination from one round, except you keep switching teams. I love it. Especially on their map pick. TFG's map pick at 8sins in the lead right now, already picking up more total rounds than the entire last game. So we got a game on our hands here, folks.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, that's what you got to do. Hey, if they can do it, certainly we can do. Anything you can do, I can do better. You're going to take my map away from me. I'm going to take yours away from you. Blitzer lines up. The crosshair placement looked good, but unfortunately doesn't connect with the shots. Pops the reload here, and with that, TFG will continue to find this pressure here, looking to apply the pressure toward the B site. Blitzer on the peak, the swing, and it doesn't connect yet again. The shots looked good, but there is a little bit of damage done, but nobody falls here just yet.
And Pablo looking really hurt, but in a great position. Ooh, spamming through that train. Man, that MCX going crazy. Blitzer picks up her first kill. Walker stops the player from ramp, getting into a good position. Pablo just blasting away. One player on that defense, attacking side, going to be at that B main. One's going to be inside of that blue train positioning. I believe B3 is that right now. Can't see exactly where it is. Shots ringing down. Nemo finally takes out Joe. 5 members remain. Alex takes out Blitzer finally, but Fox trying to go for the back shots. Not foxy enough yet, but this player's trapped here, Hall. I don't see how Alex gets out of this one alive. Even he's going to need an absolute miracle. Actually runs on the site, manages to get out of the position. 2 players, takes out 1, takes out 2. The miracle.
Can he pull out the crazy stops here? There is a long lurking flank coming in from the other direction here as well. And so something he certainly has to be careful of. Walker on the Pico Bomb. I don't think he saw him. Maybe looking somewhere else. Walker said, hey, I walked in. I just started blasting, baby. Up 4-2.
Man, and Walker, you know, 6-5-5-4-3. Once again, we see these team score lines that are looking so consistent, but the same thing can be said of the other side, 5-5-3-3-2. Both teams really playing well, but you know, the irony here, Hot, where you're going onto your enemy's map pick and you're starting to dominate against them. And that's the beauty, I think, of this HPL EU Season 3 is, like you said, you could pick your maps, you could feel confident, but on the day, it doesn't really matter. It's whoever's playing better round to round. And right now, 8 Sins, Nemonos from downtown with the nade. Nemo taking this position again. They know Nemo's been playing here. He's in a kind of an awkward position, but he takes out one, feeling himself, takes out two. Nemo, he said, find me, baby. I'm right here. And looking for the ace. Nemo with the ace, baby. Shuts down TFG's offense. And he said, find me here, Sharky. You can't take a bite out of me, baby.
That's right. The ace of spades, he said, calling in. He gets the ace and a beautiful 5K for 8 Sins. It was 9-2 TFG in their first one. 8 Sins is feeling some type of way about it. And man, did they come out with one hell of a response.
Man, and that just got to feel so good for Nemo right now. You know, a little bit of awkward back and forth with Maddox. Maddox kills you once, you die once, you kill him once. Man, that's a comeback round right there. And he's going to go right back to the same position. So he's really feeling himself with the nade again. Takes out Call Me Joe with the nade. Nemo picks up Scotty. Nemo's feeling himself. Foxy, feeling foxy. Unfortunately, Walker getting a little bit too aggressive, go through that smoke. Does get taken out by Maddox here. And this power position, this is what I love. You know, this is the only positive thing I could say about Skybridge is I love the fact that the defense can play offensively here, Hot. I love this.
Yeah, that aggressive approach certainly has worked out very well. The jump over, the flick looked good, maybe just a second behind, but Nemo has been the juggernaut out here. And look at the situational awareness as well. Finding this, just turning around, obviously not getting the pick, but putting some bullets, knowing that this could be in a potential play here for TFG. So in a bit of a pincer here, we'll back off to a safer position, and it's going to come all down to Stripey and Maddox.
And that's such a great point.
Ooh. Bro, somebody back check this guy.
Oh, man. Nemo, show boss files. No, all jokes aside, though, Nemo, as you said, the situational awareness and the consistency, the fact that he died a few rounds on a little bit of an island by himself, and to not lose confidence. I mean, he's gone to this position almost every round, and he said, I don't really care what they want to do. I'm playing my game. I am locked in, and Pablo with the great side peek on the Stripey the Tiger. Unfortunately, the irony right here, that all I keep seeing flash when I close my eyes is the irony of the way these games go. 6-2 on the opposite map that they didn't peek. Now, can they keep this consistent on attacking, though? This is where it gets a little squirrely on Skybridge.
Yeah, I mean, this is insane, right? We saw TFG. Well, we didn't actually get to see them, but TFG won that first map, which was 8 Sins pick. They win it 9-2. We come out in this one, and it's a round apiece, back and forth, up into that 3-2 spot, and now it was all 8 Sins powering forward. They're looking to dish out a little bit of that TFG medicine. They're looking for a 9-2 themselves. It's going to be up to TFG now to turn things around. Stripey and crew need to lock it down and lock in.
Lock it down and lock in indeed, and Pablo's got that. I can't. Was that a flash he threw? I think it was a flash.
Yeah.
I couldn't tell by the icon, but that MCX, man, I love this weapon choice. I want to see Pablo popping off. And TFG paying some respect or not getting as aggressive as 8 Sins was. And, you know, now that I think about, oh, man, Stripey from downtown picks up Walker. The nade towards Rat. Are Rat's going to be on top, or are they going to go to sleep? They're going to sleep, baby. Pablo, Pab knows. Puts him down. Alex takes out Nemo. Chat, look at how precise the positioning is based on the tile of this smoke. I mean, you want to see how prepared and practiced these players are and their prowess. literally looking down at the exact tile here, Hot. I mean, I freaking love this stuff, man. The preparation. He saw the silhouette as he jumped. I think he actually saw it, but he doesn't win the trade or doesn't win the kill. Fox manages to trade him out. Oh, man, he did. That was actually crazy. The flash went off, and he saw the silhouette of the player pushing through that smoke. If the bomb gets down there and still in a good position, Fox does pick up an SB6 weapon with this beefy kit, though, and he gets off site. This is totally winnable. Foxy! Blitzer trades out Fox after he dies. 1v1 situation.
Oh.
And Blitzer just needs to play the time. Blitzer is so clutch in this situation. You're hot.
Yeah, Stripey had spotted the arm. It was TFG that had a nice flank coming in, but both members shut down there. And now Blitzer Girl can just play cat and mouse, ring around the rosy, pocket full of Posey, pocket full of shells, rally around the family, baby. Blitzer Girl does it. And 8 sins looking for that 9-2.
Man, 7-2 and so convincingly. Oh my goodness. Such a good round. And I think a big blunder coming out of TFG there, Mr. Hot, because the bomb did get planted, but they let him get off his site. If he doesn't get off the site and it's Blitzer in the 1v3, they had 2 players pushing up KFC and the other one coming from that A side, the back of A side, that Philbo E-box side. Man, just such a good play from 8 Sins coming out.
Ooh.
Joe, he knows the way. And he says, no, Blitzer, no more play today.
Said, call me Joe, call me what you will, call me the Nade Masters. I'm going to find the first one on the Blitzer Girl and shut them down. They've got that player advantage, and it's something that they need to utilize to their favor here at the moment. Nade's bringing out toward the backside. This one is going to miss. You see Pablo here letting one rip as well, and shout out to the camera crew again for bringing us all the beautiful angles of the destruction and chaos, but it's Alex who will skin the Fox here, and now another pick. So TFG's got the 2-player advantage. Pablo's going to look to drop the plant, has people in place to defend him, and there is that lurking flank coming in.
Ooh.
It needs to come in a little quicker than last time, though, as Walker will find a pick onto Alex and is already aware of this flank.
And you pointed out perfectly, Hot. Too much time on the flank. They gave too much space. Nemo, we saw Nemo look at the enemy. Walker takes out Scotty. Nemo, I think, battling for his life right now, getting chased by, I believe, Maddox. Stripey takes out Pablo on site, but Nemo so bloody, so beat, but still alive, baby. Nemo and Walker can still do this. Nemo with the cheeky play. He stands up. He's still got the ammo. He pushes him down. Nemo! Oh, he's defusing. He's defusing, and he doesn't know. Oh my God, Nemo with the clutch! He kills him on the bomb! And that's a round going over to 8 Sins. Oh my goodness, Hot Sauce. What a crazy round! And that's match point! That's match point, baby! Holy cow, this game is going so darn quick in the favor of 8 Sins. What is going on, Hot?
I mean, first of all, Nemonos is just an absolute juggernaut. He is the raid boss, and you've got to find a way to put him down. Now, Maddox will get a little bit of a icing on the cake, so to speak, the cherry on the top as he comes in and finds a melee kill for fun. But, you know, we're looking at a reverse 9-2 here and opposite map picks as well. And it just goes to show you how crazy this league is. Anything can happen here at HPL.
Man, oh man, and I love this B push here. They're not going to be predicting it. You only see that one player. No one's rotating yet. They're blitzing down. Blitzer Girl and Nemo. The two, excuse me, that was Fox and Nemo. The 2 big boys running in with that enforcer kit. Smokes to be going through. Nemo and Fox. Nemo takes out one Walker, does manage to drop. Blitzer takes out Call Me Joe. Fox takes out Scotty. 4v2 situation. Bomb's going to be getting planted. 2 players on that U-turn, but they're going to be getting pincered right away. Nemo's going ballistic. He can't be stopped.
Nemo, absolutely unstoppable. He's on fire. He's looking for more. It's all down to Alex, who is in a very tough spot. The plant does go down as well, and because of these pre-fires, they're going to have a great idea of exactly where he is. One prone up top. That's Nemo, but you can't stop him. You literally cannot stop Nemo. And just like that, 9-2 back the other way. 8 Sins able to make up all of that round differential that they lost in game number 1.
Holy cow. That was probably the fastest competitive match I've ever watched in Tarkov Arena thus far. And I wonder if that was a mirror of what happened because holy cow. I mean, Nemanos to lose those initial picks back to back there on the first few rounds hot. And I was like, man, Nemo's on an island. Oh man, Nemo's at sandwich getting shot in the side. And then he just turns it up to the 9,000 degrees Celsius, burns all of his enemies. And I mean, I think it was the second or third last round. He survives a bloodbath sitting in that KFC position and kills the diffuser to push them to match point. I mean, Nemanos with an absolute star performance. Holy ass, Mr. Hot Sauce. Holy cow, bro. What a game come out of 8 Sins.
I mean, he just went Super Saiyan, honestly. And if I'm on that squad, I'm buying him a big old ice cream cone or something because he certainly deserves it and a well-deserved MVP. And a great way to bounce back. We talked about the mental aspect earlier. Losing 9-2 on your map pick can be devastating. It can take some wind out of your sails, but 8 Sins didn't let it bother him. They said, okay, let's take a deep breath and reset. GG's, go next. That's exactly what they did on Skybridge. And honestly, I'm excited as how day one has been here for us. We've got 5 days in total, but this is just a tip of the iceberg, just a little bit of a teaser of all the amazing things we've got in store for you here at HPL.
And, you know, it blows my mind, Mr. Hot Sauce. Jeez, I'm getting confused. I'm getting old. I'm starting to call you cracked.
I know,
sound like my mother
I had a little
over
more
here.
hair than him.
Oh, shit. Crack catching strays in the chat. My bad, Crack. But that being said, man, the chat, to see 9-2 on their map pick, and, you know, Hot, me and you were talking briefly before the game about, like, sheesh, you know, they got to be feeling themselves, TFG, and throw it out the window. Shut up, casters. Throw your curse out the window. I mean, to slam home 9-2, and all I could say is Nemenas. Like, there's no finding Nemo. Nemo's finding you. Nemo's finding you, apparently, chat, because holy cow, what a game. So many clutch kills. Stops the plant. Wins an ace. Multiple back-to-back rounds with nades on that whole position on the defense. I mean, I cannot stress enough what a breakout performance from Nemenos on his new team right now. They should all be so proud. And, you know, they both walk away happy. I think TFG, all things considered, walks away very happy. 8 Sins, one of the most dominant teams in a lot of these HPL leagues thus far. Walking away with 0 round differential. It doesn't feel great, Hot, but you're not negative, baby. You walk away on the day. You're in the game. You're not down bad, right? You're not feeling the pressure. Sure, the other top 2 teams are up, but you know, there's so much gaming to be had, and you really, really, really have to feel good as 8 Sins. When you lose your map pick and then come back and match the score line, again, you don't come out positive round differential, Hot, but it's got to feel so darn good to come back and slam your opponents into the ground on their map after they slam you on your map. I mean, it's got to feel so good.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you were looking at a -7 round differential, and you're able to eat that up in one game. So they have to be feeling great about picking up Nemo as well. You know, obviously everybody on that team is a shining star, but today was Nemo's moment, and really displayed that here on Skybridge. So I'd be looking out for this squad. If I'm playing against them, I might want to be avoiding them on Skybridge here. So, but all in all, I mean, a great job by both teams. Obviously, we didn't get to see that first map where TFG did win 9-2, but they had an equally as dominating performance in that first map.
Whew. And speaking of a dominant performance, folks, we got some good news. We got some great news. I believe that we are going to be casting the second game of the series that we were supposed to, friends. So the action's not over yet. I mean, I thought that was going to be the end of the day, but man, what a banger. I mean, I'm so glad we got to see the briefest match I've ever witnessed in Tarkov Arena, but man, one of the most fun I've had in a long time. That being said, folks, we're going to take a quick 2-3 minute break. We're going to set up the lobby for Oil Rig versus Sicario. Don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be right back. We just grab your snacky poos, grab a drink, use the restroom, and come right back because we got one more banger on the day, baby. Be right back.
All right, everybody, welcome back to the HPL season number 3 here. And again, we've worked out some of those details, so we are going to hop into game number 2 of Sicario taking on Oil Rig here. So, Blue, I know we were hoping to get it. We weren't sure. We got blessed with an additional, at least, TFG game there. But now we get to come back full circle. So we do get to see the former number 1 and number 2 of HPL season number 2 go head-to-head here in this second map.
And it should be an absolute banger here. I mean, Oil Rig versus Sicario. What more could you ask for, folks, for the last game of the day? The number 1 and the number 2 seeds coming in hot, looking to battle, looking to prove themselves. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Hot Sauce, but we're going to a map we have not seen today. The wonderful cobblestone map that is the Fortitude Fort. And
That's
it
right.
should be absolutely so much fun because I love how this map plays out. It's just like a Bay 5. There's so much utility, so much latitude in how you play it. There's so many lateral plays, so many pivots. And sure, you have your standard plays on A. A lot of the times you'll see players going towards A. Traditionally, I'm going to stop saying the same word, or I'm going to. But that being said, God, you know when you realize you're doing something and you're like, oh my God,
And
I
then you
hear
can't
myself.
quit. Yeah, you know, it
Oh
happens
God.
sometimes to the best of us.
Oh gosh. Sorry, Chad. That being said, though, Oil Rig thrive in controlled chaos. I think that this map favors their playstyle so much, but man, I'm so excited that we're going to be in game soon because Sicario versus Oil Rig, it's like, what more can I ask for to end the day on? I don't want to say much more, Hot. I don't want to have any more predictions. I'm just ready to see both these badass teams battle for the bloodbath that's going to close out the day here, Hot.
That's right. And speaking of winners of the day, we did have our second
Ooh.
winner for that arena code there. That's going to be Cyber Mike, Cyber MYK. So if you're in chat, be sure to speak up. Make sure you're in the Discord there as well. But you've got yourself a copy of a new arena code here so you can get out there onto the battlefield and maybe showcase some of your talent and skills as well as we get locked and loaded for the final game of the day. And honestly, day one has been near perfect. Obviously, there was a little technical issues, but as far as the action at hand, it has been near perfect here today. And we're going to close it out with one more banger.
One more banger, and as we said right before the game, A going to be the traditional favorite. Lucky and Zaki, though. You pointed out Zaki with that Ash 12 coming in hot. Lucky takes out 2. Zaki takes out 1. Lucky finally drops that ace, but Bomb down in a really bad position inside of that kitchen area. 3 members on the defensive side. Oh my goodness. Furlek gets slammed by that ace. He said, don't disrespect me. I don't care that my teammates are dead. I'm still alive. I'm that ace, baby. And now I got a real weapon in my hands. No more single fire. I got the spear, baby. And this FMJ, this 6x8x50 FMJ is just so darn good here.
Oh, we saw him come back from a crazy clutch in an opening round to start off the day. They're going to need to do something here again. That ace with a potential ace on the cards has an idea. There's one lingering on the other side. Shots will spray through the wall and now back. No damage really done just yet. That ace will take some, but again, that device down in an awkward position here. And with that, we see Sicario just being okay proned out back there and looking to play the angles. So Codex rotating around on that jump peak as well. Knows there's most likely one holding it. There's that Ash 12 in the hands of Zaki. I knew we might see that here again, and Zaki never disappointing.
No, and he pushes on the site. Unfortunately, Codex gets taken out by Goes. Goes, plays it slow, plays it steady, and Sicario picks up that first round on Oil Rig's map. We saw an opening 2 kills from Ace, but unfortunately, Sicario just slammed down this round. Still plenty of gaming to go, but, you know, Goes with this SR3M, very, very deadly weaponry. We saw the Ash 12 coming out from that assault class. Man, oh man, so many different weapons coming out. And that's the beauty of Arena right now, folks. If you haven't hopped into Arena, by the way, make sure you check it out. Make sure you try and cop yourself a copy during one of the wonderful HPL giveaways that are going on throughout the season because it's a lot of fun. It's a good time. So many weapons. Build your kit. Lucky says, shut up, Blue. I'm taking out Bakizi, baby. Does manage to... Oh, no. Does get traded up like a cow, but Zaki picks up that ace. 4-3 on the scoreline right now, and Zaki in a very sneaky position. Cacao takes out 1. Zaki puts Rapid in the dirt, though, baby.
I had a feeling we were going to see Zaki on this Ash 12, and it's certainly great at chopping down the Enforcer class like we just saw. They're going to remain to have that player advantage, and Zaki and crew showing great patience here, really trusting in their teammates as well to hold these opposite angles, and so that's why we see Zaki just paying attention to what's in front of him, has a teammate behind here for some additional help, and now Cacao and Codex, trying to decide exactly what they want to do here. They could maybe wait out some time, make the other team think that they're rotating, and then come right back toward A. It does appear that they're still hanging out over here for the time being. And if you look at that mini-map, we see Sicario considering that B rotation, as it does look like Oil Rigs is going to go there themselves now.
And it's a good pivot from Ghost to actually be rotating. I mean, they didn't actually leave, like you said, but they're just playing around the possibility. Ghost gonna have that info soon that they're gonna be on B, but the bomb's gonna get planted for free here, Hot. Not much he can do. He can challenge it a little bit, but probably gonna wait for his teammates. If they rotate to the left towards that spiral, it's gonna be a bad position. But they both actually move towards the mid, and they're in such a power position now. The bomb's planted for that B connector. And it's really, really difficult to take if they control this mid position. Kiyoshima looking to work towards that mid. They have a nice little crossfire here going on. Two players going to be holding, though, with the cross angle. Codex takes out Zaki, was right behind him. Kiyoshima takes a lot of damage, going in from the ramp towards that site, looking to clear. I don't know if they know both players are here yet, though, Hot.
Yeah, they've got a really nice setup here. And with that,
Ooh!
Cacao's going to find goes. Oil rigs, time and time again, have been good at pulling that magic rabbit out of the hat. We'll see if they can do it once more. They were at a disadvantage, but Kiyoshima looks to chop them down. He was that CS guy. He said pros don't fake, but Cacao was lurking in the shadows. Oil rig will bring it back 1-1.
And very decisively, too. They lost 3 members right off rip, but this is just a parallel to what we saw earlier, where it doesn't matter if Oil rigs down members. They can still close out these rounds. Cacao picking up 4 members by himself in that round, and just so good in the clutch moments here. We saw Cacao when there was that that mini LAN during a TwitchCon or whenever it was on LAN, where Cacao was just dropping 20 plus kills over and over and over again, and nothing's changed here, Hot.
Yeah, I said it. I've had the misfortune of playing against them a couple times. I got my 1 or 2 kills, clipped them, put them on a plaque behind me, and then suffered a butt beating from that man. So a ton of skill between both squads, but that ace is going to find the first one. And now Codex on the lucky. Oil rigs maybe finding their stride here, looking to work off these rounds, and they're back toward that B site, that non-quote unquote traditional area for this squad. And coming up with some success, Codex finds the pick on the Furlix, but Keezy on the Kiyoshima, and it's all down to Zaki in the Ash 12.
I may repeat myself way too many times, but traditionally, I may be kind of correct with calling the pivots here. The fact that they're actually playing around this B side is so awesome for me to see here, though. All jokes aside, Hall, I mean, it really shows that they're putting pressure on A, and then they're pivoting off Cacao. Man, Cacao. I mean, just so many good kills coming out of this team, and such a good read. 2 rounds in a row where they get picks on A, they put pressure, and then they rotate out and take total control of the other site. One of those picks might have been on B. I couldn't see where one of the players was killed, but just such a good this is where Oil Rig excels, I think, Hot, is they have this latitude to just pivot whenever they want. They can position themselves based on the defensive positioning, and they're so quick to rotate and read the defensive line and outplay them. I mean, that's where they're so scary to me. Bay 5 and Fort is their bread and butter.
Yeah, I mean, they won that last round flawlessly. We saw Sicario maybe looking to pay a bit more attention toward B, but it's the push toward A. Bakizi opens it up. Furlex, though, drops Cacao. The snipe with the AP rounds coming up clutch here as that ace and then begin to work their way in toward Kitchen. I'm not sure if they saw him dip into the smoke, and now he's got utility in his hand. He's got to be careful. That tiny little nade. Rapid, though, finding the pick on the Furlix. It's Oil Rig with a player advantage once more as they look to make their way onto that side, and again collecting that spear. Ooh. But it's not ace from downtown to put Saki in the ground.
And the bomb's getting planted. Goes might be able to kill him, but not quite. Goes, oh my goodness, what a disgusting kill. Wally was pixel. He was doing a little strafe wiggle, takes him out on the way back behind the box. Unfortunately, though, bombs planted and time is ticking. Down a man. Lots of clutchness going to be needed here.
Need the clutch to come up clutch, and the spray from Codex will find Kiyoshima. Bakizi will make it look easy, baby. Oil Rig, they stumbled a bit in round 1, but they found their way, and the light at the end of the tunnel growing brighter.
3-1 and a very convincing 3-1. Wow, we just saw them all rise from the ground. That was kind of scary, but jeez. 3-1 on their map pick, and very distinctively, very decisively. And You know, where I think Oil Rig is most terrifying is their post-plant positioning. They were all holding cross and all playing off contact. So as soon as one made contact, the other one would peek and vice versa. And it's just so hard to deal with when people aren't throwing their lives with playing off their teammates. Especially when you... Oh, Furlex, disgusting snipe onto Bakizi, though. Lucky, feeling lucky, takes out Cacao.
Yeah, that's a rough sound to hear. That you could hear Furlex continuing to rain down the bullet, the loud boom, and he's collecting the heads and getting bread, as we love to say. And now he has an idea that ace is here as well. Steps out, the shot looks good, but barely misses. The quick flick and the quick scope doesn't connect, but Lucky will bring in the reinforcements, able to find Codex. That ace all alone will find Goes, looking to bring some life into the squad, but it's Kiyoshima to instantly shut it down. Sicario working their way back in it.
And I think he's using that new weapon you were talking about. I don't recognize the model on that weapon. I'm pretty sure that's the new sniper you were talking about. I can't recall the name of it off the top of my head, but just so awesome to see how strong this marksman off pick is. I mean, it really seems quote unquote off meta to me, but you have a VSS, you got a banger sniper, you got disgustingly strong 338 Lapua AP rounds, and it seems to be working here for Mr. Furlex. But can they continue the success here? 3 in the mid, 1 drops to Kia. Rapid immediately trades him out though. 4-4 on the score line. Bomb has not been sighted here yet, though, Hot. So still plenty around to play out. Lucky rotating back towards this A position, towards the headshot.
Yeah, I believe it's called the TRG, as the Cracked Wisdom one was updating me a little bit earlier today. And Furlex certainly having a lot of success. It's Oil Rigs who's able to open up, but Cacao went down here as well. So we are in a 4v4. We got the lineup Larry here from Lucky, just waiting for that moment to let this nade rip. And we see Oil Rig on that mini map. Everybody has shifted over toward that A site. They're looking to get that device down here as well. And I think Lucky's just waiting for this smoke to dissipate before he drops it. Furlex finding Bakizi. The nade comes in. The device goes down. And it will be up to Sicario to find a way to get in there and deactivate it.
Yeah, they are up a member, but actually, never mind. Ace says, nope, not today. And this is a pivotal round right here for both teams. Zaki trying to slam down the lane, but Ace on that pivotal position in D1 just slamming it home. Goes only 2 kills so far in this game. Definitely looking to Zaki with a massive kill. Zaki with 2 massive kills. Ace so sneaky with how he pushed up, though. Look at this positioning coming out of him. I don't know if Goes can... Nope. Goes loses the round. And that is such a good play coming out of that Ace to stop the defuse. Oh, my goodness. What a play.
I mean, we talk about the situational awareness. We talk about the game awareness, and that Ace showing exactly how it's done, clutching the round, finding the 3K, and doubling the lead here for Oil Rig. So a great start for them. We'll see if they can keep that momentum rolling. We'll see if that snowball will turn into an avalanche, or if Sicario will be able to bring this one on back.
Whew, pressure's on now. Oil Rig, this is going to be their map pick. They're feeling confident. They're feeling good. A is going to be pushing, or excuse me, Bob's going to be moving towards A very quickly. Go's going to be on this B side. Rapid takes out that Ace. Furlex follows up onto Rapid. So, quote unquote, trading him out, even though his teammate killed him. The 3v5 situation. Furlex whiffs the shot. Cacao immediately punishes it. That's the one challenge with that marksman there, Hawks, is if you're too aggressive in too aggressive a position, if you don't hit that shot and can't pivot out right away, I mean, you just die to that automatic weapon.
Well, it'll be Sicario who has the player advantage to work with. Oil Riggers have solidified at least a tied half here to start things off. Any additional rounds will make for a little bit of smoother sailing in the second half. We see the device now heading. Timing is everything. Lucky's going to pull off, but he's able to find one. Can't get the second as Cacao will find the trade, and bloodshed back and forth. Kiyoshima, though, lurking in the shadows, making his way toward kitchen. And now that rotation back. Bakizi has an idea, but he's immediately shut down by Kiyoshima.
Cacao in the 1v3. If anyone's going to win this round, it's going to be him. And they have the positioning now. He got the information. Sure, he dies to him, but Bomb's going to be getting diffused. Cacao has to stop. I don't think he heard the defuse, and the round's over. Wow. Great read. And that's in 2 of the 3 rounds, we saw that the bomb, Lucky was holding that nade, lurking Larry with that lineup Larry nade, didn't hear the bomb getting planted, and then back-to-back rounds, or maybe the round after, they defuse and they don't hear him. So probably so much chaos going on the site here, Hot, that it's really challenging sometimes to hear that bomb being diffused or being put down when there's so much shots, so much smoke blooming. That gas just puffing into the air does obscure your audio in that situation.
Yeah, and I believe Lucky's on that enforcer class as well. So that big old helmet doesn't necessarily do him any justice there as well. But Sicario, an opportunity to tie things up before halftime, and Furlex is going crazy, baby, with the snipe in hand. Our man showing the prowess and the finesse. Furlex coming up big for Sicario. Swaps the weapons and finds Codex here too. A 4v2 oil rig now has their backs against the wall.
Backs against their wall, and it could go into the half even. And I really don't have a favorite side for here. So if they go in 4-4, it's anybody's game. Goes with a massive pick. Furlex does hit him a little bit. Oh, misses the shot. Cacao again punishes it with that automatic weapon. It's so hard in close quarters. Goes, puts a little bit of, actually a lot of damage. Cacao on his last leg here, it looks like. Barely alive, Mr. Hot.
Yeah, Furlex was trying to find the no-scope, but couldn't get it. Cacao left him with no hope, and now it's no joke because he's in a 3v1 with no health remaining. And so Cacao will pop out the cheese. Shout out to the rats out there. And with that, look to pressure forward toward the B site. Has the device in hand, but will have an opportunity to isolate a 1v1, but Goes knows, and he says, no way you're coming to the B site this time. Sicario will find a way to bring it back in the first half and tie things up. And before we get into this second half, Blue, we want to let everybody know that Philbo and the rest of the crew has decided to grace us with 2 more keys due to the fact that Cyber wasn't able to win that one. So let's do exclamation point Hunt to show our appreciation here for everybody at Hunt Premier behind the scenes and all the hard work they do. Exclamation point Hunt. Get in, and at the end of the game, we're going to draw 2 winners. So 2 chances here to win yourselves one of these wonderful arena codes here from Hunt Premier. And as Blue said earlier, get out there, play this game, get involved. It's showing up on the Epic launcher now here as well. So I hope that we see a huge influx of players incoming.
Huge influx of players, and there's so much competition. Especially if you're from the EU region, there's so much, that enough yappage. 4 players from Sicario blasting towards this B side. Looks like they blasted up a little bit tempered now. One of them throwing smokes, trying to take positioning. Furlex trying to bait on information. Kiyoshima taking advantage of that player in mid. Doesn't actually die yet. Furlex putting so much pressure. Bomb's already down. Goes, takes out Rapid. The teammate, ex-teammate on ex-teammate violence. Kiyoshima takes out Cacao, drop it down. Kiyoshima takes out Bakizi and Saki with that ass 12, puts down Codex. And that ace, gonna have to ace this round in order if he wants to take it home for the boys. Takes out one, doesn't manage to take out the second. Goes with such a good off angle right there, predicting the re-peak. Tries to hold the line for his team, but unfortunately only takes out Kia. Keo taking out 2 before his goes down, though. Puts so much pressure. And I love the extremely fast approach coming out of Sicario here.
Yeah, I mean, they were down by a few rounds, and now all of a sudden, the explosiveness, they take 3 in the row, including that one there, and so now they find themselves back in the driver's seat. So it'll be up to Oil Riggers to answer back here, but again, we expected it to be a nail-biter, and we knew it was going to be a banger, so back and forth we go here, Blue.
Back and forth we go. That ace in another good position. Keo might actually try to repeat what he did last round, but it looks like Ace is predicting it. Furlex can't hang with Rapid, though, with that Rapido weapon. And Keo from downtown, the same Keo from CS, bests his opponent that is on the other side of mid.
Yoshima on board here. Over to Goes we go, and with that, we'll see him begin to pressure forward toward the A site. There is one tucked here to the right. We got to check those corners, as my boy Blue likes to say. And what a great time we've had here today. I mean, the action has been relentless, and it's always a great time getting an opportunity to cast with you, Blue.
No, I appreciate it and have the same sentiment, Mr. Hot Sauce. I think we bring that hot fire, and hopefully chat enjoys it just the same. And Bakizi with that cookbook bigs 2 opponents. Keo takes Oh, Lucky is not feeling lucky right now, Punk. Puts Keo in the dirt. Could have actually been a pretty close round. He has the bomb, but as soon as he goes to plant, I think he's going to get pincered on.
Oh, he almost catches one off guard, but Rapid on the Enforcer class says, no way, buddy, not today. And with that, Oil Rig right back, 5-5. We were hoping for at least one overtime here today. And well, Blue, we might just get it in this one.
Yeah, what a way to end the day. And on Oil Rig's map pick for Sicario to just be, swinging back and forth. Each of these teams trading blow for blow. Oil Rig came out, I believe, 4-2 in that attacking side so decisively, too. But Sicario said, not today, my friends. We were #1 in the last league for a reason, and they're looking to show it here. And again, we see these consistent score lines coming out for Sicario. 8, 8, 6, 8, and 7. I mean, everyone contributing. On the other side, 10, 9, 5, 4, 4. So a little bit a disparity between the players. That's totally okay. But if everyone locks in, it could be very, very dangerous for Sicario. What a dangerous position. And unfortunately, Lucky kills Goes after Goes wins the actual fight with Ace. Lucky takes a lot of damage in that exchange.
Yeah, we talked about earlier, it was some team kills that were really haunting some of these teams, and it's not that often we see Sicario with 2 in a row, but Zaki looking to bring things back. He'll put Bakizi in the easy bake oven and find that one with the Ash 12, as now they find themselves in a 4v3. We talked about the rotations from Oil Rig earlier and how good they are at this. We see Codex now a potential flank, but I think he's unaware that there's one over here, the B-Shite with the device. Rapid in a gun battle, and Zaki on the Ash 12 continues to be their arch nemesis.
Whew, Zaki making snackies out of the opponent with that Ash 12. And that PS12B, man, when it hits, it hits. Sure, Lucky and Zaki have taken a lot of damage. Bomb is going down now for Sicario and Codex. Unfortunately, reading the wrong Codex here, maybe ran the wrong plan because this book is on the other side of the map, baby. And by the time he gets there, 10, 15 seconds, Kakao in such a tough position. Oh, no, a rare whiff in the backside, but Zaki manages to follow up with the trade. Codex takes out Keo immediately. What a kill. But Lucky right there, and he's feeling lucky, Punk. Puts him down, and Sicario takes the lead, I believe, for the first time in this game here, Hot, and they're looking clean with it.
I mean, Zaki on that Ash 12 is looking scarier than a gas station bathroom right now. I'd be avoiding him at all costs. Sicario back in the lead here as they go up 6-5, but we talked about it. We knew this was going to be exciting. Sicario, the #1 winners in Season 2. Oil Rig, that second-place position. They didn't have to go through qualifiers, and, man, are they putting on one heck of a display here for us today.
And the pressure definitely is not getting to them. I mean, both teams still playing out of their minds. Furlex, great read onto Ace. Ace climbs up, doesn't manage to take much damage. Furlex takes 1 or 2 hits. Not going to be able to salvage much of that HP, but Keo in a great position in this heaven. Ace right above Marked in the bedroom. Kakao slowly moving up towards cannons. Maybe going to push up into Spiral. 3, 4 members. Furlex with the opening pick of the Bakizi. Rapid going to be going for that flank towards that Spiral position. Going past cannons. Look like he's going to be coming up towards... I think that's... Lucky right there, and they're swinging back and forth, and Lucky just sticks a direction, doesn't move, and he blasts him so many times. Doesn't get the kill, but I think he did enough damage that it's deadly. Rapid's 1 or 2 shots from dying, and Spiral goes, takes him out, and that seems to be the name of the game right now. Goes, keeps killing. Rapid, though, ex-teammate on ex-teammate's violence. 20 seconds left for Codex. Zaki and Furlex in a great position, though. He's going to bait the defuse. They hear him moving. Zaki not going to take it. Oh, my goodness. And Zaki slams him into the dirt with that Ash 12. And they take a 2-point lead here on attacking side, Mr. Hot.
Oof, looking good for him. And guys, if you're just joining us, it's been one heck of a day. We're in the final map of the day, but a reminder, !Hunt, H-U-N-T, to show our appreciation for everybody at Hunt here working hard behind the scenes. And with that, you're going to get 1 of 2 chances to get an arena key here. We're going to draw that winner after this game, but here we go. Round number 13 underway. Sicario, an opportunity to go to match point. Oil Rig, a chance to bring it back.
Yeah, and the pressure's really mounting. I think Sicario just running around the map freely, playing for picks. You see Rapid really want. Oh man, Keo from
What?
downtown Rapid though takes out Furlex. What a shot from Keo there.
Bro, that was unreal. It's like he's played Counter-Strike or something before. I don't know. Maybe I'll ask chat. Looking for the device plant to go down. Cacao, though, finding Zaki. Looking to pressure together, though. Oil Rig looking well here. Working like a cohesive unit. but Kizi's going to find Kiyoshima, and they've got the player advantage. They set enough pitter-patter. It's time to get at her. The jump shot from Codex is good for one. Lucky finds a trade, but he's only lucky for so long. Mr. Rapido will put him in the dirt. Oil Rig looks to bring it back. One away from tying it up.
And such a decisive, they came in on B site, they got the bomb down, and what a retake. I mean, isolated fights, they won all their fights. That was a 3-man defusal, and he kills them with the jump shot. I mean, they're feeling themselves. Even down 2 rounds, it doesn't matter with this Oil Rig lineup. They're still feeling themselves. They're still in this game. This is still their map pick. Buzz by the Bees, doesn't matter to me's, and Mr. Furlex puts Mr. Rapido in the dirt with that big boom boom.
He's looking to be the new dangerous Pokemon. Furlex on that snipe finds one, but Keezy, though, tries to find one. Unfortunately, can't get that as goes on the other side. Cacao, though, does find that pick back onto Furlex. So the juggernaut of a sniper goes down, but Keezy gotta get sleazy with it, baby. He gets one, but now in a tough position. Has to back off, but Goes says not today, baby. Finds the trade, and we're right back to a 3v3.
Oh man, and that was maybe a little bit of miscommunication coming out of Sicario. I think Goes. I'm not sure if he called that he was backing up, but such a great read to shoot him. Rather than try and take the fight on, he shoots the big boy in the back, and it worked effectively. That being said, though, still 58 seconds in the round. Bomb, I'm not sure if they've actually spotted. You're gonna have the player inside of marked between that kitchen area marked. One player, I believe Keo's still up top in that heaven position. They're going to be smoking Codex in a very, very cheeky angle here. Codex could do a lot of damage if Goes doesn't read that he's going to be there.
Yeah, the fact that he's laying there prone as well, you feel like giving him a little bit of that advantage here. We see Goes and crew, though. They know someone's lurking about here somewhere, so they're trying to be methodical, but Cacau's going to find that pick onto Kiyoshima on the other side of things here. They're going to spot Codex as well. They're looking to pressure onto the site, but again, just laying prone over there, doing a good job of really not making much noise. Did stand up for the time being. The nade over the top toward Cacao, and it's Lucky. Able to thread the needle, and they're going to look to find that plant.
Man, you talked about how Lucky had these crazy games on Bowl 27-27 and 27 kills, 27 headshots, and it's just the red in the needle, as you said. Ooh, Lucky taking the headshot, but that Enforcer kit really coming in clutch with how beefy the Vulcan is. Goes there to protect him, though, and the team play back and forth. If they both back off, this is such a hard round. Lucky in such a bad position right now. Ace not taking advantage of it, though. Doesn't swing too wide. Goes is playing off contact right now. And the crossfire! Crossfire!
Yeah, you're living in my head, baby. Caught in the crossfire. Love that game,
match
but
point!
Already up to match point. It was looking like we might have been blessed with an overtime, but at this point for Oil Rig, it's do or die. It's win or go back to the lobby for now and have to wait for another day. Sicario looking to close it out. We talked about Lucky having all these kills in the past, but 10, 11, 10, 11, 12. It's so hard to do when everybody on your team is this good and playing lights out.
Ooh, baby. And they want to close this game out. I mean, they're playing so aggressive. They're on. Oh, man, a big kill from Bakiza, though. If he doesn't get traded out right away, it's going to be a big problem. That big boy Keo does manage to finally put him down in the dirt. Zaki looking to make a snacky. And he reads it. Ashy, Ash 12, and Lucky. Man, Rapid and Codex flopper. Bomb should be going down now. There's a great flank coming out of both these players. Do they know the flank is coming in? As soon as the first one makes contact, though, this flank is going to be exposed, and both of them are more likely going to be known. That being said, though, 40 seconds left here, Hawk. Cacao kills him, and there they go. Zaki's finally aware. Oh my, and Lucky and Zaki's getting a little too anxious in this trade, and that might be the... Oof.
That was a team kill there. I'm not sure if Furlex realized he was in between them there. Maybe a bit of miscommunication,
Oh!
but Furlex says, let me make up for my mistake, baby. Cacao and a 1v2, a tough position, dancing around, exchanging bullets here. Around and around we go.
Just
Can he
live.
find it? He spotted Furlex. He gets
Oh!
lucky, but Furlex wraps it up. And just like that, Sicario will take game number 2, 9-6.
13, 12, 12, 11, 11. I mean, what more do you want, Hot Sauce? That's a team performance. That's a team dub. And what a way to end the day on this first day of Season 3 HPL EU. I mean, what a banger. 4 MVPs, 3 and then 2. Goes going crazy. Zach going crazy. Lucky, Furlex, Kiyoshima. All players popping off. Everyone getting impact frags. And, you know, the Oil Riggers had such an advantage at the beginning. They came out 4-2, and Sicario said, not today, my friends. The headhunters went hunting, buddy. And man, oh man, did they take some skulls back to the Predator's lair.
Man, and the fact that Furlex on the marksman class is the one to
Right.
get the MVP is absolutely insane. We've had a lot of great games here today and some big winners as well. And speaking of the winners, if you're in chat, S11M and Tough Girl Andra are the 2 lucky winners here of those arena codes. So we hope to see you out in the battlefield soon again. And a huge shout out to Hunt Premier for providing those codes for everybody in chat here today. What a wonderful day number 1, Blue.
I mean, we had 3 and a drop of a 4th series. What a banger day. All the games. We saw one absolute violent bloodbath in the game between 8 Sins and I'm drawing a blank at TFG. In our first series of the day, we saw Oil Rig going up Panderic, back and forth blows. Then we saw Ancestral taking off those other friendly guys. Such an absolute bloodbath all day, back and forth. Such skill expression. So much fun. I mean, what a blessing to open a league. And folks, this is the first day of 5. I mean, think of how good the games are. And we're just getting warmed up, baby. Oh, man.
Yeah, you know, and it's unfortunate, you know, for Oil Rigs. We didn't get to see that first game played, and they couldn't get anybody, you know, they couldn't get Bikizi loaded back in time. So still working out the details with that. We're going to get this leaderboard for you guys here in just a few moments. But as Blue said, I mean, this is only day 1 of day 5. We've got just a ton of talented casters on the board here as well. 2 familiar faces are going to be bringing you the action tomorrow. Huge shout out to Cracked and Kirk. And I know that, you know, I don't normally like to wake up at 11 a.m. I stay up until the wee hours of the morning, so I like to sleep in. But after the way today went, I'm going to have to set an alarm and make sure I'm back here tomorrow for that action as well.
Yeah, and so many good games to come. You know, we'll see how the leaderboard actually played out here right now, but Sicario's got to be feeling really, really good right now, picking up the dub in that second game. And, you know, looking at the 8 Sins versus the TFG, down -7 going into your opponent's map pick for 8 Sins, and they come back and win it 9-2 and eat up that scoreline. Panderic fighting, unfortunately. Oil Rig is one of the dominant teams fighting for their lives. And, you know, there were some rounds given up to Oil Rig, but they played their hearts out. They played well. And then looking to TFG or those other friendly guys versus Ancestral. I mean, Ancestral struggling in the qualifiers to barely skirt through, and yet popping off on the day, taking both games. I mean, just back to back to back banger series here, Hot. I mean, what more can we ask for, chat? What more can we ask, Mr. Hot? Such a good day so far.
Yeah, I mean, such a great day. And honestly, we had the 3 scheduled games on stream, but as you had mentioned, we got to check out 8 Sins and TFG as well. We didn't think we were going to get to see him. So an interesting thing happened in their game too, where, you know, that those friendly guys were able to take that, their opponent's map pick 9-2, 8 Sins, and then we see 8 Sins reverse it on the friendly guys map pick and take it 9-2 as well. So it's really just been an interesting and exciting day, to say the least. And that's just going to let you know that all what's in store here for these next remaining 4 days.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, such a banger day. There's not much more I could say. I mean, we've been yapping all day here, folks. We're waiting for the leaderboard, but it's been so much fun to cast, so much fun to watch, hopefully. And really exciting stuff from all these teams because, yeah, you do have winners on the day. I mean, look, it's a zero-sum game sometimes, Hot. There's a winner and there's a loser, but everyone was fighting for their lives and everyone was playing banger games. I mean, what more could you ask for? All the teams came prepared. All the teams played well. A lot of the players had their clutch moments. So many rounds that you would think would go to one team that were just ripped from their jaws by the other team in these clutch, keen moments by the players. I'm so thrilled and happy to be a part of day one because what a way to start this league off. Because if this tells us anything to come, we haven't even gotten started here, Hot. I mean, what a banger.
Yeah, and honestly, as long as these teams address the mistakes they made, there's really no losers today, right? There's winners and there's learners. You go on, you check that VOD review, you look to see where those mistakes were made, what you could improve on, and honestly, you should be watching a lot of these other teams and how they're attacking these maps as well. So VOD review can go a long way in any of these games. So hopefully, the players are doing their due diligence, but I'm pretty sure they are after what we've seen here today.
And speaking of what we've seen here today, folks, we just got news that the leaderboard is ready. If we could change on over to that. Bam! Sicario coming out swinging on the day. Looking very, very familiar. And 8 Sins coming in. Man, oh man, 8 Sins coming in second place. Oil Rig in that third place. Ancestral in fourth. TFG, OFG, Panderic, and Decoded on the day. Going to be looking at 16-round differential for Sicario right now. Man, what a banger of a day so far. And 8 Sins clawing back up top.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of curious as to what happened for those friendly guys. I mean, they were 0-2'd, I guess, by Sicario, so must have lost a lot of round differential there because they broke even in their match against 8 Sins. So we do see Sicario coming off with an early lead here, about +5 above 8 Sins, who has 11. Oil Rig not far behind him with 3, but for me, I think the biggest surprise on the day might be Ancestral. They again finished last in the last season. They were in that 6th and final spot for qualifiers, but man, did they have a hell of an opening day here. They grab a dub. They 2-0 the other friendly guys who had a phenomenal performance in the qualifiers. So certainly maybe the dark horse of the group to keep an eye on for, but there's plenty of games and plenty of days to be had. So I like the fact that the round differentials aren't too crazy just yet. There's a lot of teams that are relatively close. So hopefully the teams that maybe struggled a little bit today can find a way to turn things around tomorrow.
Yeah, and they're going to have to come out swinging because, Hot, as you pointed out, there's not too many rounds, but when you go from the top 4 to the bottom 4, I mean, Ancestral going to be in 4th place with that 8-round differential. And then we're dropping off a cliff down to -13 to TFG, and TFG pulling into that 5th place spot because they picked up a draw on the day. But -13, -8, -11, -11. You're talking about between 4th and 6th place, a 16-round differential, and between 4th and the other, and 7th and 8th, 17-round difference. So.
Well,
Excuse me, 19-round difference. So that's a big swing for the first day there, Hot. There's a lot of climbing to do, bud.
in their favor, though, one thing that we have to keep in mind is some teams played 2 series today. Some teams play only 1. So if you look at those bottom 3 teams, they've only played 1 series on the day. So they are going to look like they're much further down in that round differential. But we will see those things start to tighten up because, a couple teams get to play 2 series on the day. Some play 1. Obviously, that'll switch as time goes on. The other teams that didn't play 2 will play 2 the following day and so forth. So I don't want those scores, or especially those players on those teams to get discouraged by those round differentials because they are certainly still in this. It's only day number 1. They've only given up 1 series thus far. And so still plenty of time for them to work back into it. You just got to keep your nose to the grindstone, so to speak, and keep playing that great gameplay that you have.
And, hats off to 8 Sins for them clawing back. I mean, they won 2-0 against Decoded, got +11. And, they came out and lost 2-9 on that map. But to come back and clutch it out 9-2, that +11 still tasting pretty darn delicious here, Hot. I mean, second place after such a, losing your map so toughly, to just keep that mental fortitude, keep that absolute keen focus on winning Really hats off to all the teams. And, that's a great, great point by Hot, friends. If you saw on the scoreboard, some of these teams played 2 games. Most of them on the bottom 3 only played 1. So there's so much gaming to go here. All of these teams in this round robin format will play each other at some point. So there's just so many games to go. We're talking about 6 more games for the bottom 3 teams to go. And there's a lot of movement there, but man, what a banger first day, Hot. I feel blessed. I feel so lucky that we got to cast so many good games.
Feeling blessed and never stressed, baby. We've been bringing our Sunday best, but as Blue said, it maybe wasn't a short day, but it certainly was a sweet day. But before we do get going here today, I want to take a moment to again thank everybody behind the scenes here. Blue and I, we get to look handsome and shout at the mic, but there's a lot of people working behind the scenes, and so again, obviously Philbo has done a ton for the scene here. Connor, a big part of the process. Boosh for Dag and Preppy, phenomenal observing here today, and the rest of the crew. Klish, Turbo Bear, Shadow Reaper, Step Sherpa, Cynthia, and Skeppy. Huge shout out to all of them and their hard work for helping everything, run so smoothly here today. We will remind you that it is Cracked and Kirk. It's a little bit earlier tomorrow. That's going to be 11 a.m. EST and 1500 GMT to get that action kicked off.
That's right. And one last shout out, Mr. Hot, for all the beautiful graphics on the day. Mr. Walker himself. Can't forget the creative lead of Hunt himself. Thank you so much, Walker, for all these awesome graphics. And folks, it's not easy to take all this information and use the API and input it on the day. So really awesome job. Thank you again, Walker. Appreciate it. Philbo, as always, Hunt, Connor, man, Hot, my final words, always a pleasure with you, sir. Always a blessing, and I'm so happy we got to start off this league with such a banger with the hot sauce and your boy Blue closing out day 1, baby. Hot, any final words before we send off here, brother?
Yeah, just a special thanks to you again for keeping the hype action right alongside me. A huge shout out to Battle State Games and Hunt Premier once more, guys. Make sure you hit that follows. Turn on the notifications as well. 11 a.m. Eastern tomorrow. Of course, 1500 GMT. Cracked and Kirk are going to be bringing that hot action. So hopefully we'll see you back here tomorrow. But until then, take care and have a wonderful evening.
Deuces.